Chapter 142. Li Heng's reply made Li Wangyu somewhat stunned. Yan Liben? A famous politician and painter in the early Tang dynasty who was famous for his paintings. Several of his later works were handed down from generation to generation. Li Wangyu was naturally interested in making friends with such a famous person from the Tang dynasty. But why would Yan Liben suddenly come from Chong'an to Dingzhou village to visit him for no reason? He had never met him before, so why did Yan Liben visit him? Even the beautiful boss knew about Yan Liben's reputation. When she was studying in the United States, she once went to the Boston Art Museum and saw Yan Liben's Emperor's painting. Hearing that Yan Liben was visiting, the beautiful boss also got up and followed him out, wanting to see the style of a famous person. In the central room, a young man in a scholar's robe was sitting beside a few tables. Li Wangyu felt that he looked familiar at first sight. After thinking for a while, he recalled that this young man was the one who commented on his sketch, Goddess Luo's painting, in Zhang Liang's mansion that day. It turned out that he was Yan Liben. So it's Junior Supervisor Yan. Zio didn't go out to meet you. I hope Junior Supervisor Yan can forgive me. Li Wangyu cupped his hands and greeted Yan Liben. After both sides greeted each other, Li Wangyu introduced Su Chongqing to Yan Liben. After some formalities, Li Wangyu curiously asked, Junior Supervisor Yan, what's the matter today? Yan Liben straightened his clothes and directly knelt down to Li Wangyu. Liben came uninvited today. I'm here to take you as my master. His words were like a thunderclap, shocking Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing to the point that they were both stunned. You also want to take him as your master? What's wrong with you today? Ma Zhou just took him as his master. Why is this Yan Liben, who I don't know, also like this? Are you all bewitched? Li Wangyu twisted his stiff neck and looked at the beautiful boss beside him. The meaning in his eyes was, did I hear it wrong? Su Chongqing was also speechless. He carefully sized up Li Wangyu. He was still that delicate and pretty 16-year-old youth. He didn't exude any aura of a bastard. Why do you say that, young Master Yan? What can I teach you? Li Wangyu felt a little dizzy. Yan Liben, however, bowed respectfully. Liben wishes to be Xiao Lang's disciple. I wish to learn how to paint. His words stunned Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing even more. Yan Liben went to Li Wangyu to learn painting? It felt as if Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo had come to him to learn how to play football, or Michael Schumacher had come to him to learn how to drive. Who was Yan Liben? Not only was he a famous painter in the early Tang dynasty, but even in the history of Wuxia, Yan Liben was not in the top 3, but he was in the top 10. He was like a god of painting. And such a great Yan Liben went to Li Wangyu's house and told him, a 16-year-old youth, that he wanted to learn painting from him. Wasn't this an international joke? For a moment, Li Wangyu had several thoughts in his mind. Was this Yan Liben a fake? But he did see this man in Zhang Liang's mansion. He was obviously a nobleman of the Tang dynasty. Did Yan Liben drink too much today? He sniffed carefully and didn't seem to smell of alcohol. Did he have a fever or was he confused? It seemed that Yan Liben was full of energy and had no illness or disaster. Li Wangyu couldn't figure out what was wrong with Yan Liben. He could only ask helplessly, Yan Xiaojian, don't make trouble. I still want to learn painting from you. Are you kidding me? Yan Liben didn't seem to be joking at all. Instead, he bowed again very seriously. Xiao Lang, Kuan Liben isn't kidding. I sincerely want to be your disciple and learn painting from you. Li Wangyu was speechless. What can I teach you? Yan Liben immediately took out a scroll from his chest. He opened it carefully as if it was a rare treasure. Seeing the picture on the scroll, the beautiful boss couldn't help but exclaim softly. Then her face turned crimson. She secretly stretched out 2 slender fingers and pinched the soft flesh on Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wangyu also cried out. It was not because of anything else, but because he was really in pain from the pinch. Where did this little girl learn such a sinister trick? On the scroll, there was a framed portrait of a naked woman. This was one of the 2 naked sketches that Li Wangyu drew when he went to Chong'an to earn money to buy food. At that time, one of the 2 sketches was sold to the fatty Cho Kuan. The other one was not sold. Later, Li Wangyu gave it to Cho Kuan. And this naked sketch, the beautiful boss knew at a glance that it was drawn by Li Wangyu. In the Tang dynasty, and even in the whole world at this time, no one except Li Wangyu would draw this sketch. She fiercely glared at Li Wangyu. Stinky hooligan, he actually drew a naked woman. Li Wangyu also felt his face burning. How could this thing he did be exposed by Yan Liben? How could he endure this? Cough, Yan Xiaojian, what do you mean by this drawing? Li Wangyu pretended to cough lightly. Yan Liben acted as if he had seen a priceless treasure. His fingers lightly stroked the scroll. Xiaolang, Kuan, this drawing was made by you, right? Li Ben wants to learn this unique painting technique. I hope Mr. can teach me. Li Wangyu subconsciously prepared to refuse. In front of the beautiful boss, no matter what, he could not admit that this drawing of a naked woman was drawn by him. Although everyone was well aware, he did not intend to admit it. Yan Xiaojian, why do you say this? This drawing is very unique. This is also the first time I've seen it. How can I teach you any drawing technique? Yan Liben raised his head in shock and asked in confusion. Xiaolang, Kuan, at Chongping County Duke's residence, wasn't it you who presented the goddess of Luo painting? Why do you say this is the first time you've seen it? Li Wangyu was choked by his words. He almost choked to death on his own saliva. *CK, I forgot about this. Cough, 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 this is the second time I've seen it. But I went to the Chou residence. Duke Chou admitted that this drawing was made by Xiaolang, Kuan, and gave it to me. Yan Liben said with a smile, his eyes revealing a trace of craftiness. Li Wangyu was speechless. He thought that Yan Liben was an honest person. He could imagine that as a fourth-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, a junior supervisor, going to a merchant family like the Chou family to ask about him, the Chou family might not keep it a secret for him. The truth was so. Yan Liben could tell that the drawing that Li Wangyu made was not an ancient drawing. However, he was smart enough not to say anything. After the birthday banquet at Zhang Liang's residence, he went to the Chou family in Chong, and who presented the drawing. Using this point, he was able to trick Chou Yuanliang into revealing that the person who drew the drawing was Li Wangyu from Hu County who presented the drawing that day. This drawing was also sold to him by the Chou family. After receiving the drawing, Yan Liben loved it so much that he could not put it down. He framed it and studied it every day. He also tried to copy it, but he could not get the hang of it. After studying it for many days, Yan Liben finally could not hold back his desire for this unique drawing technique and came to ask for a master. After the beautiful superior came back to her senses, she kept blinking at Li Wangyu. There was only one meaning. Quickly accept this disciple. Chapter 143. In the eyes of the beautiful superior, one sheep was the same as herding a flock of sheep. Ma Zhou was just a potential stock, while Yan Liben was a blue chip. A fourth-rank official wanted to be Li Wangyu's disciple. Where else could you find such a good deal? Li Wangyu hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach him sketching skills, but he suddenly thought of a sentence that Yan Liben once said to his descendants in history. Old Tang Dynasty, the biography of Yan Liben, recorded, "When I was young, I was fond of reading. Fortunately, I was spared from facing the wall. But with my insight, there is no greater humiliation than being a servant. You should be warned not to learn this." This was what Yan Liben said himself. He meant that he had read books and poems since he was a child. Whether it was writing or discussing policy, he was definitely not inferior to his colleagues. Now he also held an important position, but because he was good at drawing, he was called a painter, and was ordered around like a lowly servant. He felt deeply humiliated by this, and they should also learn from it. Don't let this small trick bring shame to them. Li Wangyu once saw Yan Liben say this in a history book. He deeply sighed about the low status of painters in the Tang dynasty. Even Yan Liben, who used to be a prime minister, felt that being a painter was a disgrace, let alone other people. So when he heard that Yan Liben wanted to learn sketching skills from him, Li Wangyu was very hesitant. He felt that he should persuade Yan Liben not to be obsessed with this small trick, so that he wouldn't regret it in the future. Young Master Yan, drawing is just a small trick. Why be obsessed with it? It's fine if you're bored. If young Master Yan is really interested, we can exchange ideas. There's no need to be a disciple. In response to Li Wangyu's sincere persuasion, Yan Liben was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "I appreciate Mr. Xiaolang's kindness. Although drawing is just a small trick, I love it deeply and have never thought of giving it up. So, please accept me as your disciple and teach me drawing skills, Mr. Xiaolang." "Young Master Yan, I'm just a commoner, and I'm only 16 years old. If you want to take me as your master, it won't be good for your reputation, Li Wangyu persuaded again. Don't worry about it. Confucius said, among the three of us, there is bound to be a teacher. Choose the good one and follow him. Xiaolang, Kuan is skilled in martial arts. Since I am your disciple, it has nothing to do with age or official position. Please grant my wish, Xiaolang, Kuan. Fine. It's this sentence again. Why is it the same emphasis as Ma Zhou? In the face of such a stubborn artist, Li Wangyu had nothing to say. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Damn it. Isn't it just accepting a disciple? Since I have already accepted Ma Zhou, I don't mind accepting another Yan Liben. Seeing that Li Wangyu really agreed, Yan Liben couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ignoring his age and official position, he immediately knelt down respectfully and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Then, he poured tea for Yan Liben, completing the ceremony. Within a day, their Lang Jun had accepted 2 disciples. This made the old housekeeper and the others smile so widely that they couldn't close their mouths. For them, Ma Zhou wasn't a big deal, but Yan Liben was a 4th-rank official. For such a person to become their Longjuan's disciple, Li Heng and the Niu brothers couldn't help but straighten their backs. Especially Niu Wu, his admiration for his elder brother was unparalleled. No wonder his elder brother wanted to become a member of the Li family. His foresight, there was nothing to say. Previously, the county magistrate of Chong'an County was only a 6th-rank official, but he dared to order people around. Now that a 4th-rank official had become his Longjuan's disciple, let's see who would dare to cause trouble for the Li family in Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu found Ma Zhou and introduced him to Yan Liben. Hearing that the other party had become Li Wangyu's disciple, Xiao Lang's disciple, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben both felt a sense of closeness. Student Ma Zhou, courtesy name Bin Wang, greets brother Liben. Haha, student Yan Liben greets brother Bin Wang. The two of them were the same age and had become Li Wangyu's disciple on the same day. This made the two of them feel like they hit it off. However, the way the two of them addressed each other made the beautiful superior open her mouth wide and look at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Student, why don't you just say hello? You also transmigrated? What are the two of them talking about? Student. Su Chongqing bit Li Wangyu's ear and asked softly. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment and then laughed loudly. After a long time, he explained in a low voice. Student isn't something that only exists in the future. It's in the Book of Han. People who are under the same teacher can be called students. Su Chongqing knew that she had made a mistake again. Her face turned slightly red and her fingers secretly pinched Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wangyu wanted to slap himself. How could a beautiful woman be made fun of so casually? This was retribution. After Yan Liben became his disciple, Li Wangyu didn't hide anything and introduced him to the basics of sketching. Ma Zhou also listened with great interest. Although he wasn't good at painting, he knew how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Naturally, he wasn't unfamiliar with painting. After seeing the sketch of a naked woman brought by Yan Liben, Ma Zhou was once again amazed by Li Wangyu. He even asked Yan Liben for the sketch shamelessly, but was mercilessly rejected by Yan Liben. Therefore, Li Wangyu taught Yan Liben the skills of sketching and painting. Ma Zhou also listened and learned from him. He felt more and more that his decision to become Li Wangyu's disciple today was very correct. Sure enough, there were still many things in this little teacher's mind that were worth learning. After Yan Liben and Ma Zhou heard about three-dimensional perspective, light and shadow projection, and other sketching techniques, their eyes lit up. These were things that they had never learned or touched before when they were learning to paint. Teacher, how long do you think you can teach me these? Yan Liben rubbed his hands excitedly and said. Li Wangyu was speechless. He was really a painting addict. He couldn't wait to learn new skills. Seeing that it was still early, he simply asked Li Heng to get charcoal and paper and started the first painting lesson in the history of the Tang dynasty. When the sun set in the west, Yan Liben reluctantly said goodbye and left. Because the civil servants of the Tang dynasty had to go to bed every 10 days, Yan Liben could only come to Dingzhou village once every 10 days to learn sketching from Li Wangyu. This made him very annoyed that he had too little time. Ma Zhou was very proud of this. He lived in the teacher's house and could ask for advice at any time. After Yan Liben left, Li Wangyu looked at Ma Zhou, who was packing up his painting tools, and then remembered what Su Chongqing wanted to say in the study. Chongqing, what were you talking about in the study room earlier? What is simple? The beautiful boss smiled and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you before. I gave away the hillside land at home. What? Gave it away? Who did you give it to? Li Wangyu was shocked. This prodigal woman, he couldn't keep it anymore. She actually gave away a piece of land that was worth 1,000 strings of coins. King of Medicine, Sun Simiao. As soon as Su Chongqing said this, Li Wangyu immediately froze for a few seconds. Old Taoist Sun Simiao? What does he want that land for? Taoist temple. Li Wangyu immediately understood. He laughed a few times, pulled the beautiful boss and ran out of the door. Let's go, take me to see it. Chapter 144. Under the setting sun, smoke rose from kitchen chimneys in Noda's Dingzhou village. The farmers who had worked in the fields for a day carried their tools and animals back to the village in exhaustion, but they had smiles on their faces. Chickens crowed and dogs barked in the village. The half-grown children played with each other and ran around. Occasionally, they would be yelled at by their elders to go home for dinner. There was a naughty child who tore his pants while climbing a tree and exposed his butt. The adults caught him and spanked him a few times. They scolded him as they dragged him home, causing the two to roar with laughter. When the farmers saw Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, they all showed bright smiles and warmly greeted them. When the men of Guanzhong ate, they were used to holding large bowls and squatting outside the houses to chat and eat. While it was a simple meal, and there was no meat or fish, they ate with great satisfaction. Roars of laughter occasionally came from the crowd. Some farmers saw Li Wangyu and the others and warmly invited them to eat at their homes. The two of them declined with a smile. Li Wangyu, who had been in a hurry to go to the slope to see the situation, slowed down his steps in front of this idyllic poem that no artist could paint. He slowly walked with Su Chongqing through the village. A smile uncontrollably rose to the corners of their mouths. Wangyu, don't you feel that the atmosphere in the village seems to be a little different? The beautiful boss suddenly asked. Li Wangyu stilled and did not understand what she was referring to. Su Chongqing smiled and explained, When we first came to Dingzhou village, while we were warmly welcomed by the villagers, I felt that everyone in the village had a layer of bitterness on their faces. Now, it hasn't even been a month, but the villagers are smiling even more. Li Wangyu carefully considered her words. It seemed to be true. Su Chongqing continued, Wangyu, this is actually all your work. Me? What does it have to do with me? Li Wangyu did not understand. You came up with the water wheel, so the farmers didn't have to work so hard to carry water. You also lent 20 oxen to the village. This time, the corvée labor also allowed everyone to earn money. Adding all these together, these simple farmers naturally felt that their lives were better. Naturally, I'm in a good mood now that I'm living well. The beautiful boss's words made Li Wangyu somewhat embarrassed. He smiled sheepishly. Actually I didn't think about that. Su Chongqing suddenly said seriously, Wangyu, do you and I have the ability to let everyone in Dingzhou village live a good life? Could these simple and honest villagers live to the end of their lives, be useful to the strong, and be good to the young? Can you turn Dingzhou village into a paradise of the Tang dynasty? Why do you suddenly think so? Li Wangyu was somewhat puzzled. Why would Su Chongqing suddenly say this? The land is flat and spacious, and the houses are upright. There are fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry and bamboo trees. Along the crisscrossed paths, chickens and dogs could be heard. Among them, the people who come and go, the men and women's clothes are known as outsiders. Yellow hair hangs down, and happy. Su Chongqing suddenly recited a passage from a text she learned in middle school, Peach Blossom Spring. Then, she turned to look at Li Wangyu with a smile in her eyes. Because I suddenly fell in love with this land. Her words made Li Wangyu slightly stunned. He seemed to understand something and couldn't help but reach out to hold his beautiful boss's soft hand. Chongqing, you will. Dingzhou village will definitely become a paradise of the Tang dynasty. I promise you. Whether it was Li Wangyu or Su Chongqing, they both had their own relatives in the modern world. Li Wangyu's parents were still alive, but they could no longer see each other. It was the same for Su Chongqing. Her parents, her friends, and her life had all become impossible to find because of this inexplicable transmigration. Everything had become memories. Li Wangyu heard Perrin whisper to him several times that Sister Su secretly cried alone in bed at night. He knew that his beautiful boss was homesick. She missed the home that she couldn't go back to after more than 1,300 years. Therefore, Su Chongqing had always resisted the fact that she had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. In her heart, this was an unreal dream. Everything was like a game. However, the rural life of Dingzhou village that was full of life finally made her like this place. She fell in love with this place. Therefore, she hoped that this place could become the peach blossom spring in her heart. Su Chongqing hoped that Dingzhou village could be turned into a paradise. Wasn't this also a kind of escape from reality? Ask what era it was now, but don't know the Han dynasty, whether it was Wei or Jin. Li Wangyu held Su Chongqing's hand. The two silently looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. It was as if they could feel each other's heartbeat. Haha, Li Jia Xiaolang is embarrassed. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing both turned their heads in surprise. They saw a group of small children in the village surrounding them. They were making funny faces and singing nursery rhymes. The beautiful boss immediately realized that her hand was still held by Li Wangyu. She couldn't help but blush and struggle to break free. One must know that this was still the Tang dynasty. It wasn't the era where men and women hugged and kissed on the streets of the modern world. The two of them holding hands in the village could be considered a very out-of-line action. Therefore, these half-grown children in the village all ran over to watch the commotion. Even the villagers who were squatting at the door chatting and eating in the distance occasionally let out kind laughter. This made Su Chongqing's face burn even more. He glared at Li Wangyu reproachfully before turning around and running back home. Li Wangyu was thick-skinned. He smiled at the group of children and said, "You little brats, what do you know? Do you know what a wife is?" "I know it's a wife. My father said that he would marry a wife for me in the future." A little brat shouted, causing the surrounding children to start to kick up a fuss. Li Wangyu smiled and patted their heads intimately. Then, he turned around and chased after the beautiful boss. In front of a beautiful woman, there was no need to look at the old Taoist's lousy temple. "Chongqing, wait for me." "Hee, why are you running?" Li Wangyu shouted shamelessly, but it made Su Chongqing walk faster. The beautiful boss let go of the knot in her heart, and the relationship between Li Wangyu and her quickly warmed up. When no one was around, Li Wangyu had already touched first base. From time to time, he could hold the beautiful boss's smooth and tender hand. However, it was limited to this. Although Su Chongqing studied in the United States, her thoughts were quite traditional. Li Wangyu wanted to go one step further and hit second base, but he didn't succeed. This made him feel very regretful. A home run was far away in the future. Su Chongqing began to busy herself with the four-wheeled carriage company of Dingzhou village. She put in a lot of enthusiasm for this matter. The Li family and Dingzhou village's partnership to open a four-wheeled carriage company had been unanimously agreed by the villagers. Many villagers were even grateful for the Li family's decision. They thought that the Li family was benevolent and wanted to make the whole village rich together. Recently, the beautiful boss would lead Niu Yong and the old village to Chang'an City at dawn. They would only come back at sunset. They were very busy. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was very idle every day. Other than taking some time to teach Ma Zhou, he would ride around the village on his horse. He also went to the construction site of Sun Simiao's Taoist temple on his own hillside. He also met Lu Shenwei, which made him very surprised. Li Wangyu also patted his chest and promised Lu Shenwei that after the Taoist temple was completed, he would let Yan Liben paint the murals for the temple. This made Lu Shenwei have a good impression of Li Wangyu. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight. They regretted not knowing each other earlier. In his spare time, Li Wangyu either went fishing by the Gan River or played mahjong with Ma Zhou and Lu Shenwei at home. His days were very comfortable. However, after a few days of leisure, a group of troubles came to his door. Chapter 145. They were called a group of troublemakers because they came in groups. The Cheng brothers, the Du brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, Chai Linggu, Niu Zhengping. A large group of the top playboys of the Tang dynasty came to Dingzhou village and captured Li Wangyu alive. "Haha, Zio, you brat. Why didn't you go to Chang'an to find your brothers after being released from prison in Chang'an? You deserve a beating. Let's go to Chang'an and drink. We're not going home until we're drunk." Cheng Chumo dragged Li Wangyu out of the house and pushed him onto the back of a horse. Li Wangyu saw the situation and knew that he could not escape today, so he resigned himself to his fate. He laughed and greeted the group of playboys, and then the group of them rode towards Chang'an. Li Wangyu was actually very willing to make friends with this group of top playboys of the Tang dynasty. It was not that Li Wangyu was snobbish, but that this group of playboys was to his liking. They were unpretentious, straightforward, just like the group of good friends he had in the university in his previous life. No one despised Li Wangyu because he had nothing to his name. No one despised his poor family background or the fact that he was in debt. Although Li Wangyu was somewhat talented, his status was still far from that of these foppish sons of rich families at the moment. Even so, this group of playboys was willing to cause trouble in the Chang'an county government for him, and they were even willing to sit in prison and drink with him. Li Wangyu could not say anything about such playboys. The group of playboys rode into Chang'an, laughing and laughing. When the colonel guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate saw this group of playboys, he hurriedly ordered the soldiers to move aside. He even chased away the caravans that were queuing to pass the customs to make way for them. This was the first time Li Wangyu entered Chang, and without going through the public inspection, and he also enjoyed the treatment of a privileged class. Although the playboys loved to play around, they did not dare to gallop their horses after entering Chang'an city. They all obediently reined in their horses and moved forward slowly. In Chang'an city, no one dared to gallop on horseback except to deliver urgent official documents. If they were caught by the patrolling marquis, he would not let them go just because they were the sons of important ministers of the marquis. They might even be beaten. Li Wangyu thought that they were going to the restaurant in the East City to drink, but he didn't expect that they would lead him to the West City. When the group of wastrels dismounted in front of a Hu wine shop, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something. His face couldn't help but flush, his heart beating wildly. He was here to drink wine with girls. Li Wangyu wasn't a pure and innocent virgin in his previous life. When he was running errands for clients, he often went to all kinds of nightclubs. However, how could those nightclubs of the future be compared with the taverns of the Hu people in Chang'an City and West City of the Tang dynasty? This place was full of foreign girls. Hu Ji. In the taverns of the West City, there were many Hu Ji. Moreover, their singing and dancing skills were exquisite and full of strong exotic charm, attracting countless literati to stop and indulge in wine and women. Even Li Bai wrote a poem for the taverns of the West City. In the Wuling year, young men in the East City, silver saddles and white horses ride the spring breeze. Where do the falling flowers travel? Laughing into the Hu Ji wine shop. It could be seen that the banished immortal Li Bai was also a romantic figure. In the Tang dynasty, Hu Ji referred to the Sogdian women of the western region, who were also Persians. However, there were also women from Tokaria, Central Asia, India, and even distant Europe who were called Hu Ji in the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was prosperous, and the Silk Road endlessly transported wealth between the East and the West. Besides spices and gems, the goods transported from the West City to the Tang dynasty were mostly female slaves. The profits were 5 times that of silk, so the profiteering caravans continuously sold all kinds of female slaves from the West City to the Tang dynasty. Hu Ji were very popular in the Tang dynasty. Whether it was merchants or nobles, they didn't mind buying a few beautiful Hu Ji at home. The Hu Ji in the taverns of the Hu people not only had to sell wine as prostitutes, but they were also forced to provide all kinds of services, such as drinking, singing, dancing, and even sexual services. They were not much different from prostitutes. The Silk Road was the nightmare of these young women in the West City. Driven by the huge profits, these beautiful women were given away and played with like goods. In the end, they died in a foreign land, never to return to their homeland. The Tang dynasty poet Li He once wrote in the Song of the Dragon at night, "The curly-haired Hu Ji has green eyes. The sound seems to come from the sky, and the beauty under the moon cries for home." In this regard, Li Wangyu could only sigh in his heart, but he didn't want to be a savior and save these pitiful Hu Ji from their tragic fate. Seeing Li Wangyu in a daze at the entrance of the tavern, Feng Yai went forward and put his arm around his shoulder. "Brother Zio, why are you in a daze? Come in quickly." "Maybe it's because Li Jia Shaolang is still a virgin, haha." Chai Linggu teased. The Yuchi twins also chimed in. "Haha, that should be the case. Today, we brothers will treat you and find you a beautiful Hu Ji, so you can enjoy what it means to be a man." Li Wangyu was speechless. This group of scum. He gave them the middle finger to express his disdain, but forgot that in the Tang dynasty, there was no international language like the middle finger. Wang Yu, what do you mean by giving us the middle finger? Wei Shuyu asked curiously. Li Wang Yu was embarrassed and hurriedly explained, it means to call you brothers. This is called sign language. The group of wastrels didn't suspect anything. They also thought it was fun and gave him the middle finger. Seeing Cheng Chumo laughing happily at his two younger brothers' middle fingers, Li Wang Yu was sweating like a waterfall. What a sin! Fortunately, Li Wang Yu was the youngest in the group, so no one gave him the middle finger, and he escaped a disaster. However, Li Wang Yu wasn't completely spouting nonsense. In sign language, the middle finger really did mean that he was an elder brother, and it meant that he would become the pillar of the family. The group of wastrels gave each other the middle finger and clustered around each other as they entered the tavern. The Hu taverns in Shi City were expensive. Those who weren't from influential families or merchant families wouldn't dare to patronize them. As soon as the large group entered the tavern, several young and beautiful Hu Ji girls came out to greet them and led them to an elegant pavilion. Under the attentive service of the Hu Ji girls, everyone took off their boots and went to the banquet. Cheng Chumo directly waved his hand and said, call the best Hu Ji girls for me. If you dare to use any ugly ones to make up the numbers, I will smash your tavern. The Hu shopkeeper of the wine shop had already rushed over. He smiled apologetically and replied in the Great Tang official language with an accent, Little Duke, what are you saying? Even if I deceive anyone, I would not dare to deceive Little Duke. I will immediately ask the Hu Ji girls to come over and serve you. Cheng Chumo and his group of wastrels were all regular customers of Hu taverns. The Hu tavern manager didn't dare to neglect them. Wait, are there any new Hu Ji girls? This is the first time for my little brother. Find him a clean and refreshing Hu Ji girl to serve him. Waha! Cheng Chumo pointed to Li Wang Yu and said. Cheng Chumo's words made the group of wastrels look at Li Wang Yu and laugh, making Li Wang Yu blush. These bastards! He wished he could pull out his 40-meter-long broadsword and chop them to death. However, Li Wang Yu, the cynical man, didn't say anything against it. Instead, he was a little expectant. Hee, it was wise not to take Niu Wu out today. No one would tell the beautiful boss, right? Chapter 146. As a healthy man with a normal mind, Li Wang Yu would be lying if he said that he was untainted by the mud and that he wanted to learn from Liu Xiaohui. Although there was an ambiguous relationship between him and his beautiful superior, it did not affect the uncontrollable ripples in his heart. Cheng Chumo's words made him look forward to it even more, but he heard the Hu shopkeeper reply hesitantly. Replying to the young duke, there is a new Hu concubine in the inn. She is also very beautiful. But her temper is fierce and she has not been trained well. I am afraid that she will spoil the young duke's mood. Haha, she is just a Hu concubine. How fierce can she be? Just call her over. My little brother can handle her. Cheng Chumo waved his hand without a care, indicating for him to call the Hu concubines over. The Hu shopkeeper did not dare to say anything else and turned to leave, arranging for the Hu concubines to accompany them. Not long after, a group of young and beautiful Hu concubines dressed in foreign attire entered the courtyard. They were dressed to the nines, each with a different style. For a moment, the courtyard became enchanting and charming. It was very tempting. The group of debauches each chose a pleasing Hu concubine to accompany them, but did not let the rest go. They had them play music and dance to entertain them. Li Wang Yu sat on his seat and saw the debauches and Hu concubines on his left and right, making him feel dry in the mouth. These bastards, they are too indulgent. Fang Ai, this bastard, where did your hand go? Yuchi Bao Lin. Can you be any more vulgar? This group of Hu concubines, they are too lacking in self-respect. Being taken advantage of like this by this group of debauches, they were just short of doing that kind of thing, yet they were all smiling so seductively. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, they actually did such a thing. It really made Li Wang Yu angry. He really wanted to say loudly, I don't want any chicks, give me a dozen of these unrestrained Hu concubines. However, for the sake of his own face, Li Wang Yu could only act like a gentleman. He sat in the pavilion and waited for the arrival of his Huji. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard outside the pavilion. Everyone looked over and saw two maids dragging a blonde girl with a Chinese hairstyle walking over. The girl struggled with all her might, but her slender body was no match for the two burly women. After struggling for a while, she was still dragged into the pavilion. However, that Hu Ji girl was very unyielding. She actually opened her mouth and bit one of the maids. Under the sudden pain, that maid slapped her, causing that Hu Ji girl to fall to the ground. The blonde, blue-eyed Hu Ji girl was also tenacious. Seeing that she was being hit, she only covered her face and stared at the two maids without saying a word. Enraged, one of the maids raised the whip in her hand and was about to lash out. Li Wangyu's sense of justice rose again. He pushed the table and stood up, shouting, "Stop!" Seeing that the guest in the pavilion had spoken, the two maids didn't dare to act rashly and quickly retreated to the side. Li Wangyu took a few steps forward, wanting to see if the Hu Ji girl was badly beaten. He was almost shocked when he saw it. Oh my god! Angelina Jolie also transmigrated? Is this AF** King movie? The girl in front of him looked younger, at most 14 or 15 years old, but her appearance was almost exactly the same as Angelina Jolie's. One of Li Wangyu's favorite Hollywood actresses was Angelina Jolie, the female lead of the movie Tomb Raider. He would never admit that he was attracted to Angelina because of her devilish figure, although she was indeed very attractive. After a long time, Li Wangyu finally calmed down. He swallowed his saliva and asked the Hu Ji girl in a gentle tone, "Are you okay?" Angelina Jolie, oh no, the Hu Ji girl, glared at Li Wangyu with her eyes full of vigilance. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, frightened but stubborn. She just bit her sexy red lips and didn't say a word. Hu Ji's inadvertent action made Li Wangyu's heart beat faster. He couldn't take it. In his previous life, the sexiest thing about Angelina Jolie besides her devilish figure was her alluring red lips, which could make people fall head over heels for her. Her lips had the title of Wild Lips. Her lips gave Angelina Jolie a wild beauty that was hard to tame. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Time seemed to have frozen. Li Wangyu stared at the Hu Ji girl in a daze and didn't say a word. On the other hand, the maid at the side saw that the Hu Ji girl didn't speak and couldn't help but get angry. She yelled at her, "The VIP is asking you a question, little hussy. Hurry up and answer." "Shut up. Get out." Awakened by the maid's loud voice, Li Wangyu couldn't help but get angry and yell at the maid. After being yelled at by Li Wangyu, the two maids in the tavern didn't know what to do and stood at the side uneasily. Seeing that the commotion was too fierce, the Hu tavern owner rushed over and bowed to everyone. "My apologies, my lords. This Hu Ji girl hasn't been trained yet. Why don't I get another one?" "No need, I'll take her." Li Wangyu stopped him. He bent down again and asked the young Angelina Jolie, who was half sitting on the ground, gently, "Let me help you up, okay?" As if sensing that Li Wangyu didn't have any ill intentions, and with the two maids who were always fierce, the young Angelina Jolie didn't object and nodded gently. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. He quickly reached out to help her up and pulled her into the pavilion. Angelina Jolie didn't struggle and was led into the pavilion by him. This scene made the group of fops in the pavilion dumbfounded. After Li Wangyu pulled Hu Ji back to her seat, a few of them had mischievous looks in their eyes. Fang Yai winked at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you're a gentleman, but what?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. "But Zio, your taste isn't very good. Haha, you actually like such an ugly woman." Fang Yai's words made the group of fops convulse with laughter. Chai Linggu even laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He kept burrowing into Hu Ji's arms. Ugly? Angelina Jolie was actually called ugly by this group of fops? Did they have any sense of beauty? Were they all blind? Before Li Wangyu could speak, he heard Cheng Chumo teasing, "Zio, this Hu Ji is so tall and so slender, not to mention her mouth that looks like a bloody basin. The barbarian merchants of this tavern are really despicable. They actually use this kind of thing to fool us." Li Wangyu was almost struck by lightning by this guy's words. Damn, a bunch of country bumpkins. The Hu Ji girl beside him was nearly 1.7 meters tall. Her two long legs were faintly visible under her skirt. She could be said to be of the highest quality. Her figure wasn't inferior to Angelina Jolie's in his previous life. In fact, it was even better. Her skin was fair, unlike the thick pores of ordinary European and American women. Instead, it was as smooth as silk like Wuxia women. When Li Wangyu held her hand just now, he almost couldn't control himself. Not to mention her sexy red lips, which were actually described by Cheng Chumo as a bloody basin. Li Wangyu despised this guy's sense of beauty. Chapter 147. The words of the group of playboys made the face of the Hu girl beside Li Wangyu turn gloomy. Although she didn't want to be a slave or a hostess, as a girl who loved to look pretty, who would want to be called ugly in front of others? In the pavilion, not only were the group of silk pants rocking back and forth with laughter, even the Hu courtesans were covering their mouths and snickering. In their eyes, the young Hu courtesan beside Li Wangyu was indeed very ugly. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. He couldn't be bothered to correct the aesthetic standards of these country bumpkins. Thinking about it secretly, Li Wangyu felt a little happy in his heart. Angelina Jolie was such a great beauty, yet no one could recognize her. The feeling of a bright pearl being covered in dust and being able to recognize the pearl with his discerning eyes felt pretty good. Li Wangyu ignored the group of playboys and turned to look at the beautiful teenage version of Angelina Jolie beside him. He subconsciously compared her with his beautiful boss. In the end, they were neck and neck. His beautiful boss had the typical temperament of an Oriental beauty. Whether it was her appearance or figure, she didn't lose to the teenage version of Angelina Jolie at all. Li Wangyu stopped his fantasies and started chatting with the Hu Ji girl in a low voice. "Can you tell me your name?" Li Wangyu's tone was gentle, like a weird uncle who was about to trick a little loli into looking at goldfish. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "Aphrodite." Her accent was a little strange, but Li Wangyu could still understand it. Hearing her answer, Li Wangyu's eyes lit up. The ancient Greek goddess of love? The girl was stunned. She looked up and stared into Li Wangyu's eyes. "You know about the goddess of love? You know about ancient Greek mythology?" She had been sold from faraway Europe to the Tang dynasty for a few months. Whether it was the barbarian merchants or the people of the Tang dynasty, she had never seen anyone who knew about ancient Greek mythology. Li Wangyu shrugged. He had only read about ancient Greek myths and was not proficient in them. However, he did remember the names of the goddesses. He was especially impressed by Aphrodite, the goddess of love, whose Roman name was Venus. Back then, Li Wangyu almost licked the screen when he saw the painting, The Birth of Venus, by the Italian painter Botticelli. In the oil painting, the young girl Aphrodite had just jumped out of the water and was standing naked on a lotus leaf-like shell. Her figure was slender and fit, her figure was slim and full, and her posture was graceful. "Aphrodite, where is your hometown?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. This girl was clearly not an ordinary West Asian Yahoo, but a European. "Byzantine. I'm from the Byzantine Empire." Aphrodite replied in a low voice, but her tone was obviously depressed. "Byzantium?" Li Wangyu used his limited knowledge of the history of the world to recall. It seemed to be the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Tang dynasty called them the Great Qin. It was really a long distance. Li Wangyu remembered reading about it in the future. It was about 10,000 kilometers from Rome to Chang'an, and a caravan would need to spend about a year and a half on the journey. It was a long and suffocating journey. Li Wangyu could not imagine spending a year and a half on horseback or camelback. It was simply driving people crazy. And this girl in front of him obviously would not have the chance to complete such a journey again in her life. She would have to spend the rest of her life in the Tang dynasty, which was 10,000 kilometers away from her hometown. Li Wangyu could only sigh with emotion. The temptation of money was indeed incomparably great. It could prompt those merchants to spend 2 to 3 years on the road just to earn incomparably generous returns. Li Wangyu looked at Aphrodite sympathetically. He did not know how to comfort this slightly sad girl. Li Wangyu did not want to make this girl version of Angelina Jolie sad, so he quickly changed the topic. "Aphrodite, your Tang dynasty language is pretty good. Did you learn it for a long time?" Aphrodite nodded. "On the way to the Tang dynasty, someone in the caravan had been teaching me. We walked on the road for a year and a half, and I only learned it. Your Tang dynasty language is really difficult." Speaking of this, Aphrodite patted her chest, indicating that she had learned it really hard. However, the trembling of the mountains in front of her chest almost caused Li Wangyu to have a nosebleed. This European girl's development is too good. She's only 15 or 16 years old and she's already this big. From this point of view, Aphrodite had completely won over his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "You're already very talented to be able to learn this in a year and a half. The Tang dynasty language is the most difficult language in the world." Aphrodite stuck out her tongue. "Hee, I can also speak Greek, Persian, and Roman." Damn, she's actually a language genius. This made Li Wangyu feel a little ashamed. When he was in college, he barely passed the English test band 4. The two ignored the group of foppish young masters in the pavilion and chatted with each other. They soon became familiar with each other. Although Aphrodite was forced to accompany them to drink, she did not expect to meet such a humorous young man like Li Wangyu, who even knew a lot about the customs of her hometown. Moreover, Li Wangyu did not touch her like other men, which made Aphrodite have a good impression of Li Wangyu. In the few months since she came to the Tang dynasty, she didn't even have time to take a closer look at Chang'an, the greatest city in the world, before she was locked in the tavern. Every day, she was whipped to learn singing and dancing, musical instruments, the Tang dynasty language, and drinking techniques. Today was the first time she was forced to come out to receive guests. She tried her best to resist, but she did not expect to meet such a handsome young man like Li Wangyu. For a moment, Aphrodite even felt that this life was not as bad as she imagined. In the tavern, after 3 rounds of drinking, the group of foppish young masters began to shout, "Serve the country with loyalty," at the top of their voices. Ever since the banquet in the county prison of Chang'an County, this group of foppish young masters all fell in love with this song and would sing it every time they drank. Li Wangyu did not shout with them this time. Instead, he pulled the girl version of Angelina Jolie to the side to watch the fun. The girl, who was forced to accompany them to drink, looked at this group of foppish young masters and listened to their extremely unpleasant singing. Finally, a girl's bright smile appeared on her face. In the pavilion, the foppish young masters with high noses and white skin played a cheerful Western music. They danced under the 3 strokes of the drum. In the Tang dynasty, the most famous dances were the Huchuan dance, the Hutting dance, and the Zhizhi dance. As the saying goes, the Hutting dance returns to the snow, and the sound of the strings and drums dance. A group of foppish young masters with graceful figures spun rapidly in the pavilion. Their colorful skirts and long hair fluttered together. The lively rhythm and strong performance made Li Wangyu fascinated. Sure enough, it was the dance of a phoenix, and the shadow of a phoenix behind. At this moment, it was not the wine that made them drunk, but they were drunk. Chapter 148. The Huji girls finished their dance. It was bold, erotic, and charming. At this time, the wine was half drunk and the dance was joyous. Although it was not dark yet, the atmosphere in the pavilion had become dreamy. A group of rich playboys also entered after drinking and danced with the Huji girls. But no matter how you looked at it, it was like a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Especially the 3 Chang brothers and the Yuqi twins, they were like a few gorillas dancing. Li Wangyu deeply suspected that these guys would climb to the top of some tower and fly for the Huji girls. Li Wangyu laughed heartily. Suddenly, he felt like he was in a poetic mood. He shouted, "Bring me a brush and paper." Seeing that Li Jia Shaolang was about to compose a poem, the group of rich playboys gathered around. Li Wangyu asked the Huji girls to spread the paper on the table and grind the ink. He held a wine cup in his left hand and a pen in his right hand. He recited and wrote on the paper with his thin muscles. "Before a bottle of wine." Li Wangyu wrote down the title of the poem. This guy was drunk and started to copy Li Bai's poem again. The spring breeze comes from the east and passes by suddenly. The golden bottle of wine ripples. The falling flowers feel a little too much. The beauty is drunk and the beauty is drunk. When the poem was copied to this point, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. This poem seemed to be lamenting the passing of time, right? The last line, "How many peach blossoms can there be? The flowing light deceives people and wastes time," seemed to be not for a young man like him to say. Li Wangyu's brain worked very quickly. He might as well give Li Bai's poem a shortened version. He would remove the lines in the middle that set off the sadness and hinted at people's declining years. He paused for a moment, drank a mouthful of wine, and continued to write. The lute plays the dragon gate's green tree. The jade pot of wine is clear as the sky. Urging the string and brushing the column to drink with the gentleman. Looking at Zhu Cheng's face redden. The Huji girls are as beautiful as flowers, smiling in the spring breeze. Smiling in the spring breeze, dancing in gauze clothes. The gentleman will not be drunk today and will return in peace? The shortened version of Before a Bottle of Wine became a poem of Carpe Diem, which made the rich playboys applaud. Especially that last sentence. If you are not drunk today, you will return in peace? It was even more to the liking of a group of profligate sons. What she meant was that she was laughing in the spring breeze while dancing in her silk dress. In front of this beautiful scenery, If you don't get drunk today, you're a fool. What's there to talk about? Haha, Zio is indeed a genius. How are you going to return home in peace if you don't get drunk? Haha, this is delightful. Come, everyone, let's drink. If we don't get drunk, shall we return peacefully? Cheers! In the pavilion, Hu Ji, who was good at playing and singing, immediately began to play and sing Li Wangyu's "There's a Bottle of Wine in Front." Unlike the poems of later generations, since ancient times, poems were actually meant to be sung. As the saying goes, 300 hymns, 300 string poems, 300 song poems, and 300 dance poems. Every poem in the Book of Songs can be played, sung, and danced with musical instruments. Tang poetry was naturally the same. A large portion of poems were spread through the singing of prostitutes. For example, now in Chang'an City, in the Ping Kong Square, the most popular poem was Li Wangyu's plagiarized poems. In the pavilion, Hu Ji, who was holding a pipa, plucked the strings. Other Hu Ji, who were holding musical instruments such as ivory boards and dutan drums, also played the accompaniment to the tune of the pipa. A clear and beautiful female voice came out from Hu Ji's red lips. The group of rich playboys, including the sons of the martial artists, were all intoxicated by the music and could not extricate themselves. The poem was repeated 3 times before it ended. The beautiful poem was like rich wine, intoxicating and intoxicating. In the pavilion, there was a fight again. The cause was to snatch the manuscript of "There's a Bottle of Wine in Front," written by Li Wangyu. Wei Shuyu quietly reached out to the manuscript on the table. He gently pulled but did not move it. He looked up and saw that Du He's hand also grabbed the other end of the rice paper. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Du He suddenly shouted, "Brother, come and help me." Du Go was his brother. Since his brother asked for help, he would naturally help. He immediately rushed to Wei Shuyu. Chai Lingwu saw the commotion and also ran up to help. The group of rich playboys fought over Li Wangyu's manuscript and made a mess in the pavilion. Only the 3 Chang brothers and the Yuqi twins were not interested in the manuscript. In the end, it was the Du brothers who overpowered Wei Shuyu and snatched the manuscript. Wei Shuyu was so angry that he cursed loudly. After the laughter, the atmosphere in the pavilion was even more intense. Wine was poured into everyone's mouths like water. Li Wangyu was already intoxicated by the music and wine. He did not notice that Aphrodite, who was beside him, had left at some point. When she came back, she had already changed into a special dance costume. She wore a tomato hat decorated with golden bells, thin and narrow sleeves, a purple gown embroidered with golden silk, red brocade boots, and a colorful belt around her waist. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie smiled sweetly at Li Wangyu. She began to dance with the beating of the drums. The drumming became more and more urgent. The frequency of Aphrodite's waist also became faster and faster. Her soft and boneless waist danced in a circle. Li Wangyu was so captivated that he could not bear to blink. Her red brocade boots kicked and curled according to the rhythm. When the music ended, Aphrodite gently took off her gown, revealing her beautiful shoulders. She looked at Li Wangyu with her watery eyes. At this moment, she was extremely shy and full of tenderness. Li Wangyu's heart palpitated. This temptress. Aphrodite had already drunk several cups of wine. Her face was flushed red. At this moment, she seemed to have thought things through. It was difficult to return to her homeland. Perhaps in this life, she could only helplessly stay in this wine shop and become someone's plaything. No matter how much she resisted, she could not resist the whips of the barbarian merchants. In the end, she would fall into a boundless sea of suffering. Since that was the case, she might as well give her first night to a handsome young man like Li Wangyu. The group of wastrels had already seen Aphrodite's soul-stirring gaze. They could not help but kick up a fuss, telling Li Wangyu not to let down the beauty's grace. Although these wastrels felt that this barbarian was ugly, they did not care about that. They only treated it as watching Li Jia Xiaolang make a scene. After the dance, Aphrodite sat back down beside Li Wangyu. She began to raise her cup and urge him to drink. Li Wangyu did not refuse and drank all the wine. The group of wastrels drank from the afternoon until the evening drums sounded and the sun set. However, no one prepared to leave. They stumbled and hugged the barbarians they had chosen and prepared to stay in this wine shop. In the barbarian wine shop, not only did they provide drinking and entertainment, these barbarians also provided special services. Naturally, there were enough rooms for guests to rest and enjoy the night. The wastrels giggled and left with the barbarians in their arms. Aphrodite's face was flushed red. She looked at Li Wangyu, who was already drunk. She bit her sexy red lips and bent down to help him up. Then, they walked towards the room in the backyard of the wine shop. The door of the room slammed shut. The red candles in the room flickered, and the rings on the red gauze gown made light sounds. As the saying goes, drunk in the bosom of a tortoiseshell banquet, what can the hibiscus do to the monarch in the tent? Chapter 149. In the tavern, Aphrodite struggled to help the drunk Li Wangyu onto the bed and put down the red gauze curtain. Her face was flushed red. After hesitating for a long time, she finally made up her mind and began to undress the gauze skirt while trembling. On the ground, the gauze clothes slipped off one by one, revealing Aphrodite's flawless white body that was full of fatal temptation. Her eyes were twinkling, her breasts were bouncing, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was as beautiful as a Diao cicada. At this moment, Aphrodite's beauty could cause the downfall of a country. Her skin was as smooth as milk. Her long blonde hair was scattered on her bare shoulders. Her beautiful face showed a faint sense of confusion. Her pair of innocent eyes were shrouded in melancholy and resentment. It was as if she was blaming the unfair fate that sent her to the distant east to become someone's plaything. If Li Wangyu was not drunk, he would definitely feel that the Italian painters were reliable. The Aphrodite in front of him was far more captivating than Venus in the oil painting. In the tavern, a gentle breeze blew, causing the red candles to flicker. Aphrodite's bare skin was stirred up a series of small bumps. She bit her red lips, climbed onto the bed, and went into Li Wangyu's arms. However, the expected scene did not happen. Li Wangyu was already drunk. After Aphrodite helped him to the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. In those movies or literary works, drunken men and women would wake up without knowing what happened the night before. That was basically nonsense. As a normal man, Li Wangyu did not know that a naked blonde beauty was lying beside him. He also did not have any physiological reaction. Aphrodite was only a virgin. Although she was forced to learn how to please men in the tavern, it was only in theory. She was so busy that she was sweating, but Li Wangyu did not have any reaction. The drunk Li Wangyu turned sideways and pulled the naked Aphrodite into his arms. Then, he hugged the beauty and fell asleep. Such an erotic scene. If Li Wangyu woke up and saw it, who knew if he would regret it to the point of slapping himself a few times? After Aphrodite was pulled into Li Wangyu's embrace, she breathed in his masculine scent and felt ashamed. She wanted to push Li Wangyu away, but he held her tightly. She had also drunk a lot of wine. At this time, the alcohol had gone to her head. As a result, in Li Wangyu's arms, she slowly fell into a dream. Aphrodite seemed to have returned to her hometown in her dream, but it was still the same unchanging nightmare. Amidst the sound of the Persians' iron hooves, the castle in her hometown was set ablaze. She could still clearly remember the pungent smell of smoke and dust. She suddenly woke up from her sleep. The air was still filled with the smell of smoke and dust. The tavern was bright and orange light was reflected from the window. Before Aphrodite could distinguish whether this was a dream or reality, she heard a terrifying shout from outside. Fire! Someone come quickly! Fire! The night watchman and Wu Ho also struck the gong, clanging loudly. Aphrodite suddenly reacted. The smell of smoke and dust was not a dream, but a fire in the tavern. Aphrodite could not help but cry out in alarm. She quickly broke free from Li Wangyu's arms. She hastily grabbed her clothes and put them on while shaking the sleeping Li Wangyu with all her might. Wake up, there's a fire. Wake up. She did not even know Li Wangyu's name. She only heard those debauches call him Ziyu at the banquet. But at this time, Li Wangyu was drunk and was sleeping soundly. No matter how Aphrodite pushed and shouted, she could not wake him up. Aphrodite rushed out of the room in panic, wanting to call someone to take Li Wangyu away. But as soon as she opened the door, a thick smoke hit her face and almost suffocated her. She hurriedly covered her mouth and nose with her hand and looked up. The tavern in the backyard of the tavern was already ablaze with smoke everywhere. There were disheveled and panicked figures running around everywhere. The flames emitted crackling sounds of explosions, and the momentum was terrifying. She tried to shout a few times, but not only did she not attract the rescue personnel, she was choked by the smoke and coughed. The buildings of the Tang dynasty were all made of wood. In addition, the tavern's backyard was covered with flammable gauze curtains. The fire spread even faster. Anyone with a little knowledge of fire safety knew that the most terrifying thing in a fire was not the flames themselves, but the billowing smoke brought by the flames. Most of the people who died in the fire were suffocated by the thick smoke instead of being burned to death. Aphrodite panicked and almost rushed out of the door to avoid the fire. But just as she stepped out of the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Li Wangyu, who was still unconscious on the bed. This Tang Dynasty youth looked very handsome and warm when he smiled at her. If Aphrodite left, Li Wangyu, who was still unconscious in the red gauze tent, would undoubtedly die. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she retracted her foot. Aphrodite ran to the bed and used all her strength to pull up Li Wangyu, who was in a drunken stupor. Fortunately, although Li Wangyu was a man, he was only 16 years old and his body was thin and weak. He was less than 1.65 meters tall, half a head shorter than Aphrodite's 1.70 meters long legs. Aphrodite barely managed to lift Li Wangyu up and dragged him out with great effort. In the billowing smoke, she covered her mouth and nose with one hand, coughing while dragging the man beside her. The flames roared and jumped on the roof not far away, destroying everything with tyrannical power. Dark red sparks floated in the air, even burning a few strands of Aphrodite's golden hair. Her originally gorgeous clothes had long been splashed with holes by the sparks. The raging fire seemed to have gone crazy, flying everywhere with the wind, unscrupulously swallowing everything. The red flames were like a tyrannical king, destroying all obstacles in front of it. Aphrodite used all her strength to drag Li Wangyu, but the smoke was everywhere, and she almost couldn't tell the direction of escape. After all, she was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and her strength was not that great. Soon, under the roasting of the flames, her body was sore and weak, and she fell to the ground. But even so, she still hugged Li Wangyu's body tightly, lying on top of him, trying to resist the coming erosion of the flames for him. At this moment, Aphrodite didn't know why she couldn't let go of this man. Perhaps it was because she gave up resisting the tragic fate, or perhaps it was because of Li Wangyu's unforgettable smile, or perhaps it was because this Eastern man knew that her name was the goddess of love. But it didn't matter. Aphrodite didn't regret her decision, and she was vaguely proud that she didn't escape alone. She no longer had the strength to drag this young Eastern man to heaven with her, so why not just leave it like this? Ascending to heaven with a man she didn't hate. Perhaps this was her final destination. Aphrodite's breathing became more and more difficult. She slowly closed her eyes and quietly lay on top of Li Wangyu. Chapter 150. When Aphrodite had already given up on her desire to live, a few water pillars fell from the sky and drenched her and Li Wangyu's bodies. The two of them, who had been roasted by the fire, finally regained their vitality after being doused by the cold water. Li Wangyu, who had been unconscious due to his drunken stupor, finally woke up under the stimulation of the cold water. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Aphrodite's alluring face, which was covered in soot. At this moment, Aphrodite was still lying on Li Wangyu's body, the two of them hugging each other tightly. What happened? Li Wangyu's throat was hoarse and painful as if it was on fire. Aphrodite's face was full of water droplets. It was unknown whether it was from the water droplets or tears of joy. There's a fire. You didn't wake up. I wanted to drag you and run. Li Wangyu struggled to sit up. He had a splitting headache. Looking up, half of the originally exquisite Hu wine shop's backyard had been engulfed by the fire. But at this moment, water pillars continued to spray out from the sky. Streams of water began to suppress the fiercely burning house. The fire was quickly brought under control. Li Wangyu then noticed that not far behind the two of them, many people were holding thick bamboo tubes to extinguish the fire. The water pillars were spraying out from those bamboo tubes. Water bags. He immediately knew what those bamboo tubes were. They were the fire-extinguishing tools of the Tang Dynasty, water bags. The Tongdian recorded, if the enemy sets fire to the building, use thick bamboo tubes that are 10 feet long and cut off the joints. Use thin skin to make a bag that can hold 3 to 4 stones of water. Place the tubes in the bag and tie them to the bag like a splashing tube. Order 3 to 5 strong men to fill the holes and put out the fire in an emergency. It meant that a leather bag made of animal skin was connected to a 10 feet long bamboo tube. When the fire needs to be put out, 3 to 4 stones of water would be poured into the leather bag and the bag would be squeezed with human strength. Under the effect of pressure, water would be sprayed out from the bamboo tube. Its function was the same as the fire hose of the modern era. In Chang'an City, Every marquee shop in the market had the responsibility of being the fire brigade. After the fire broke out in the back courtyard of the Hu wine shop, the marquee shops in the West City took action. They brought water bags and other fire-extinguishing tools and quickly extinguished this sudden fire. In the end, due to the speed of Wu Ho's arrival, the fire did not spread. It only burned down 6 or 7 rooms in the back courtyard of the Hu wine shop. The losses were not too severe. It was only at this moment that the group of drunkards came to look for Li Wangyu. It wasn't that this group of debauches were afraid of death and disloyal, but they weren't much better than Li Wangyu. They were all drunk and awakened by the fire, so they pulled Hu Ji and fled in a panic. At that time, the situation was too chaotic. Coupled with the thick smoke everywhere, there was no way to confirm who had escaped and who had not. It was not until the fire was under control that the group of rich playboys gathered together. Only then did they discover that Li Jia Xiaolang had disappeared. They hurriedly ran into the fire to look for him. Seeing that Li Wangyu was safe and sound, and holding the extremely ugly Hu Ji in his arms, the group of rich playboys finally relaxed. This group of top-notch scions of the Great Tang were usually dressed in bright clothes. But at this moment, not only were they covered in smoke and dust, their faces and hands were also covered in black marks. Their clothes were not even neatly worn, and were dirty and filthy. There were also many holes burned by the sparks. The group of rich playboys looked at each other. They couldn't help but point at each other's sorry state and laugh. Li Wangyu asked in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, what's going on? Why did it suddenly catch fire?" When he mentioned this matter, the group of rich playboys also became angry. It wasn't easy to invite the Li family's young master to this Hu wine shop to indulge in sensual pleasures, but something like this actually happened. Cheng Chumo roared, "Where's the shopkeeper? Get out here!" Following his shout, the Hu shopkeeper ran out from the crowd in fear and trepidation. He repeatedly bowed to them, Young Gongye, please forgive me. Why did the shop suddenly catch fire? This slave really doesn't know." Among the martial marquises of the West Market who came to put out the fire, an official wearing an 8th-grade military uniform stepped forward to greet the rich playboys. "I am the colonel of the marquises of the West Market." "Greetings, young duke." The marquises of the Tang dynasty's Chong and city had both public security and firefighting functions. It was similar to the combination of the local police, urban management, and firefighting of the future. The marquises of the West Market had 100 people at the West Market, 30 at the West Market, 20 at the West Market, and 5 at the West Market. They were under the jurisdiction of the left and right Jin Wu subordinates, the left and right E Manners. The East and West Market were special cases. They had the same organization as the West Market and had 100 marquises. Because of the large number of people, this sudden fire was extinguished very quickly. The military system of the Tang dynasty was that every 100 people formed a brigade, and there was a colonel. Each brigade had 2 teams, each team had 50 people, and each team had a squad leader. Each team was divided into 5 fires, each fire had 10 people, and each fire had a squad leader. The managers of the marquises of the East and West Market were all colonels. They were 8th-grade military officers. Cheng Chumo glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense. Tell me, why did it suddenly catch fire today? Have you investigated clearly?" The colonel carefully looked at the group of rich playboys and then looked at the Hu shopkeeper of the wine shop standing to the side. He hesitated and did not speak. Yuchi Bao Lin was impatient and shouted at him, "Why are you being so wishy-washy? If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Why did it catch fire? Did someone deliberately set the fire?" The colonel was forced into a corner and could only point at the unrecognizable tavern, replying to the young duke, according to this one's judgment, it shouldn't be someone who set the fire, but what? But someone accidentally knocked over the candlestick, causing it to catch fire. It was really an accident. After the colonel finished speaking, he looked at the rich playboys with a strange expression. Yuchi Bao Lin did not know and was about to speak, but was secretly pulled away by her twin brother. Other than this idiot, the other rich playboys heard Colonel Wu Ho's words and looked at the fire. They all understood half of the situation. The few taverns that were burned down seemed to be where the group of rich playboys lived. If the fire was caused by accidentally knocking over the candlestick, then it meant that the main culprit was among them. This was hilarious. They all looked at each other, trying to figure out which bastard set the tavern on fire. The Hu shopkeeper naturally heard Colonel Wu Ho's words and looked at the group of rich playboys with a bitter face. His expression was as if his parents had died. "Don't be noisy. I will not forget your money." Niu Zhangping, who could not walk, roared at the Hu shopkeeper. Niu Zhangping also had a stomach full of anger. Was it easy for him to run out with a limp? Which bastard was it? He must find him and give him a good beating. Wei Shuyu pulled the colonel to the side and softly asked which tavern was the first to catch fire. After the colonel secretly pointed it out to him, Wei Shuyu was so angry that his face turned red as he stared fiercely at Chai Lingwu. That's right, the first tavern that caught fire was Chai Lingwu's room. Without a doubt, the fire was caused by this bastard. Including Li Wangyu, the group of people all looked at Chai Lingwu. Feng Yi suddenly shouted, "Beat him! Let him set the tavern on fire!" All the rich playboys rushed up. Even Li Wangyu did not hesitate. The group of people rushed up and trampled on Chai Lingwu, who was holding his head and squatting on the ground. Chapter 151. Chai Lingwu, who was originally in a rather sorry state because of the fire, was beaten to the ground by a group of playboys. His clothes became as filthy as a beggar's. With a long face, he cupped his hands and bowed to the playboys. "Brothers, I really don't know what's going on. I'm also drunk and don't know how the fire started." Cheng Chumo and the others called Hu Ji, who was with Chai Lingwu last night. After asking her, they found out the whole story and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that after Chai Lingwu entered the tavern last night, he and Hu Ji made love before falling into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, he probably got up to drink water because he was thirsty and accidentally knocked over the candlestick on the table. He didn't realize it and continued to climb back to the bed to sleep. Hu Ji, who was with him, was awakened by the fire and the smell of smoke. She quickly woke Chai Lingwu up and escaped. The fire spread very quickly. By the time Hu Ji called for someone to put out the fire, it had already spread. Li Wangyu heard this and was so angry that his nose almost crooked. He had finally transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. If Chai Lingwu accidentally set a fire and burned him to death, where would he go to complain? Could it be that his soul could transmigrate again? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu looked gratefully at the young version of Angelina Jolie next to him. If it wasn't for the Italian girl risking her life to save him, his soul would probably have been scattered. Li Wangyu tenderly stroked the girl's golden hair. Looking at the girl's pure yet sorrowful eyes, Li Wangyu's heart throbbed. 6 or 7 taverns of the Hu tavern were burned down, and the loss was about 700 to 800 strings of copper coins. The reason why it was worth so much money was not because of the houses themselves. It was said before that houses in the Tang dynasty were not worth much. Although houses in Chang'an were very expensive, it was not easy to live in Chang'an. Houses in good locations sold for at least 500 strings of copper coins. However, that was mainly because the land was expensive. It would only take a few dozen strings of copper coins to demolish and rebuild the tavern. But what was even more ridiculous was that in order to provide a better consumption experience for these high-end customers, the Hu tavern's furniture, displays, paintings, and antiques in the tavern were all very valuable. 700 to 800 strings of cash was already taking into account the status and face of the rich playboys. What he wanted was only the cost price. Naturally, the money had to be paid to the barbarian merchants. Chai Lingwu had a bitter expression on his face as he looked at the group of silk pants. "Brothers, I don't have the copper coins with me right now. Please help me." Although they were the top hedonistic sons of the Tang dynasty and spent money like water, they were not ordinary people. In fact, most people could only get 100 strings of cash from their families every month. This was already a lot. It was equivalent to more than 400,000 yuan of pocket money in the future. It was really corrupt. The more he took from his family, the more he spent. At most, Chai Lingwu could take out 200 or 300 strings of copper coins. The rest of the money would have to be borrowed from a group of wastrels. The group of profligate sons glared fiercely at him, but they could only open their wallets 100 or 200 strings of coins each, which could be considered to be enough money to compensate the Hu merchant. Of course, what they paid was not cash. It was impossible for the rich playboys to bring dozens of ox carts worth of copper coins to drink wine, much less bring a few hundred taels of gold with them. In an era before paper money was invented, it was indeed very inconvenient to spend large amounts of money. However, the Hu tavern shopkeeper was not afraid that they would renege on their debt. In the Tang dynasty, the rich playboys would not go so far as to bully others with their power. After the fire in the tavern's backyard was completely extinguished, The Hu Tavern shopkeeper hurriedly arranged for people to clean up the mess. He also politely sent the rich playboys to other courtyards and arranged for people to help them bathe and change their clothes. After tossing and turning for half the night, Li Wangyu bathed and changed his clothes. Only then did he lie down in a clean and refreshing tavern to rest. However, Aphrodite's figure was no longer beside him. The fire burned so much that the rich playboys no longer had the mood to play with women. They all sent away the barbarians. Li Wangyu was naturally embarrassed and left the barbarian girls alone. The tavern's housekeeper came out to take the barbarians away. Aphrodite raised her eyes to look at Li Wangyu. Her ash-covered face was filled with worry, and there was a trace of indistinct grief in her eyes. She did not resist and did not say anything. She lowered her head and silently followed behind the housekeeper who was disciplining them. Then, she turned and left. Li Wangyu's throat seemed to be blocked. He raised his arm slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but then lowered it sadly. He also did not know what he should say to the barbarian girl. Thank her? Ask her to stay? Li Wangyu only felt a sense of loss in his heart, as if he had lost something. He lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with the girl's blue eyes looking at him with faint worry. With great difficulty, he finally endured until the morning drum sounded. Li Wangyu yawned and walked out of the tavern with a headache. The group of rich playboys had also woken up. Looking at the ruins of the barbarian tavern's backyard that were still emitting smoke, the rich playboys' faces were all shocked. This matter was really too troublesome to talk about. If this matter were to spread back to their families, these rich playboys' days would not be easy. Especially Chai Linggu, his expression was even uglier. Cheng Chumo listlessly called out to everyone and prepared to go home. Li Wangyu muddle-headedly mounted his horse and followed everyone out of the market. But what lingered in his mind was Aphrodite's aggrieved eyes when she was taken away by the housekeeper. When he thought about how this girl who he met by chance but saved his life last night would become a prostitute in this barbarian tavern, drinking and dancing with those strange men, and even being pressed down by those strange men to vent their bestial desires, Li Wangyu felt a stab of pain in his heart. Finally, Li Wangyu made up his mind. He pulled on the reins and shouted, "Brother Chang brothers, can you lend me some money?" The group of dispirited playboys was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "Zio, why do you want to borrow money?" "Ransom." Li Wangyu cupped his hands towards everyone. "I want to go back to the barbarian tavern and ransom that Hu concubine. I am embarrassingly short of money, so I can only shamelessly ask for help from my brothers." He really did not have the money. The price of a beautiful female servant of the Tang dynasty could be hundreds of thousands or even millions. Although the young version of Angelina Jolie was ugly in the eyes of the Tang people, she was still a Hu concubine. The price of a Hu concubine was much higher than that of an ordinary female servant. Li Wangyu estimated that if he wanted to buy Aphrodite from the barbarian tavern, he would have to spend at least 100 or 200 strings of copper coins, or even more. The group of playboys was slightly stunned by Li Wangyu's words. Then, they whistled and cheered one after another. Taking a fancy to a Hu concubine was not a big deal. The key point was that the Hu concubine had saved Li Jia Shaolang last night. Li Wangyu's request to ransom the Hu concubine was exactly what the group of playboys wanted. "Let's go back." "What are you talking about? Brother will pay for it." Cheng Chumo laughed. The playboys were also excited. They laughed and turned their horses around, escorting Li Wangyu back to the barbarian tavern. Chapter 152. When the shopkeeper of the Hu wine shop saw the group of wastrels returning, he quickly greeted them with a smile. Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said directly, "Shopkeeper, my brother wants to buy the Hu Ji from last night from your wine shop. Name your price." In the eyes of the crowd, this was a very simple matter. It was just a matter of paying more copper coins. If the Hu wine shop needed Hu Ji, there were many people selling them in the West City. They thought that the shopkeeper would not refuse them. Unexpectedly, Cheng Chumo's words were rejected by the shopkeeper. "I'm sorry, young duke, but we're not selling that Hu Ji." "What? Why not? Speak clearly for this old man." Cheng Chumo was furious. This Hu shopkeeper was clearly not giving him any face. He said in front of the group of wastrels that he wanted to buy the Hu Ji and give it to Li Wangyu. Now, the shopkeeper of the wine shop actually refused to sell it. Did he not put the Duke Lu's residence in his eyes? Most of the Hu who did business in Chang'an City were Sogdians. They had 9 surnames, An, Chao, Shur, Mi, He, Shur, Mu, and Bai. The Tangs called them the 9 surnames of Zhao Wu, also known as the 9 surnames of Hu. The great Tang dynasty's terminator, Enlu Shan, was a Sogdian, a member of the 9 surnames of Zhao Wu. Just like the Jews in Europe, the Sogdians were also good at business. They bought silk from the Central Plains and transported it to the West regions. They also brought in glass beads, jade, agate, pearls, and other jewelry from the West regions. Selling livestock and even slaves was a way for the Sogdians to make money. They almost controlled the lifeline of the Silk Road trade. Almost every Sogdian merchant was a loan shark. Not only did they lend money, but they also lent silk. It was recorded in the Sufu Yuan Gue that the inner circle disciples of the capital were mostly fan merchants. The wastrels in Chang'an City who borrowed money from the Sogdians could not afford to repay it. This showed how rich the Sogdians were. These Sogdian merchants were also good at relying on various political forces to gain political status and make it easier for them to do business. If it was an ordinary Chang'an wastrel, they would not be able to do anything to these Sogdian merchants. However, Cheng Chumo and the others were not ordinary wastrels. They were the top wastrels of the Great Tang. No matter how powerful the sweet merchants were, in the face of Cheng Chumo's fury, they could only keep quiet out of fear. The Hu wine shop shopkeeper repeatedly cupped his hands and said, "Young Duke, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't have the final say in this matter. I really can't sell that Hu Ji. Why can't I sell it? If you don't make things clear today, do you believe that I won't set fire to your wine shop and burn it down completely?" Cheng Chumo was not the only one who was angered by the Hu shopkeeper's evasiveness. The group of silk pants also surrounded the shopkeeper furiously. They were all prepared to take action to teach this Hu shopkeeper who did not know the rules a lesson. He wanted to let him know who the Tang dynasty belonged to. How dare a man with a surname of Hu mess with them in Chang'an? He was really out of his mind. The Hu shopkeeper was on the verge of tears as he was surrounded by a group of hedonistic sons from the founding families of the Tang dynasty. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to such a task. He even regretted summoning that Hu Ji girl to accompany the guests yesterday. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, the Hu shopkeeper had no choice but to invite everyone into the wine shop. He found a quiet room and respectfully invited everyone to take a seat. Then, he ordered someone to bring wine. After sending all the servants away, the Hu shopkeeper lowered his voice and explained to Li Wangyu and the others why he couldn't sell the Hu concubine. After hearing the Hu shopkeeper's explanation, Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants looked at each other in shock. No one would have thought that there was such a hidden story. Cheng Chumo silently scratched his head and said to Li Wangyu with a bitter face, "Brother Zio, there are plenty of Hu Ji girls. Why don't we change to another one? How about I go to the West Market and buy you another 2 beautiful Hu Ji girls?" Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, and the others also persuaded, "That's right. Zio, Hu Ji girls are all the same. We will buy you a few other beauties." Li Wangyu only shook his head. He wasn't after beauties. He just wanted to save Aphrodite from her misery. What the Hu shopkeeper said didn't make him give up on his plan. Instead, it made him even more determined. "Brothers, if I don't buy that Hu Ji girl back home and let her become a lowly prostitute in this wine shop, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest easy. Last night, that Hu Ji girl risked her life to drag me out of the fire. How can I just walk away now? If I really do that, will you still be willing to be friends with me?" Li Wangyu's words were sincere and sincere. Fang Yai and the others were speechless. Everyone said that prostitutes were heartless and actors were unloyal. However, they saw how the Hu Ji girl saved Li Wangyu last night. But as Li Wangyu said, if he just walked away, even they would despise Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo slammed his palm on the table and said, "Bastard! I don't believe that the Zoroastrianism can go against the heavens. They don't have the final say in Chang'an." "That's right. Let's go back to the residence and play the Qi troops. Today, we are going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple. Let's see if my spear is better or that Zoroastrianism Sa Bao is stubborn." The Yuchi twins also shouted. The Zoroastrianism temple was the place where the Zoroastrianism worshipped. The Zoroastrianism, also known as the fire worship sect, was the religion that the Persian Empire and the Sogdians believed in. Sa Bao was the leader of the Zoroastrianism region and the leader of the Sogdians. Once he heard that the wastrels were going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, the Hu shopkeeper knew that he was in trouble. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed, asking the dukes to be magnanimous. If Sa Bao knew that it was because of him that these wastrels were going to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, he would lose his head. Li Wangyu also quickly got up and stopped the agitated crowd. Brothers, don't be rash. If we really cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, it won't end well. Why don't we discuss it with Sa Bao? If he agrees, then it's fine, but if he doesn't, then we'll think of another way. The wastrels calmed down a little and nodded in agreement. The Sogdians controlled the Silk Road trade. Even the big shots of the imperial court were not willing to offend them. If this group of wastrels really went to cause a ruckus at the Zoroastrianism temple, they might really cause a lot of trouble. Li Wangyu then looked at the Hu shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll settle this matter ourselves and won't tell anyone. You're the one who told us this. However, you have to promise me that you won't let Aphrodite come out to meet customers until we settle this matter. Is that okay? The Hu shopkeeper quickly nodded and promised to take good care of the Hu girl. Seeing that he had promised, Li Wangyu and the others left the wine shop and prepared to go to the Zoroastrianism temple to negotiate with Sa Bao. Chapter 153. In Chang'an City, the Zoroastrian temple of the Sogdians was located in the Lichuan Square in the north of the West Market. It was only separated from the West Market by a 100-meter-wide Golden Gate Avenue. Everyone rode on horseback and soon arrived at the entrance of the Jia Temple. The Zoroastrianism temple was different from Taoism or Buddhism. There was a fire altar inside the Zoroastrian temple. Bronze cauldrons of different sizes were placed on the altar. Inside the cauldrons were burning with raging flames. This was the sacred fire that the Zoroastrian religion worshipped. The holy flame of Zoroastrianism was a flame extracted from the consecrated flames of the Sogdians who were pure in their beliefs and words. Precious wood was used as a fuel to incinerate the fire in the Zoroastrian temple for worshippers to worship. They went to the Zoroastrian priests in the Zoroastrian temple and asked to see Sabeo and to speak with him. The Sabeo in Chang'an City was called Milamon. He was the political and religious leader of the Sogdian people in Chang'an and had a high status. Although he did not have an official position in the Tang dynasty, because the Sogdians controlled the Silk Road trade, Pai Lupi had met him many times and bestowed him with gifts in order to win over the Sogdians. When Milamon learned that a group of Grand Dukes of the Tang dynasty had come to visit, he did not think much of it and asked the priests to invite them into the Zhuang temple. Young dukes, excuse me for not going out to meet you. What business do you have with me? Milamon was a middle-aged man who looked like a Persian. When he saw the silk pants, his attitude was amiable, and he exchanged greetings with everyone. Seeing Zoroastrianism Sabao's attitude, the group of silk pants relaxed. They felt that with their reputation, it would be easy for them to ask Zoroastrianism for an insignificant female slave. Li Wangyu bowed to Milman. Sabo, we have a request. Please do us a favor. What is it? I heard that your sect has a female slave from the Great Qin Empire, and I would like to buy this female slave from your sect. Would that be convenient? Li Wangyu chuckled as he made his request. However, as soon as he said this, Milman's expression changed. Lord Xiaolang, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Our Zoroastrianism doesn't have any female slaves from the Great Qin. Where did Xiaolang, Kuan hear this from? Seeing Milman immediately stop smiling after hearing about Great Qin's female slaves, the other profligates felt quite startled. Was Milman really not going to give them any face? Li Wangyu smiled and said, I'm very curious about Great Qin's women and I've been looking for them everywhere. Su Li of Chang'an County told me that your Zoroastrianism has female slaves in the hands of the Great Qin. That's why I'm here to sincerely purchase them. Sa Bao, please do us a favor. The price is negotiable. After the Zoroastrianism temple suffered a loss, they would definitely cause trouble for the Sut people and ask the court to deal with the wastrels. At that time, Chung Chumo and the others would definitely be affected. Chung Chumo angrily cursed, this group of damn profiteers, the 9 surnamed who are not good people. The imperial court should issue a decree to arrest all of these who surnamed Zhou. Left is wrong, right is wrong. Ziyu, what do you think we should do? Are we just going to let it go? The wastrels were now unable to restrain their anger. Now it was not just the problem of Li Jia Xiaolang wanting to buy a female slave, but they felt that their face had been swept to the ground by Milimon. If they just let it go, this group of wastrels would not be able to calm down and would lose face in front of the Zoroastrianism temple. For these wastrels, the world was big, but their face was the most important. If the Zoroastrianism temple did not take them seriously, how would they be able to establish themselves in Chang'an City in the future? Li Wangyu was also speechless. He silently looked at the fire in the bronze cauldron on the Zoroastrianism temple not far away and carefully thought about how to resolve this situation. The reason why the situation became so complicated was because of Aphrodite's identity. According to the information that the owner of the tavern learned, this female slave named Aphrodite was not an ordinary person, but the daughter of a noble in the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire had fought several wars in the past 100 years. A few years ago, the Persian Empire once again sent troops to attack the Byzantine Empire, and the Fifth Persian-Byzantine War broke out. At the beginning of the war, the Persians were unstoppable. They broke into the Byzantine Empire, took over Chalcedon city, and started to besiege Constantinople. This noble girl named Aphrodite was captured when Chalcedon city was conquered by the Persians. She was only 12 or 13 years old at that time. However, the war that followed ended with the defeat of the Persians. The Persians lost. They needed to return the Byzantine Empire's territories, release the prisoners of war, return the Holy Cross that they took from Jerusalem, return all the treasures that they took from the Byzantine Empire, and pay back the military expenses for the past few years. The Persian flew into a rage out of humiliation and vented his anger on Aphrodite. They lied to the Byzantine Empire that she died in the war and secretly sold her to the Sogdians. They let the Sogdians sell her to the distant Eastern Empire. They also asked the Sogdians to demote her to a prostitute to humiliate the Byzantine Empire and vent the anger in the hearts of the losers. The Persians and the Sogdians followed the same religion, so the Zoroastrians naturally followed the Persians' request. Therefore, the poor Aphrodite became a sacrifice in the war between the two sides. She was forced to follow the Sogdian caravans for more than 10,000 kilometers and spent a year and a half to travel from the distant Europe to the Tang dynasty. The Zoroastrians of Chang'an handed the girl to the owner of the tavern and asked him to train the girl well and sent her out to serve customers as a prostitute. Of course, the owner of the tavern didn't dare to disobey. Therefore, when Cheng Chimo proposed to buy the girl, he immediately refused. This wasn't up to him to decide, and he was only following the orders of Zoroastrians. In order to save Aphrodite, other than taking her away like what Yuchi Baolin said, the only way was to force Zoroastrians to give in. Li Wangyu looked at the burning holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple and suddenly asked without thinking, "What do you guys think will happen if the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple goes out?" "If it goes out, then let it go out. We can just light it up again with a lighter," Chai Linggu replied in a bad mood. Wei Shuyu was so angry that he slapped his head and said, "Do you think this is the fire in your kitchen? If the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple goes out, I'm afraid the Sogdians will go crazy." He knew a little about the religion of Zoroastrians, and he knew that the holy fire in the Zoroastrians' temple was the lifeblood of the Sogdians. Once it went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Wangyu suddenly smiled and revealed 8 white teeth. "Brothers, I have an idea. Let's go and prepare. Later, we will ask Milimon to kneel down and bring Aphrodite to me." Chapter 154. Wei Shuyu hurriedly stopped Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, you can't act recklessly. You can't be thinking of extinguishing the sacred fire of the Jia temple to threaten the Sut people, right? This will cause a big problem." Li Wangyu laughed mischievously. "Hee, I really have such a plan. But don't worry, Brother Shuyu, the Sut people won't make a fuss because I will extinguish the flame by itself. No matter how angry they are, they can't blame anyone else." "What? How is that possible? How can a flame extinguish by itself?" Wei Shuyu pointed at the believers in the Jia temple. "These priests are always watching over the flame and adding fuel at any time. How can it extinguish by itself?" "Ziyu, don't make a fuss." Wei Shuyu's doubts made Li Wangyu laugh even more happily. "Brother Shuyu, brothers, why don't we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" "Bet that I can extinguish the flame. If I can do it, you have to help me. If I can't do it, I will treat everyone to lunch at a restaurant. How about it?" Li Wangyu proposed this condition, but the group of wastrels was stunned. "Ziyu, are you going to use your hand to extinguish the flame? Or blow it out? That doesn't count." Fong Yai shouted. "Of course not. I definitely won't do that. The wastrels looked at each other, not believing Li Wangyu's words. Let's bet, Ziyu. If you can really extinguish the flame, we will play with you this time. Cheng Chumo laughed. Li Wangyu snapped his fingers. Then let's go. I will go prepare some things and show you my skills. Everyone laughed and joked as they walked towards the West Market. Li Wangyu found a grocery store and mysteriously went in to buy 2 things, which he then kept in his bosom. Let's go, I am ready. I will find a place to show you how I extinguish the flame. Seeing Li Wangyu speak so confidently, the silk pant's interest was piqued. Seeing that it was almost noon, everyone went to a restaurant in Shi City and asked for a private room. After asking the doctor to bring over a brazier, the debauches began to urge Li Wangyu, wanting to see how he would extinguish the fire. Li Wangyu asked for a wide-mouthed bottle. He took out something from his bosom and poured it into the bottle. What's that smell? So sour? Ziyu, did you pour vinegar? Fang Yai shouted. Li Wangyu smiled but did not answer. He shook the bottle in his hand a few times and then gently tilted the mouth of the bottle towards the burning brazier. Under the shocked gazes of the rich kids, Li Wangyu clearly did not pour out anything from the bottle in his hand. However, the flame in the brazier actually flickered a few times before it was extinguished. It was as if it had been extinguished by an invisible hand. Fang Yai opened his mouth in shock and pointed at the brazier, not knowing what to say. The others were no better than him. They all looked at Li Wangyu as if they had seen a ghost. After a long while, Cheng Chumo cautiously asked, Ziyu, do you know any magic? How did you extinguish the fire in the brazier? The rich kids all stared at the bottle in Li Wangyu's hand. They felt that it was clearly a magic treasure. Otherwise, how could it be so magical? Li Wangyu almost burst out laughing. This group of country bumpkins had no knowledge of chemistry at all. The 2 things he had bought in the grocery store before were vinegar and alkali powder. Both were very common items. In the Tang dynasty, the steamed cakes, steamed buns, or steamed buns, would have alkali powder in the flour to soften the dough. However, anyone who had studied chemistry in junior high school would know that the main component of vinegar was acetic acid, while alkali powder was sodium bicarbonate. When the 2 met, a chemical reaction would occur and carbon dioxide gas would be produced. Carbon dioxide was heavier than air. When the carbon dioxide gas was poured out of the bottle, it would eliminate the air in the brazier and cause a suffocating effect, extinguishing the flame. It was a very simple chemical experiment, but it made the rich kids of the Tang dynasty dumbfounded. They thought that Li Wangyu had learned some magic to be able to extinguish the flame so quietly. Li Wangyu couldn't explain to this group of country bumpkins what a chemical reaction was and what carbon dioxide was. He simply demonstrated to them and told them that when vinegar and alkali powder were mixed together, a gas would be produced, and this gas could extinguish the flame. The group of rich kids was dumbfounded. They all stepped forward and did the experiment themselves. The brazier was constantly lit by them with matches, and then they put the vinegar and alkali powder into bottles. They were all having a lot of fun. In order to snatch the right to experiment, a few of them almost got into a fight. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. The discipline of the first chemistry experiment class in the Tang dynasty was worrisome. After the group of rich kids had personally experimented and had their fun extinguishing the fire, Li Wangyu smiled pretentiously and said, "How is it? Brothers, are you willing to help me and extinguish the holy flame in the Zoroastrian temple silently?" Fang Yai and the others looked at each other and laughed. "Of course we'll help. Haha, with Zio's method, Milamon will definitely be caught in a trap of his own making. I wonder if those Sushans will go crazy when they see the holy flame in the Zoroastrian temple inexplicably extinguished? Ha ha ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. I'm afraid they'll think that the gods are blaming them, right? Hee hee, these profiteers. We'll scare these bastards to death." The group of foppish playboys all laughed and joked. Not many Sushans in Chong unliked them. Just like the Jews in Europe in the future, the profiteers were always disliked. They asked the restaurant's doctor to send them food. The group of people ate and drank while discussing in low voices what to do later. It had to be said that this group of rich kids had the potential to cause trouble and destroy. As for Li Wangyu's plan, they gave various opinions and soon perfected the extinguishing plan. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone began to split up. Chai Linggu, Wei Shuyu, and the Du brothers accompanied Li Wangyu to the Zoroastrian temple in Li Quan Fong to visit Sabeo Milamon. The Chung brothers, the Yuchi twins, Fang Yai, and Niu Zhengping went to prepare other things. In the Zoroastrian temple in Li Fang, Sabeo Milimon reluctantly received Li Wangyu and the others when they visited again. What's the matter, young lords? If it's about the female slaves of the Great Qin, there's no need to talk about it. Milimon spoke in a tone that said there was no room for discussion. Li Wangyu shook his head and smiled. That's not the case. We came to visit Sabeo to save you. Milimon was stunned and looked unhappy. What nonsense are you talking about, Xiao Lang? Why do I need you to save me? Could it be that there was still a strong person who dared to cause trouble in Chang'an City in the light of the universe? Aren't you afraid that we Sushans will complain to the emperor of the Tang dynasty? He thought that Li Wangyu and the others wanted to cause trouble and use force to threaten him. Therefore, Milliman's words were a warning to Li Wangyu and the others that the Sushans were not pushovers. Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. No, why would Sabeo say that? We're sincerely here to save Sabeo. Don't you know that you're in trouble? Chapter 155. The Sogdian Sabeo Milliman naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's words. Mr. Xiao Lang, what trouble do I have? Sabeo, the holy fire that your Jia temple enshrines is the fire of fire, right? Li Wangyu asked. Milliman did not understand what he meant and nodded. Yes, that's right. So what? The Jia temple, also known as the fire worship sect, divided the holy fire into 3 levels according to the lighting ceremony. The lowest level was the ordinary holy fire. The ordinary holy fire was enshrined in the Sogdian family and could be extinguished. The second level of holy fire was the fire of fire. It was ignited by the holy fire embers contributed by the believers of different classes. The fire of fire was enshrined in the Jia temple in each city. There were dedicated priests who added wood and spices at least 5 times a day to ensure that the flame would never be extinguished. The Jia temple in Chang'an City enshrined the fire of fire. The wood used to ignite the fire was sandalwood, which was very luxurious. The highest level of holy fire was called the fire of victory. It came from the heavenly fire, which was the flame produced by lightning. The Jia temple that enshrined the fire of victory was the main temple of the Persians and Sogdians. These things were not a secret in Chang'an City as the Sogdian Jia temple preached. For his plan, Li Wangyu had specially asked someone to inquire about the teachings of the Jia temple. He was more confident in his heart. Li Wangyu said, Sabeo, as far as I know, your Jia temple has 3 kinds of redemption, right? Good thoughts, good words and good deeds, right? Milliman nodded again. Yes, that's right. Li Wangyu's expression suddenly became solemn. He stared at Milliman and said, the teachings of the Jia temple, good words prevent people from lying and cheating. Sabeo, can you tell me if you were lying and cheating when you said that the female slaves of the Great Qin Empire were infected? Milliman did not expect Li Wangyu to suddenly change the topic and could not help but be speechless for a moment. Li Wangyu did not wait for him to answer and continued, Sabeo, as the leader of the Jia temple, how can you lie? You will be punished by your gods. Be careful that the holy fire of your Zhan temple is extinguished because of this. Milliman was like a dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. He was instantly enraged. He pointed at Li Wangyu and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? You dare to curse our holy flame to be extinguished? If the holy fire of your Sabeo temple is extinguished, then it can only be caused by you, Sabeo, not abiding by the teachings. What does it have to do with us? I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. A few of the silk pants immediately became spirited and began to spit at Milliman. As long as they did not smash the Zota temple of the Sogdians, the top playboys of the Tang dynasty did not take Milliman's words to heart. Milliman was angered to death by this group of debauches, but he couldn't do anything to them. He flung his robe and prepared to send them off. A Zoroastrian priest stumbled into the room and shouted, Sabo, something's wrong. For some unknown reason, the sacred fire enshrined in the Zhuang temple suddenly extinguished. Sabao, go take a look. When Milliman heard this, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the clear sky, causing him to feel dizzy. After a long while, Milliman finally regained his senses. He glared fiercely at Li Wangyu and the others. His expression was fierce and ferocious, like a ferocious beast that was about to choose a person to devour. It's you. It must be you who did this. Do you want to become enemies with all of us Sogdians? You will suffer retribution. Just as Li Wangyu and the others said that the sacred fire was extinguished, the sacred fire in the Zhuang temple was extinguished. If this matter had nothing to do with this group of debauches, Milman would not believe that there was such a coincidence in the world. Hee, Sabeo, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. We are standing right in front of you. Which eye of yours saw us extinguishing the sacred fire in your Zhuang temple? If you falsely accuse us, you will be punished. Chai Linggu sneered disdainfully. Wei Shuyu also ridiculed. Sabeo Mafei, do you think we are immortals? When we are talking to you here, can we extinguish the sacred fire in your Zhuang temple? That's ridiculous. Fortunately, we can testify to each other that we have not been to the Zhuang temple's fire altar. Otherwise, it would really be yellow mud falling on our crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it would be shit. Tsk, Sabeo, you can't slander others. We are so scared, haha. Du Go had a smug look on his face. He did not care about Milman's identity and directly mocked him. Milman glared at them fiercely, with an expression that said this matter was not over with them. He did not dare to delay any longer and turned to run towards the Zhuang temple's fire altar. On the fire altar, the priests and priests who had received the news rushed over. They all looked at the bronze cauldrons with their mouths agape. On the fire altar, there were 7 or 8 bronze cauldrons of various sizes. Originally, the sacred fire was fueled by sandalwood. This was the sacred and inviolable object of the Zhuang temple. Now, Milman was dumbfounded. The priests were dumbfounded. In the 7 or 8 bronze cauldrons, the burning sandalwood had all been extinguished. Only the wood was left emitting faint green smoke. Milman roared furiously at the priests in charge of guarding the sacred fire. Who? Who extinguished the sacred fire? Why didn't you stop them? The priests and priests in charge of guarding the fire altar were already scared out of their wits. Their bodies were trembling. Finally, an elderly priest bowed and replied, Sabeo, we don't know why the sacred fire was extinguished. No one tried to put out the fire. The sacred fire was extinguished by itself. Did any Tang enter the fire altar? The priests shook their heads. Sabeo, no Tang entered the fire altar. You know that the fire altar does not allow non-believers. Then how did the sacred fire extinguish by itself? Milman roared. Immediately check the wood on the fire altar. Someone must have done something to the wood. The priests of the Zhuang temple began to check the wood in the cauldrons in a panic. The wood used to ignite the fire was all sandalwood. It was dry and the size was suitable. There was no problem. After checking it several times, many priests in charge of guarding the sacred fire also came to check it. There was no problem with the wood. The priests guarding the fire altar also swore to the gods that no one had tried to put out the sacred fire, and no one had used water to put it out. This was something that everyone could see. Milman fell on the fire altar. He murmured as he looked at the cauldrons. He could not believe what he saw. As the Sabeo of the Zhuang temple in the Chang'an area of the Tang dynasty, if the fire of the fire in the Zhuang temple was extinguished, his position as Sabeo would be over. It was even possible that he would be escorted back to the Zhuang temple and burned at the stake as a punishment. Thinking that he might lose his glory and wealth, the best result might be that he would be called back to the Zhuang temple in Persia and become a low-level priest. It would be better for him to leave the prosperous world of the Tang dynasty, leave Chang'an, the most magnificent city in the world, and return to the Gobi Desert in the western region. Milman had been in charge of the Zhuang temple in Chang, and for almost 10 years. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, he had been infatuated with the life in the East. In his view, this was the city that a high-level person like him should live in. Chang'an of the Tang dynasty was the center of the world. In Chang'an, as the Sabeo of the Sogdian people in the Chang'an area, his life was quite carefree and happy. He even thought that the Sabeo of the distant Persian temple was not as comfortable as his current life. But now, the sacred fire of the fire was extinguished for no reason. All his glory and wealth were in jeopardy with the extinguishment of the sacred fire. He could not help but regret it. Milman was sure that all of this must have been done by those playboys of the Tang dynasty. Although he racked his brains, he still could not figure out how they did it. They made the sacred fire extinguish for no reason in front of everyone. But his intuition told him that this must be the truth. The sacred fire was extinguished by someone. Milman regretted it very much. He regretted being so stubborn and unwilling to hand over the female slave of the Byzantine to those playboys. Because of a damned lowly female slave, he could actually give up everything he had. This was simply too ironic. Milman's eyes were confused, and his pupils had completely lost focus. More and more Sogdians came from all over Chang, and when they heard the news that the sacred fire in the Zhuang temple had been extinguished, more and more people gathered around the fire altar. Many devout believers even cried and knelt on the ground, praying that the gods would not abandon them. Li Wangyu, Chai Lingguo, and the others also followed Milman to the fire altar of the Zhuang temple. They all crowded around the fire altar with smiles on their faces. When Milman saw Li Wangyu and the others in the crowd, he only felt a rush of blood. He rushed over regardless of anything, wanting to fight with those playboys. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously, leaned over to Milman's ear, and whispered something in his ear. His words shocked Milman, and he looked at Li Wangyu with a complicated expression. Chapter 156. Li Wangyu whispered into Milliman's ear. Do you want the flame of victory? I can help you get the best sacred flame. To Milliman, this was a fatal temptation. He stared at the Tang youth in front of him in disbelief. He said that he could help him get the best sacred flame. How was this possible? The so-called flame of victory was not just the heavenly fire. More importantly, it was formed by gathering all the sacred flames of different levels and adding the heavenly fire. When the Persians fought, they would even send the flame of victory to the battlefield to boost morale. However, Milliman was like a drowning man at this moment. Even if it was a straw, he wanted to hold on tightly to it. Milliman looked at Li Wangyu expectantly, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Sa Bao, why don't we find a suitable place to talk? You won't be talking about this in front of everyone, right? Milliman stared at Li Wangyu silently for a few seconds, as if trying to figure out whether he was telling the truth or not. Finally, the hope in his heart won out. He extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation. He turned around and led Li Wangyu and the other playboys into the Xia temple. The sacred flame in the Xia temple fire altar in Lichuan Square had inexplicably extinguished itself because of the Cheng brothers, the Yuqi twins, and Fang Yai. The Sogdians did not allow non-believers to enter the Xia temple. However, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. With the influence of these playboys and their families in Chang'an City, it was not difficult to find people who were willing to sell their souls for money, not to mention some Sogdians who were not pure believers. After promising a few Sogdians great rewards, these Sogdians did not hesitate to be the accomplices in extinguishing the sacred fire of the Zoroastrian shrine. The Cheng brothers and the Yuqi twins immediately ordered people to make a few leather bags and tied them into the clothes of the Sogdians. One end of the leather bags was opened, and they were worn through the sleeves of the clothes. With the wide clothes covering them, no one could see any flaws. After that, he poured vinegar and alkali powder into the leather pouch. Then, he asked the Sushans to pretend to be devout believers and enter the fire altar to pray to the sacred fire. None of the priests who were guarding the fire altar noticed that among the Sogdians who were praying in the fire altar, a few of them were secretly aiming their sleeves at the bronze cauldron that was burning with the sacred fire. The vinegar in the leather bag had a chemical reaction with the alkali powder, constantly producing carbon dioxide gas. The carbon dioxide gas flowed into the copper cauldron through the opening of the leather pouch and into the cuffs of the Sushans' robes. Carbon dioxide gas was heavier than air. After flowing into the copper cauldron, it quickly gathered in the copper cauldron, isolating the air needed to burn the wood and extinguishing the flames. This carbon dioxide gas was colorless and odorless, so the priests guarding the fire altar in the Xia temple naturally could not find any clues. When they noticed that the holy fire in the copper cauldrons on the fire altar had been extinguished, the Sogdian believers who were praying in the fire altar also noticed it. The scene was in chaos. The Sogdians who had completed their mission took advantage of the chaos and slipped out of the Xia temple. All of this happened without anyone noticing. In an era where there was almost no knowledge of chemistry, even if the priests of the Xia temple racked their brains, they would not know how the holy fire was extinguished. In fact, the Sogdians who were acting as spies did not know either. They only followed orders and tied a large leather pouch under their robes. After that, they stood beside the holy fire and aimed their sleeves at the holy fire in the copper cauldron. When the holy fire in the copper cauldron was extinguished, the Sogdians were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. They only vaguely sensed that the extinguishing of the holy fire had something to do with them. The Sogdians began to feel afraid. After collecting money from the rich playboys, they left Chang'an and went to the western region. This matter became an unsolved case. Milman invited Li Wangyu and the others into a quiet room in the Jia temple. He changed his arrogant attitude and asked humbly, Xiaolang, Kuan, what do you mean by the holy fire? It means the heavenly fire. I can help you find the purest heavenly fire, Li Wangyu said with a smile. He had already thought of how to fool this Jia temple Sabeo. Although Milman did not know how the holy fire was extinguished, he was sure that it had something to do with the people in front of him. However, he did not have any evidence. He did not even know how the other party operated it. It was meaningless to continue to dwell on this matter. Now, he just wanted to know if Li Wangyu was telling the truth. If it's just the lightning fire, I don't seem to need your help, Milman replied calmly as he regained a bit of his rationality. The best holy fire was not so easy to collect. Although it was difficult to collect the lightning fire, the Jia temple could do it. The key to the victory fire was to collect the holy fire of the various classes of believers. This was a very complicated ritual that could take years to complete. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. No, I think you are mistaken. The lightning fire is not the real heavenly fire. The real heavenly fire should come from the sun. The sun? Yes, the fire from the sun is the purest holy fire. Do you want it? I can help you collect it. Li Wangyu's words made Milman stand up and stare at him. After a long time, Milman's expression became serious. He asked word by word, Are you sure it's the heavenly fire from the sun? Xiaolang, Kuan, think carefully. The consequences of deceiving our Jia temple are very serious. Milman had never heard of the sun's heavenly fire being collected, but if it was really the sun's heavenly fire, he was sure that it was the best holy fire. It was even rarer than the victory fire, stipulated in the doctrine. Li Wangyu chuckled. What's the benefit of lying to you? I will collect the sun's heavenly fire in front of your Jia temple. He was confident that he could collect the so-called sun's heavenly fire. Wasn't it the same as the process of collecting the Olympic holy fire in the future? By concentrating the sunlight in the center of the concave mirror, the high temperature generated to ignite the holy fire was the only way to collect the Olympic holy fire. Although Li Wangyu couldn't make a concave mirror in the Tang dynasty, he could collect the so-called sun's holy fire by similar means. Even the Olympic Games in the future recognized the holy fire. How could he not fool the Jia temple? Then please start quickly. What do you need? Jia temple will provide everything. Milman believed Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu really couldn't fool them. If Li Wangyu dared to deceive them, Milman swore that he would complain to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He would even ask all the soot merchants in Chang'an to go on strike to pressure the Tang dynasty. Milman did not believe that the emperor of the Great Tang would not uphold justice for them, given that he controlled the trade of the Silk Road. Li Wangyu waved his hand. I can help you collect the heavenly fire, but what can you give me in exchange? I'm not a follower of your Jia temple, so I have no obligation to help you. Gold, jewels, women. I can give you anything you want as long as you can collect the sun's heavenly fire, Milman said arrogantly. To the Sogdians, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. Li Wangyu looked at Milman with a faint smile. Sabeo, you know what I want. Give me that female slave of the great Qin in exchange for the sun's heavenly fire. Milman hesitated. Turning the great Qin woman into a prostitute was an order from the Persian Jia temple. He didn't know if he should go against it. He had completely forgotten how much he regretted not giving the female slave to the wastrels when they asked for it. Seeing Milman hesitate, Li Wangyu said again, Sabeo, Persia is far away from the Tang dynasty. You can just say that the female slave died of illness. You should know that compared to an insignificant female slave, the sun's heavenly fire is a 1 in a million divine item. Milman was convinced by Li Wangyu and nodded. Xiaolang, Kuan, as long as you can help me collect the sun's heavenly fire, you can take the female slave away and do whatever you want with her. After a long time, Milman finally agreed. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. No matter how arrogant Milman was, he was just a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that Milman would act out of desperation and harm Aphrodite, Li Wangyu wouldn't have let him pass so easily. Chapter 157. Milman also had a good plan. If he could really collect the heavenly sun fire in front of everyone like this Tang young man said, then Li Chuanfang's Zhan temple would be able to turn the situation around and sing like a surf. Not only would the Zoroastrian temple not hold him responsible for the extinguishing of the solar heavenly fire, but he would also get more rewards. Compared to that, a female slave from Byzantium was nothing. Besides, after learning the lesson of the Zoroastrian temple's solar heavenly fire, he didn't dare to offend Li Wangyu again. Even if Li Wangyu collected the solar heavenly fire for them, if the solar heavenly fire was extinguished again, he wouldn't be able to survive. Maybe the easiest thing he could think of was to kill himself on the cauldron of the Zoroastrian temple's solar heavenly fire. Mr. Xiao Lang, how long will it take for you to collect the solar heavenly fire for us? Milman asked anxiously. Any time. As long as the sun is shining, noon would be the best. Milman lowered his head and thought for a while. How about 3 days later at noon? You have to collect the pure solar heavenly fire in front of all the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple. Li Wangyu nodded and said, Okay, but you have to let me take the female slave away first. Since Milman had already agreed to this deal, he didn't reject it and nodded. If Li Wangyu could collect the solar heavenly fire in front of all the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple in Chang'an City, then everyone would be happy. If Li Wangyu was lying to them, the Zoroastrian temple wouldn't let him off easily. Milman summoned a priest and asked him to go to the tavern with Li Wangyu and ask the tavern owner to release the slave. Li Wangyu and the others left, and Milman went to prepare for the solar heavenly fire ceremony in 3 days. It was a tedious job. At the same time, he had to comfort the believers and tell them that the solar heavenly fire was extinguished for no reason because the Zoroastrian temple was about to collect the pure solar heavenly fire. In front of the purest and noblest solar heavenly fire, the solar heavenly fire would naturally extinguish. This was their respect for the solar heavenly fire. These words, coupled with the fact that the sacred fire on the Zoroastrian temple's fire altar had automatically extinguished for no reason, made the Zoroastrian believers believe them. After all, there were many believers praying in the fire altar at that time, and they witnessed with their own eyes how the holy fire in the cauldron was extinguished one after another. Thanks to Sabeo Milliman's propaganda, everyone, including the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple, believed this story. The Sogdians began to pray, anticipating the arrival of the sacred fire of the sun 3 days later. When they exited the shrine, the Cheng brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, and Niu Jingping were already waiting for them at the entrance. Due to the presence of the Zoroastrian priests, everyone held back their laughter and winked at each other to pass messages. Today's matter was simply too satisfying for this group of silk pants. Extinguishing the sacred flame of the Zoroastrianism, this kind of thing was simply too exciting for this group of idle playboys. However, they also knew that this matter couldn't be made public. It wasn't even convenient for them to tell their parents, so they could only secretly laugh amongst themselves. This made the silk pants feel very regretful, as they felt like they were walking in the dark. The group once again returned to the Hu wine shop in Shi City. The Zoroastrian priests passed on Sabeo Milliman's orders to the Hu shopkeeper, asking him to hand over the Qin female slave. The Hu shopkeeper didn't expect that in just half a day, Li Wangyu would be able to convince Sabeo Milliman. This made him very surprised. The Hu shopkeeper naturally obeyed Sabeo Milliman's orders. He asked someone to summon Aphrodite and prepared to go to the Chang'an County to handle the procedures. After the fire last night, when Aphrodite turned to leave, she closed her eyes. That drop of tear, carrying a sense of persistence, a sense of waiting, a sense of determination, and a sense of sadness, fell. 2 years ago, when Carthagena city was conquered by the Persians, to the 13-year-old girl, it was as if she saw the entire world collapse in front of her. In the burning ruins, every tile was engraved with her vivid memories. From a proud daughter of heaven to a female slave, Aphrodite lost her faith and hope in God. After that, the long journey of a year and a half made Aphrodite lose hope in the future. She could never return to her hometown. She was just a pitiful person who was exiled from her memories. Yesterday, she was dragged out to meet the guests after resisting in every way possible. Aphrodite thought that would be the beginning of her life, the endless darkness of hell. She didn't expect that the handsome young man from the Tang dynasty would squat beside her gently and ask her in a gentle tone, "Are you okay?" With just one sentence, Aphrodite's heart seemed to have been shot by Cupid, the god of love. She obediently allowed the young man from the Tang dynasty to hold her hand and take her to a seat. When she was mocked by his friends for being ugly, Aphrodite bit her lips hard to stop her tears from falling. She took the initiative to change into a dance costume and perform a branch dance. She wanted to show her best side to the young man from the Tang dynasty. At that moment, she forgot her identity as a female slave. She was willing to give up everything she had to return to the world of her dreams. However, he still left, but he didn't take her with him. She heard from the other Hu girls in the tavern that the young man tried to buy her, but he was rejected by the Hu tavern owner. Aphrodite knew why. Zoroastrianism, the common religion of the Persians and Sogdians, they wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate her and the Byzantine Empire. After the young man from the Tang dynasty left, she had already made preparations. A sharpened hairpin. Before she was forced to meet the guests, Aphrodite was going to insert it into her heart. She would miss him until her body withered. However, at this moment, Aphrodite hated him. All the beautiful days were long gone, and they would never return. Aphrodite's heart couldn't produce a trace of sadness because there were no ifs in the world of living. When the Hu tavern owner ordered someone to summon her, Aphrodite's hand was already clenched tightly around the sharp hairpin. To her surprise, the person who appeared in front of her was the young man from the Tang dynasty with a warm smile on his face. A drop of tear fell from Aphrodite's wooden face again. She wiped her tears and smiled like a flower. "Are you here to take me with you?" "Yes. Are you willing to come with me?" "I'm willing." Li Wangyu reached out his hand to the young girl again and held Aphrodite's hand. Her hand was soft and a little cold, but she held onto Li Wangyu's hand tightly as if she was holding on to her own happiness. The Hu tavern owner accompanied them to the Chang'an County to complete the procedures. Li Wangyu asked him to write a document to release Aphrodite. He took the document from the Chang'an County and the document from the Hu tavern owner and said goodbye to the foppish young masters. He was going to take the Hu girl back home. Li Wangyu originally wanted to borrow a horse from the foppish young masters for Aphrodite to ride, but the Hu girl refused. Aphrodite didn't feel shy at all when the foppish young masters were laughing at her. She stubbornly asked to ride with Li Wangyu. Ever since they left the Hu tavern, the smile on her face never disappeared. The two of them squeezed on the horse. She curled up in Li Wangyu's arms and looked around curiously. They rode the horse to Dingzhou village, but Li Wangyu was a little troubled. How should he explain Aphrodite's situation to his beautiful boss? "It's urgent. I'm waiting online for an answer." Chapter 158. Li Wangyu brought Aphrodite back to Dingzhou village while feeling uneasy. With a 16-year-old beauty in his arms, and such a beautiful young girl version of Angelina Jolie, it would be a lie if Li Wangyu said that his heart wasn't moved. The girl's delicate body was in his arms, bumping and rubbing along with the galloping horse. Li Wangyu almost turned into a wolf. If Li Wangyu wasn't worried about how to explain it to his beautiful boss, he might have really done it. Anyway, Aphrodite's heart was now completely tied to Li Wangyu. If he really wanted to do something bad, the girl would never refuse. Only now did Aphrodite know that this young man from the Tang dynasty was called Li Wangyu. It was a very nice name. "Wangyu, forget your worries." Is this a hint from God to me? Does he want me to forget my worries and live happily in the Tang dynasty? Aphrodite knew that it would be difficult for her to return to her hometown thousands of miles away. The man who saved her from the fire pit might be her life support. She began to think about random things again. Will Li Wangyu marry me? Does he have other wives? Will his wives accept me? Although the Byzantine Empire had a monogamous system, Aphrodite didn't mind sharing Li Wangyu with other women at this time. As long as I can stay by his side, it's enough. For a moment, the two people on the horse were thinking about their own things and didn't speak anymore. It was less than 100 miles away. No matter how slow the horse was, it only took them an hour to return to Dingzhou village from Chang'an. When the old butler and Niu Wu saw their Lang Jun return, they quickly came out to greet him. Ma Zhou also came out to greet his teacher. The three of them were surprised to see the girl who was riding with Li Wangyu. "Li Heng, this is Aphrodite, she is." Li Wangyu got off the horse and scratched his head. He didn't know how to explain the girl's identity, so he just laughed it off. "I'll tell you later. Li Heng, go and let the maids arrange a room for her. She will stay at home from now on." Li Heng and Niu Wu's old faces showed a smile that all men understood. Their Lang Jun finally grew up. Although he brought back a girl, it was nothing. In the Tang dynasty, who didn't have a few girls as concubines? Madame Su at home was also good, except that she was a little old. However, these days, the old butler admired Su Chongqing's ability to take care of things in the manor. Not to mention that the four-wheeled carriage company was now managed by Su Chongqing. In less than 2 days, the group of Guangzhou men in Dingzhou village all listened to her. Now in Dingzhou village, Su Chongqing's words were more effective than the old village chief's. Therefore, in the old butler's heart, Madame Su should be the main wife of the family in the future. And Li Wangyu brought back a girl who was obviously his Longjuan's concubine. However, Li Hang and Niu Wu both complained in their hearts that the women their Langjun found were really not good. The old ones were old, the ugly ones were ugly. As people of the Tang dynasty, in the eyes of Li Hang, Niu Wu, and even Ma Zhou, Aphrodite's appearance was the ugly type, the same as those rich playboys. As for Su Chongqing being old, if Su Chongqing knew that Li Hang and Niu Wu were secretly criticizing her for being old, there would probably be a bloodbath in the Li family. Lang Jun, this old slave understands. This a fu. What? Do you need a maid to serve her? The old butler asked with a smile. Aphrodite's name was too long for the old man to remember. It's Aphrodite. Forget it. You probably can't remember it either. Arrange a maid to take care of her. Li Wangyu repeated it again. However, looking at Li Heng's confused eyes, it was obvious that he still couldn't remember Aphrodite's name. He simply turned to the girl. Can I call you Aphrodite in the future? Your name is too long for people of the Tang dynasty. Aphrodite nodded obediently. Okay, I like the name Aphrodite. Li Wangyu introduced both parties, and Aphrodite gave everyone a standard Tang dynasty curtsy. She clasped her fingers together and placed them on the right side of her waist before bowing respectfully. Everyone, I'm Aphrodite, Longjuan's woman. Aphrodite's words caused Li Wangyu, Li Hang, Niu Wu, and Ma Zhou to choke on their saliva and cough at the same time. Li Wangyu blushed and didn't dare to let Aphrodite continue speaking, so he pulled her inside. Ma Zhou didn't know what to say. His teacher's concubine was too bold. Li Hang, on the other hand, smiled and stroked his beard, thinking that this concubine actually said that she was Longjuan's woman in front of everyone. This mansion is going to be lively in the future. Li Heng, is Chongqing at home? Li Wangyu asked as he walked inside. The old steward hurriedly replied, Lang Jun, Madame Su has yet to return from Chong'an City. Perrin and Niu Yong went with her. Got it. Li Wangyu didn't know why, but he inexplicably felt a lot more relaxed when he heard that Su Chongqing wasn't at home. However, looking at the sky, there were at most 2 hours left before the evening drum sounded in Chong'an City, and his beautiful boss was about to return home. If he died prematurely, Aphrodite would also say that she was his woman in front of his beautiful boss. That would be a lot of fun. Li Wangyu wanted to tell Aphrodite not to say that in the future, but looking at Aphrodite's smiling face, he couldn't say anything. Damn it, so be it if I die. At worst, I'll just go all out and wait for my beautiful boss to flip out with jealousy before I use my ultimate move. I'd better instruct the maidservants to tidy up the washboard in the house first. I don't dare to take it out. Fortunately, there weren't any keyboards or computer motherboards in the Tang dynasty, let alone fruits like durian. Looking at their Longjuan's conflicted look, the old steward Li Hang and Niu Wu couldn't help but shake their heads. What a scandal, what a scandal. How could the head of the Li family be afraid of a woman? If word got out, the Li family would lose all face. Ma Zhou also felt that his young master was good at everything. But why was he so afraid of women? He could learn everything from his master, but this was something that he absolutely couldn't learn. If Li Wangyu knew what Li Hang, Niu Wu and Ma Zhou were thinking, he would definitely snort in disdain. In the future, a goddess like his beautiful boss was an existence that could instantly kill a group of men with a single look. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. The more I talk about it, the more I'll cry. Women's rights are rampant, Li Wangyu thought with grief and indignation. However, Li Heng's disdainful look made Li Wangyu somewhat unable to put down his pride as a man. He suddenly straightened his back. This isn't the future. This is the Tang dynasty. I want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So what? Li Wangyu decided to be tough for once. He absolutely couldn't face his beautiful boss with the same mentality as he did in the future. Otherwise, in the future, his wife wouldn't be respected, and that would be a terrible thing. As a man, he couldn't be a coward, he had to be tough. Li Wangyu coughed softly. Just as he was about to assume the posture of a family head, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves outside the door. Then, a figure jumped off the horse and rushed through the door with a gust of wind. The one who rushed through the door was Niu Yong. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely as he shouted, Lang Jun, something happened. Miss Sue is trapped in the East Market. Quickly go and save her. Chapter 159. Li Wangyu was shocked when he heard the news. Niu Yong's appearance scared him even more. This one-armed strong man had bruises on his face and his clothes were torn in many places. Some of the wounds even oozed blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot. Brother, who beat you up like this? I'm going to get even with them. Niu Wu was furious when he saw that his brother was injured. Niu Yong ignored him and grabbed Li Wangyu's arm tightly. Lang Jun, let's go and save Lady Su. Niu Yong, what happened? What happened to Su Chongqing? Tell me the details. Li Wangyu supported Niu Yong. Niu Yong gasped for breath and said hurriedly, Lady Su is trapped in the carriage. Lang Jun, let's go quickly. We'll talk on the way. The city gate of Chang'an is about to close. If we're late, we won't be able to enter the city. Li Wangyu looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dusk. There was not much time left before the city gate of Chang'an closed. He was also anxious and shouted at Niu Wu. Niu Wu, go and prepare the horse. We're going to Chang'an. Niu Wu agreed and was about to run outside. Li Heng grabbed him and said, Wait, let's go find the village chief first. Go quickly. Niu Wu was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. He jumped onto the date-red horse that Li Wangyu rode back and ran towards the village chief's house. Although Niu Wu didn't know what had happened, he knew that he and his elder brother might not be able to break into Chang'an City to save Madame Su just by relying on the two of them. They might have to rely on the villagers of Dingzhou village to help out. When the old village chief heard that Lady Su was trapped in the carriage of Chang'an, he rang the old copper bell in the village without saying anything. The copper bell in the village could not be rung casually. If the copper bell was rung 12 times, it meant that the village was facing a threat. After the old village chief rang the copper bell, the men who were originally squatting in front of their house holding big bowls and chatting with others were suddenly startled and rushed back into the house. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of strong men with all kinds of weapons had gathered on the grain-sunning ground in the village. They were led by 12 middle-aged strong men who were wearing leather armor and holding weapons, but their bodies were all handicapped. These 12 strong men were the comrades of the Niu brothers who had survived the bloody battle with the Turks at Yanmen Pass. Back then, 60 former Sui soldiers from Dingzhou village went to war. Those who were able to survive all had their own abilities. Although their bodies were disabled, their battle prowess was not to be underestimated. Almost all of the youths in the village were trained by these 12 people, and the Niu brothers according to the military methods. No one would have expected that a small village like Dingzhou would have the military strength of 2 brigades hidden within it. If they were equipped with armor and long weapons, their combat effectiveness would not be inferior to that of the imperial army in Chang'an at all. When the village had conflicts with the surrounding villages, they had never lost a fight. Even in the village, there had never been any blind thieves who came looking for trouble. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that Dingzhou village was too poor. For a village that was so poor that it only lacked pants, naturally, no thieves would be stupid enough to come here and steal. Village chief, why are you ringing the bell? Are there any blind thieves? One of the 12 handicapped soldiers asked in a low, muffled voice. He held an old long spear in his hand. The body of the spear was covered with all kinds of scratches. It was obvious that this weapon had been used for a long time. This long spear was a prohibited weapon among the people, but no one in the village cared. Almost all of them had such prohibited weapons in their homes. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, the old village chief did not have time to talk nonsense. He raised his voice and shouted, Lady Su of the Li family is in trouble. She is trapped in the East Market of Chang'an. Good people, come with me. Let's go and save Lady Su. Ever since Su Chongqing took over the 4-wheeled carriage business, the carriage business had already begun to take shape in just a few days. Many of the villagers of Dingzhou village had already started driving carriages to help the merchants in the East Market and West Market transport goods. However, due to the insufficient number of carriages in the early stages and the poor quality of the carriages, Su Chongqing limited the carriage's transport distance to 300 miles around Chang'an City, which was the distance that a 4-wheeled carriage could travel in a day. Su Chongqing also contacted many merchants in the East Market and West Market and recommended the 4-wheeled carriage business of Dingzhou village to them. Dingzhou village and the Li family jointly opened the 4-wheeled carriage business. Li Wangyu shamelessly named it the Shanfeng Express 4-wheeled carriage business. His beautiful superior just rolled her eyes speechlessly. She did not object to this. The Xiaofan Express four-wheeled carriage business charged 2 copper coins for each carriage of goods for a distance of 100 miles. Su Chongqing had formulated a detailed distribution plan for the transportation of these 2 copper coins. The first was to pay taxes. However, the business tax in the Tang dynasty was frighteningly low. Each copper coin was 20 copper coins. The tax rate of 2% was almost nothing. In the Tang dynasty, only high-end goods such as silk, bamboo, tea, and lacquer had a business tax of 10%. After deducting 40 copper coins from the business tax, the remaining 1,960 copper coins would be 200 copper coins for each carriage and 2 coachmen. 30% of the carriage business's income would be added to the public account of the carriage business. It would be used to purchase horses, expand the scale of the carriage business, and pay for its operating expenses. The Li family would take 60% of the remaining money, while Dingzhou village would take 40%. The old village chief would distribute the remaining money equally according to the number of households. In this way, each carriage of the Xiaofan Express could bring the Li family more than 700 copper coins for every 100 miles of transportation. Dingzhou village could get about 500 copper coins. It might not seem like much, but the carriage business now had nearly 30 carriages. It could bring in an almost endless stream of cash flow every day. In just a few days, not to mention the villagers who had taken up the post as coachmen, even the ordinary villagers could get a few hundred copper coins out of thin air. It had only been a few days, and there were not many carriages in the village at present. The villagers of Dingzhou village now walked with the wind and felt that their backs were much straighter. Carpenter Lu's family was even busier. Every day, with the help of the villagers, they were busy forging and repairing carriages. They even selected a few clever young men from the village to be their apprentices. Therefore, in the eyes of the villagers of Dingzhou village, the Li family was the Buddha of all families. Madame Su was the goddess of wealth and the lifeblood of the entire village. Now that they heard from the old village chief that Madame Su was trapped in Chang'an City, more than 100 young men were furious. Mother Fasterous Cur, who dares to touch Madame Su? I'll chop him up alive. Village chief, stop talking. Tell us, should we attack Chang'an City now? Mother Fasterous Cur. How dare they touch Madame Su of the Li family? We'll fight them to the death. Nearly 200 young men, under the leadership of the 12 disabled soldiers, wanted to immediately attack Chang'an City and fight the Southern Yamen Imperial Army to the death. Li Wangyu, who had just arrived at the grain sunning field in the village, saw this scene. Large beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. Are you going to start another rebellion like what happened at the Black Tortoise Gate? Chapter 160. Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward and stopped the furious old Muramasa. He had already communicated with Niu Yong. Su Chongqing was not in danger for now, but he was trapped in the SF Express carriage and could not leave. If he really led 200 people and farmers with all kinds of weapons to Chang'an, the guards at the city gate would be mobilized. With great difficulty, Li Wangyu managed to calm down the agitated village chief and the villagers. However, under the unanimous request of the villagers, he finally led the Niu brothers and the 12 soldiers who had survived hundreds of battles. They mounted their horses and galloped towards Chang'an City. The huge Chang'an City had many city gates, palace gates, halls, pavilions, and streets. It took hours to open and close these gates every day. Night fell. After the first drumbeat, the palace gates closed. After the second drumbeat, the palace gates began to close. After the second drumbeat, the palace city gates, left and right eternal light gates, the imperial city gates, and the capital city gates began to close. After 800 drumbeats, the city gates closed. Li Wangyu led 14 horses and galloped all the way. They did not care about the horses and kept whipping their horses. Finally, they rushed into the illustrious Virtue Gate after the first drumbeat. Let's not talk about how Li Wangyu and the others were rushing to the East Market. This morning, Su Chongqing led Pei Lan and Niu Yong to the Xiaofan Express Carriage Company in Chang'an City as usual. The little girl Perrin and Su Chongqing rode on the same horse. Niu Yong rode beside them to protect them. Perrin curled up in the arms of her beautiful boss. The two of them chatted in a low voice. Perrin wanted to go to the East Market, so she begged Su Chongqing to take her to Chang'an. Sister Chongqing, Lang Jun did not come back last night. Humph, it must be that group of rich playboys who took him to indulge in wine and women. Perrin pouted and said unhappily. Yesterday, Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons of rich families stayed overnight at the Hu People's wine shop in the western city. He only sent someone back to inform them that he would not be returning to Dingzhou village that night. Regarding this, the little girl Perrin had a rather strong opinion. The beautiful boss reached out and pinched her face. Little girl, you have a lot of little ideas. Perrin twisted her body and said, I'm not. I'm just thinking for you, Sister Chongqing. Hee sister, don't you care about Lang Jun? Men, they're all like this. Let him be. Su Chongqing came from the future, so he wasn't surprised by such things. She also knew that in the company, including Li Wangyu, it was not uncommon for white-collar workers like them to accompany customers to places like nightclubs in order to get an order. For Su Chongqing, she didn't care much about men playing outside. She cared more about whether the two of them could be together for the rest of their lives. Some of the beautiful bosses liked the lyrics of the song, the most romantic thing I can think of is to slowly grow old with you. Until we're old and can't go anywhere, you'll still treat me as a treasure in the palm of your hand. Ever since Su Chongqing transmigrated to the prosperous Tang dynasty, she regarded Li Wangyu as her lifelong partner. In addition to having a good impression of Li Wangyu, the main reason was that in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was the only one who could understand her. It was like a man and a woman living on a deserted island. If you didn't choose him, did you have any other choice? Although the Tang dynasty was not a deserted island, in Su Chongqing's mind, except for Li Wangyu, there was no one else she could open her heart to and communicate with. To her, this world was no different from a deserted island. Su Chongqing didn't think that she could be like those female protagonists in novels who transmigrated to ancient times and lived happily with an ancient person. That was too much of a fantasy. She couldn't imagine marrying an ancient person from the Tang dynasty and then living a life of seclusion in the backyard. That was simply a disaster. However, the beautiful boss also had some worries in her heart. That was, the age gap between her and Li Wangyu was too big. Although she knew that Li Wangyu was actually 2 or 3 years older than her. No matter what, Li Wangyu's physical age was only 16 years old, and she was already 24 years old. As the saying went, a woman 3 years older than her husband would hold a golden brick. A woman 8 years older would make a fortune. However, Su Chongqing was nervous. For her, this matter had become a sore point. The soul of the man she liked was possessed by a young man. It felt really strange. It was precisely because of this fear that Li Wangyu would despise her age that she did not want to be intimate with Li Wangyu. The two people holding hands already made her feel very awkward. This kind of worry about personal gains and losses made the beautiful boss jealous of the young maidservant sent by Cho Kuan on one hand. But on the other hand, she was particularly indulgent with Li Wangyu. Even if she knew that Cheng Chumo was a playboy and took Li Wangyu to indulge in wine and women, she did not want to interfere. Contradiction, entanglement, this was Su Chongqing's current state of mind. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, the three people entered Chang'an City and went straight to the East Market. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company had rented a courtyard in the East Market as a temporary stop for the carriage company in Chang'an City. Usually, because of the delay in transporting goods, the four-wheeled carriages and coachmen who could not return to Dingzhou village would temporarily spend the night here. This was also the location of the Shunfeng Express, which contracted the freight business of the merchants in the East and West markets. The reason why they chose to open the carriage company in the East Market was mainly because the Cho family had a business here. Since planning to open a carriage company in Chang'an City, Su Chongqing first contacted Cho Kuan and asked him to help find a suitable shop in Chang'an City. The Cho family was surprised to learn that Li Wangyu actually wanted to open a carriage company business. However, after Cho Yuanliang saw the carrying capacity and speed of the four-wheeled carriage, he immediately decided to cooperate with the Shunfeng Express for a long time. The biggest problem for the Cho family in the grain business was the transportation of grain. The Shunfeng Express simply made Cho Yuanliang overjoyed. The courtyard in the East Market was the property of the Cho family. It was rented to Su Chongqing by Cho Yuanliang at a very low price. The condition was that all the grain of the Cho family would be transported by the Shunfeng Express in the future. In this regard, Su Chongqing naturally had no objection. The two sides happily signed the contract. In the past few days, the Shunfeng Carriage Company had helped the Cho family transport several batches of grain. Both the speed and the price made Cho Yuanliang very satisfied. After Su Chongqing and others arrived at the carriage company, She first checked the account book and confirmed that there was no problem. Then she dealt with some trivial matters of the carriage company. These days, the most troublesome thing for the beautiful boss was that there was no one to help her. Now the carriage company had just started, so she could do it by herself. But once it developed, she would have to do all these things by herself. That would be really terrible. In Dingzhou village, there were many farmers who worked, and they were all good at it. But there was no one who could read to help with the management. Sure enough, talent was the most precious thing even in the 21st century. After busying himself for more than 2 hours, he was finally almost done. Only then did Su Chongqing lead Pei Lan to stroll around the Eastern market. Niu Yong wanted to accompany them, but Su Chongqing refused with a smile. In Chong, and city of the Tang dynasty, especially in the East market, the security was still good. She and Perrin were not worried about any accidents. Shopping was a woman's nature. Maybe no matter where, no matter which era, women like to walk around and look around because they like this feeling. It was the first time that Perrin came to the East market. In this era, the most prosperous shopping center in the world was located, which made the little girl very excited. Although Perrin insisted on serving Li Wangyu in the mansion, no one treated her as a maid in the mansion. After asking Li Wangyu and the old housekeeper for their opinions, Su Chongqing simply set a monthly salary for Perrin, which was the treatment of a member of the family. The servants in the Tang dynasty were the property of the master. Naturally, they were not like the maids in Dream of the Red Chamber, who had a monthly salary. Generally speaking, the master would take care of the servants' food and accommodation, and reward them according to his mood. Today, Perrin came to the East market of Chang'an City with all the copper coins she had saved these days, saying that she wanted to buy something. But whether it was a rouge shop or a jewelry shop, the little girl could go in and look around. However, although the little girl had money in her pocket, she just looked around and did not spend money to buy anything. Perrin, what do you want to buy? Su Chongqing asked curiously. Perrin blushed and stuck out her tongue at her. Sister Chongqing, I want to buy a sachet for Lang Jun. The sachet she was talking about was a hollow metal ball with a pattern of flowers or animals. A metal incense pot was suspended on a balance frame inside, and the outside could be rotated at will. In the Tang dynasty, not only women liked to wear sachets, but men were no exception. Whether hunting, traveling or playing, they all carried sachets with them. Wherever it went, the fragrance would spread. At that time, men even had the custom of comparing spices with each other, which was called competing in incense. Even the generals of the Tang dynasty used incense. In the Tang poem Young Man's Journey, it was written, Ping Ming little hunting out of the middle army, exotic fragrance filling sleeves. It was obvious how popular incense was in the Tang dynasty. Su Chongqing was speechless. In her mind, she could not imagine Li Wangyu wearing a sachet around his waist, and the fragrance was overflowing. Perrin, your Lang Jun definitely doesn't like to wear that stuff. You'd better not waste your money. Su Chongqing said firmly. Li Wangyu was a standard straight man. In the company of later generations, some male colleagues would wear perfume for men. But on Li Wangyu, the beautiful boss had never smelled any fragrance except for the smell of sweat. He was the representative of smelly men. Really? Lang Jun used to like it. Perrin was a little confused. Shouldn't wearing sachets be the favorite of men in the Tang dynasty? She remembered that her Lang Jun used to wear sachets. It's true, it's true. Let's go over there and have a look. I'll treat you to candy, okay? Su Chongqing could not explain to the little girl that her Lang Jun had been replaced. She could only say perfunctorily and pull Perrin away. When they passed by the door of a shop that specialized in women's ready-made clothes, Perrin looked at the colorful women's clothes in the shop and waved to Su Chongqing. Sister Chongqing, let's go in and have a look. The clothes here are so beautiful. Su Chongqing naturally would not refuse. She smiled and held Perrin's hand and walked into the shop. But she did not expect to meet a noble person in the shop. Chapter 161. This East City's ready-made clothing store was expensive, so there weren't many customers. Su Chongqing saw two beautiful women who were about the same age as her, so she smiled and nodded to greet them in a friendly manner. The two women also smiled and greeted her. After transmigrating for almost a month, even Su Chongqing could see that these two women obviously had a high status. Their hair was tied up in a bun, their breasts were exposed, and their shoulders were covered with a gauze. They were wearing a short-sleeved shirt, a long skirt, and a belt. One of the women was pregnant, and her belly was already showing. There were maids serving them. Although Su Chongqing didn't know much about history, she still knew a phrase called Tang Dynasty clothing. The Tang Dynasty clothing was the heyday of China's clothing development. Even in later generations, the shadow of the Tang Dynasty clothing could still be seen in East Asian countries. The Tang Dynasty women's clothing was the most wonderful chapter of China's ancient clothing. Their clothes were beautiful and gorgeous, and the decorations were strange and complicated, making it too much for the eyes to take in. Speaking of which, Su Chongqing was secretly shocked by the Tang Dynasty women's clothing, because even in the eyes of later generations, the Tang Dynasty women's clothing was too bold. The light, thin and transparent fabric, coupled with the bare-chested clothing, which was the low-chested clothing of later generations, and the slow-chested gauze skirt, made Su Chongqing, as a woman, blush when she looked at it. In the Tang Dynasty, where plump breasts were considered to be beautiful, the white patch on the chest of a woman with a bit of status was a cheap sight for many men. Not to mention that there was no such thing as underwear in the Tang Dynasty. With such a low neckline, when these women bent down, the fatal temptation of exposing their bodies was simply too deadly. In the Tang Dynasty, bare-chested clothing was not something that just anyone could wear. Women from ordinary families were not allowed to wear such clothes. Only women with high status could wear such clothes. Just like the two beautiful women in the store at this time, who were wearing bare-chested clothing, revealing their plump and snow-white chests. Obviously, they were of noble status. Su Chongqing didn't want to disturb them, so she led Perrin and whispered about the various clothing in the store. But she accidentally overheard the conversation of the two beautiful women. "Sister, look at this belt. It suits you so well." "It does look good, but it's not convenient for me to wear this belt right now." The pregnant woman sighed and said, "I look ugly no matter what I wear now. I don't even dare to let Erlang see me like this." The beautiful boss stole a glance at the pregnant woman and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter immediately alerted the two beautiful women, and they both cast inquisitive gazes over. Su Chongqing hurriedly bowed to them and explained, "Ladies, I'm really sorry. I accidentally overheard your conversation and disturbed you." However, the two beautiful women didn't blame her and just laughed it off. Su Chongqing was a little embarrassed. His laughter just now was indeed a little impolite. He hurriedly said, "My two wives actually, I know of clothes that are suitable for pregnant women. Would you be interested?" The pregnant woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she hurriedly asked, "Young lady, tell me about it." What Su Chongqing thought of was the maternity clothes of the future. When women in the future were pregnant, they would usually buy maternity clothes that were wide, comfortable, breathable, sweat-absorbent, and easy to wear. And women in the future would pay more attention to the beauty of maternity clothes. Aside from the large waist, the style wasn't inferior to ordinary fashion. Su Chongqing asked the female shop assistant of the ready-made clothing store to bring over a chest-length skirt. He pointed at the waist of the skirt and said, "Actually, this chest-length skirt is the most suitable for pregnant women. You just need to modify the waist a little." The chest-length skirt looked like the Korean clothing of the future. The so-called Korean clothing was passed down to Korea during the Tang Dynasty. The chest-length skirt tied the belt high above the chest. This style could achieve a different elegant effect regardless of whether the figure was plump or thin. Furthermore, the chest-length skirt that was modified at the waist was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked dignified and elegant, and the wide skirt perfectly hid the pregnant belly. Whether it was a 6-month pregnant woman or an 8-month pregnant woman, it couldn't be seen after wearing it. It was the best combination for pregnant women. Su Chongqing's words made the two beautiful women quite interested. The female shop assistant on the side was also very tactful and quickly said, "Honorable guests, there are tailors in this small shop. If you need, I can ask them to modify it right away. It can be done in a moment." The two beautiful women smiled and looked at each other. They nodded and asked her to take the chest-length skirt to the back of the shop to modify it. Su Chongqing said with a smile, "Ladies, it's better not to wear silk clothes when you're pregnant. It's better for the fetus to wear cotton clothes." "Oh, why is that?" the beautiful woman asked. "Because cotton clothes are not irritating to the fetus and the pregnant woman. Moreover, cotton clothes are breathable and comfortable to wear." The beautiful woman immediately called the female shop assistant and asked if there were any cotton clothes. Cotton clothes were not common in the early years of the Tang Dynasty. It was just a novelty. It wasn't until the middle of the Tang dynasty that cotton clothes became popular. There was no cotton cultivation in the Tang dynasty. At that time, there was only cotton from Gaochang in the western regions. The 7 indigenous people in Gaochang planted cotton, then spun and weaved cloth before sending it to the interior of the Tang dynasty. Because of its high price, its quality was not as smooth as silk, and it was much more expensive than linen. Therefore, cotton clothes were still a very small luxury at this time. This ready-to-wear shop specialized in making all kinds of women's clothes. They also had chest-length skirts made of cotton. The beautiful woman immediately asked the female shop assistant to modify it. While waiting for the shop to modify the clothes, Su Chongqing talked with the 2 beautiful women again. He talked about many methods and tricks for pregnant women in the later generations, which greatly interested the 2 beautiful women. In fact, these were all common sense for women in the later generations. Although the beautiful boss was a virgin, she also had relatives, friends, and classmates who were married and pregnant. Therefore she also knew a thing or two. The beautiful boss now understood why Li Wangyu often shamelessly plagiarized. She was also the same now. Showing off some common sense of the later generations made the 2 beautiful women exclaim again and again, giving her a great sense of satisfaction. The 2 sides chatted happily. Then, the topic changed to the problem of maintaining a pregnant woman's figure. Although women in the Tang dynasty were beautiful with plump bodies did not mean that they were fat. However, it was easy for women to gain weight and lose their shape when they were pregnant. In this regard, the 2 beautiful women, who were already mothers, were also very distressed. Su Chongqing said, "Ladies, you can try practicing yoga. It is very effective for maintaining your figure." Yoga? Isn't that a Buddhist technique? The beautiful woman asked in astonishment. Yoga had been introduced to China as early as the Han Dynasty along with Buddhism. It was mainly used as a Buddhist cultivation method. The Chinese transliteration of yoga was also yoga, which first appeared in the Chinese translation of Buddhist scriptures. However, yoga at this time was very different from the yoga of the later generations. Ancient yoga was mainly used for meditation, which was the so-called repair of the soul. However, the modern yoga of the later generations was used to exercise the body. Modern yoga could adjust the body's muscles, bones, and endocrine system to the healthiest state through long-term exercise. In order to maintain her figure, Su Chongqing specially learned yoga exercises and insisted on practicing every day to maintain her good figure. In response to the 2 beautiful women's questions, Su Chongqing smiled and explained the difference between her yoga and Buddhist yoga. Hearing that yoga could maintain one's figure and make one young, the 2 beautiful women's eyes lit up. Women loved beauty, and this was the case no matter which dynasty it was. "Young lady, I wonder if it's convenient for you to teach us yoga?" The beautiful woman asked expectantly. Chapter 162. Su Chongqing didn't refuse the 2 beautiful women's request. She didn't mind getting to know a few more noble women of the Tang dynasty. Since she and Li Wangyu were going to live in the Tang dynasty for a long time, she still needed to expand her network. These 2 beautiful women, whether it was their conversation or temperament, made Su Chongqing have a good impression of them. Naturally, she was willing to get closer to such beautiful women. However, she was slightly embarrassed. "I can teach you yoga, but I need a convenient place. When practicing yoga, you can't wear too many clothes, otherwise it will affect your physical activity." The 2 beautiful women were stunned. This was a problem. The pregnant woman asked, "Are you from Chang'an?" Su Chongqing smiled and shook her head. "I'm from Dingzhou village in Hu County. I run a carriage business in the East Market." Dingzhou village in Hu County? The beautiful woman smiled and asked, "Do you know Li Wangyu from the Li family in Dingzhou village?" The beautiful woman's words caused Su Chongqing to be stunned as well, and only after a long time did he reply. "Of course I know him. I'm Li Wangyu's cousin. May I ask how the 2 of you know my cousin?" Her cousin's words were even vague, but the smile in the pregnant woman's eyes deepened. "I'm Li Jia Xiaolong's elder. So you're also my niece." "What? Li Wangyu's elder?" Except for the Li family in Hu County, who had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Li Wangyu's current identity, what other elders did he have? Su Chongqing was confused by the beautiful woman's words. She didn't know how to address these 2 beautiful women. "Niece, let's go. I'll tell you in detail when we go to my house." After learning Su Chongqing's identity, the beautiful woman became very enthusiastic and stepped forward to hold her arm. Su Chongqing was dumbfounded. These two beautiful women didn't look much older than her. The two of them were about 27 or 28 years old. How did he suddenly become the junior of these two beautiful women? It was too late for regrets. She hated Li Wangyu's fabricated identity so much that her teeth itched. Damned Li Wangyu, why couldn't you have made up an identity? Su Chongqing still didn't want to acknowledge this relative, but he was pulled out of the house by two enthusiastic beautiful women. He didn't even bother to take the dress that he had asked the shop to modify. A simple-looking two-wheeled carriage was parked at the entrance of the clothing store. Su Chongqing was forced by the two beautiful women's warm invitation and had no choice but to follow them onto the carriage. Perrin was also invited by the beautiful woman's maid to get on the horse at the back of the carriage and follow the carriage all the way. The little girl also didn't know what was going on. Since when did his Lang Jun have any elders? Perrin, who grew up in the Li family, knew very well about Li Wangyu's relatives. She had never heard of any elders or relatives in Chang'an City. However, the two beautiful women didn't seem to be bad people. Perrin could only suppress the suspicion in her heart and follow the carriage all the way. After the carriage drove out of the East Market, Perrin found that there were many strong men on horseback in front and behind the carriage. They were guarding the carriage with solemn faces, which made her even more surprised. It was obvious that the two beautiful women's family power couldn't be underestimated since they had so many troops. Inside the carriage, Su Chongqing had been carefully inquiring about who exactly the two beautiful women were. However, the two beautiful women just smiled and didn't say anything. They only told her that she would know when she arrived at the mansion. Perrin, who was riding behind the carriage, was horrified to find that after the carriage left the East Market, it went all the way north and then turned in the direction of the Imperial City. Finally, the carriage drove straight to the Yanxi Gate on the east side of the Imperial City. From here, the Imperial City was to the south and the Imperial Palace of the Tang Dynasty, Taiji Palace, was to the north. When the carriage passed by the Yanxi Gate, the Imperial guards guarding the gate of the Imperial City didn't stop them for inspection. Instead, they all bowed and saluted. Even if the little girl Perrin was slow, at this moment, she realized that the two beautiful women were nobles in the Imperial Palace. This discovery frightened Pei Lan to the point that her entire body trembled. She rode on horseback in a daze and followed the carriage into the Taiji Palace. Su Chongqing didn't know where the carriage went like Perrin. She didn't know the way, nor did she know the Imperial Palace of the Tang Dynasty. However, when the two-wheeled carriage stopped, she and the two beautiful women were helped out of the carriage by the maidservants. She was still shocked by the buildings in front of her. Even in the future, she had visited the magnificent palace complex in the Forbidden City, but she was still shocked by the Taiji Palace in front of her. The continuous Imperial City and the Imperial City. The Imperial Palace was majestic, gorgeous, solemn, and had strict security. It had an irreplaceable sense of oppression. In the magnificent era of the Tang Dynasty, whether it was the 150-meter-wide Vermilion Bird Avenue or the palace complex in front of her, they were also magnificent. The palace complex in front of Taiji Palace was 40 feet above the ground, with its back against the blue sky. It was tall and majestic, and it was breathtaking. On both sides of the stairs leading to the main hall were blue stone handrails. The handrails on the upper level were engraved with the image of a swordsman's head, while the middle and lower levels were engraved with the image of a lotus flower. Su Chongqing was stunned. A group of palace maids bowed to the two beautiful women beside her and saluted. "Welcome back to the Imperial Palace, Your Highness." "Welcome back to the Imperial Palace." "Empress? Imperial concubine?" The beautiful superior was completely dumbfounded. Her body was stiff, and she didn't know whether she should bow like those palace maids at this time. She actually saw the living Empress Zhong's son? She didn't look like the Empress Zhong's son she had seen in the TV series, but she looked more graceful and luxurious, with a myriad of manners. Perrin had already rolled off the back of the horse. She anxiously bowed and didn't dare to raise her head for a long time. The two beautiful women in Su Chongqing's eyes were Empress Zhong's son, who was 5 or 6 months pregnant, and one of the 4 concubines of Pai Lupi, Concubine Yang. Concubine Yang's identity was also very noble. Her father was Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. She was a princess of the royal family and was born as an emperor. After Sui dynasty was subjugated by Tang Xing and replaced the Sui dynasty, Concubine Yang married Pai Lupi and gave birth to the 3rd Prince Li Gu and the 6th Prince Li Gu. Because of the special background of concubine Yang, she didn't want to fight for power. Among the concubines in Pai Lupi's harem, she had a very harmonious relationship with Empress Zhang's son. Today, because Empress Zhang's son felt depressed in the imperial palace, and because she was pregnant, she took concubine Yang out of the imperial palace and went to the East Market to relax. Even the Honorable Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang had a strong interest in things like shopping. Although the two women were already the mothers of several princes and princesses, and Empress Zhang's son was the mother of the world and the ruler of the imperial harem, in the end, she was only a young woman in her 20s. As the most powerful and open country in history, the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty didn't have the same strict restrictions on the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Not only could the imperial harem leave the imperial harem, but even the concubines didn't live in the imperial palace and built their own mansion outside. Compared to the imperial harem in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was simply a heaven-like existence. Therefore, it wasn't very surprising that Su Chongqing would encounter Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang in the East Market today. Su Chongqing understood a little bit why Zhang's son and concubine Yang said that they were her elders. Li Wangyu was born in the imperial family and hadn't left the imperial harem. Weren't Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang her and Li Wangyu's elders? My life. I'm afraid that my fake cousin will be exposed. Chapter 163. While the beautiful boss was feeling uneasy, she didn't notice that Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang were both smiling. She didn't know that ever since Li Wangyu did a series of things, the Li family had entered Pai Lupi's sight. The 100 Horsemen Department, the secret service of the imperial family, had already secretly investigated Li Wangyu and reported all of his recent activities to Pai Lupi. Su Chongqing, this woman who suddenly appeared in the Li family, even the 100 Horsemen Department couldn't find out her origin. She was very mysterious. The 100 Horsemen Department even found those servants who were released by Li Wangyu, but they only found out that this woman appeared out of nowhere in the Li family's residence a month ago. As for where she came from, the 100 Horsemen Department didn't know. It was as if this woman suddenly fell from the sky. The 100 Horsemen Department didn't know that Su Chongqing really did fall from the sky, but she fell into Li Wangyu's bathtub. If they wanted to find out her origin and where she came from, the 100 Horsemen Department would have to travel 1,300 years and go to the police station in the future. The Li family announced to the public that this woman named Su Chongqing was Li Wangyu's cousin, but no one believed this. However, the 100 Horsemen Department's report clearly stated that this woman was very smart and capable, and that she had feelings for Li Jia Xiaolang. Not only did Pai Lupi read the 100 Horsemen Department's report, but Pai Lupi also showed it to Empress Zhang's son for a look. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son didn't care about Su Chongqing's origin. A woman wasn't in the eyes of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She was just Li Jia Xiaolang's concubine, although she was a bit older. However, because Empress Zhang's son had a good impression of Li Jia Xiaolang and met Su Chongqing today, she admired Su Chongqing very much after talking with her. The more Empress Zhang's son looked at her, the more she liked her. In addition, the yoga that Su Chongqing mentioned made her and concubine Yang very curious, so they simply brought Su Chongqing back to Taiji Palace and revealed her identity. The so-called niece was just a joke between Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang and Su Chongqing. Empress Zhang's son smiled and invited Su Chongqing to follow her into Li Zhan Hall, which was Empress Zhangxuan's bedroom. Li Zhan was the main hall of the second courtyard. In the courtyard was the imperial palace's palace, the palace's palace. Li has books as always. Strictly speaking, this place was not part of the harem, but Empress Zhang's son lived here in order to accompany Pai Lupi. Only the Tang dynasty had this kind of tolerance. Other dynasties hated that they couldn't lock the harem's empress and concubines behind the palace walls, not to mention that they could go out of the palace to play from time to time. Perrin was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly and didn't dare to enter the palace. Su Chongqing simply let her stay outside the hall. Although Su Chongqing respected Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang, because she came from the modern era, she didn't have much respect for imperial power. After all, except for a few countries in the modern era, in most countries with monarchs, the monarch was just a decoration. Therefore, even when facing the empress and the harem's imperial concubines, Su Chongqing was relaxed and didn't have much uneasiness or nervousness. She asked the palace maids to bring her 3 soft mats and put a towel on them to act as yoga mats. Yoga mats were necessary to practice yoga. Firstly, it was to prevent slippage and protect the safety of the trainer. Secondly, it was to protect the knees and spine. Su Chongqing also asked the palace maids to bring them close-fitting clothes. Women in the Tang dynasty often wore short skirts, which couldn't be used for exercise. Fortunately, women in the Tang dynasty also liked to wear hu clothes, which were narrow sleeves and tight, with separate clothes and pants, which could barely be used for yoga exercise. After telling the palace maids to close the door, Su Chongqing began to teach Empress Zhong's son and concubine Yang the method of yoga exercise. 2 hours later, the door of Li Main Hall slowly opened. Su Chongqing, Empress Zhong's son, and concubine Yang all came out with fragrant sweat. Empress Zhong's son asked the palace maids to bring snacks and food. The three of them sat in the side hall to rest and chat. Niece Chongqing, your yoga is really magical. I feel much more relaxed after exercise. Empress Zhong's son said while stroking her slightly bulging belly. Concubine Yang also smiled and nodded. Indeed, Chongqing's yoga is really effective. I also feel much more energetic. Your Highness, Imperial Concubine, yoga requires long-term exercise. Today is just the beginning. If you want it to be effective, you must persist in practicing every day. Su Chongqing said. Empress Zhong's son said, That's good. Niece Chongqing, if it's convenient for you, you can come to the palace every day to teach us. Is that okay? Su Chongqing hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. She naturally wouldn't refuse to have a good relationship with the royal family of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhong's son took a jade pendant from her body and handed it to her. This is my jade pendant. You can keep it well. With this jade pendant, you can enter and leave the palace at any time. Su Chongqing didn't refuse. She thanked Empress Zhong's son and took the jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was carved with a phoenix that symbolized the status of the empress, and the back was carved with 8 characters. Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix. Su Chongqing didn't know seal script or history, so she naturally didn't know that these 8 characters were taken from the ancient legend of the emperor. Ran has water virtue, he is a dragon. Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix. Therefore, the emperor was a combination of dragon and phoenix, incomparably noble. Ding is a phoenix and calls herself the empress. This jade pendant wasn't just a certificate to enter and leave the palace, but also represented the status of Empress Zhong's son. In a sense, it was like the imperial sword and the golden token arrow made up in the TV series of later generations. It was like the emperor himself. Although she couldn't use the jade pendant to do whatever she wanted or order the court officials, it was enough to avoid a lot of trouble when necessary. This jade pendant represented that the holder had a close relationship with Empress Zhong's son. At least no one in Chong, and would be blind enough to offend the holder of the empress's jade pendant. The reason why Empress Zhong's son gave the jade pendant that represented her status. She gave it to Su Chongqing to give Li Wangyu a backer. She had long known about the filthy things that the Li clan of Hu County had done before. Empress Zhong's son wanted nothing more than to have Pai Lupi remove all of them from the imperial family. They had simply lost all of the imperial family's face. Li Wangyu was now showing more and more ability, so Empress Zhongxuan's impression of him was getting better and better. That was why she gave Su Chongqing such a jade pendant. She hoped that Li Jia Shaolang could use this jade pendant to dispel some people's distracting thoughts if he encountered a similar situation again. Su Chongqing naturally wouldn't think so much. He simply thought that this jade pendant was a certificate similar to a pass, so he didn't think much and put it away. While the 3 people were chatting by the table, Yang Fei suddenly looked at Su Chongqing's clothes and sighed. Chongqing, it's really been hard on you. Li Jia Shaolang actually let you wear Huanzhua clothes. Su Chongqing was stunned. What did this mean? Wear Huanzhua clothes? Huanzhua referred to clothes that had been washed many times. Who didn't wash clothes? Why did it become him suffering? While she was still confused, she saw Yang Fei turn to Empress Zhong's son and say, Sister, Li Jia Shaolang is very pitiful. This made the beautiful superior even more confused. What was Li Wangyu pitiful about? Chapter 164. Su Chongqing didn't understand. Concubine Yang meant that Li Jia Shaolang was so poor that even his woman was still wearing washed old clothes. Yes, in the eyes of Empress Zhong's son and concubine Yang, wearing washed clothes was too shabby. Su Chongqing's impression of the Tang dynasty and Empress Zhong's son came from a TV series he watched in modern times, The Rule of Zhengguan. In the TV series, Empress Zhong's son was thrifty, righteous, and a motherly model. She once made her beautiful superior cry. In the TV series, Empress Zhongsun even wore patched clothes. In history, Empress Zhongsun and Empress Ma of Zhu Yuanzhong were known for being thrifty, but the difference between the two was too big. Empress Ma was only born in an ordinary family. Her family was even increasingly poor. It could be said that she was born in a bitter family. Therefore, in history, the only imperial concubine who was thrifty enough to wear ragged clothes was Empress Ma. Empress Zhongsun was born in the imperial family of Northern Wei. As the imperial family, the Zhongsun family produced many capable people from Northern Wei to Sui dynasty. It could be said that the family has mountains and rivers. Therefore, Empress Zhongsun's thrifty was just not extravagant and wasteful. In the old Tang book, it was recorded that Empress Zhongsun was very thrifty. She only gave what she wore. Translated into the vernacular, it meant that Empress Zhongsun was a very thrifty person. She only asked that the clothes and jewelry she wore and the carriages and horses she used were enough. The so-called enough was not to change the old jewelry and then reuse it, nor was it to reduce the grade of the carriages and horses. It was just that the overall quantity was not excessive. That was all. In the Tang dynasty, including the nobles, they absolutely did not wear washed old clothes. In other words, they would throw away the clothes if they were dirty. Empress Zhongsun, who was known for being thrifty, was also like this. The so-called thrifty was 3 years of new clothes, 3 years of old clothes, and 3 years of sewing and patching. That was a plot purely imagined by the scriptwriter. In history, wearing washed clothes was the model of being thrifty and would be recorded and praised in the history books. For example, in the Book of Sui, Food Records, it was recorded that the emperor bowed and walked frugally, while the 6 palaces wore salty clothes. This was similar to modern luxury clothing in the future. There was once news that high-end clothing was deformed after being dry cleaned. The answer the company received was, "We didn't consider the issue of cleaning when designing this clothing." The level of extravagance in both ancient and modern times was comparable. It was precisely because of this that Yang Fei would look at Su Chongqing's clothes and say those words. Empress Zhongsun agreed with Yang Fei's words. She lovingly looked at Su Chongqing and felt that Li Jia Xiaolang treated his woman too harshly. By the time Su Chongqing understood the meaning of the Empress and Gui Fei's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did the royal family and nobles of the Tang dynasty have some misunderstanding about the concept of being thrifty? However, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind, and her expression immediately became miserable. He had to admit that women were born actresses. His beautiful superior's expression at this moment was very much like a young lady who was poor and had been wronged. The only thing missing was a weeping beauty. Your Highness, Gui Fei Nyongyong, you may not know, but Wang Yu is currently carrying a debt of nearly 3 million yuan. If he doesn't have the money to pay off the debt by the end of the year, I'm afraid he will be sued and beaten. It's a pity that his parents are dead and he is being humiliated. He almost couldn't even keep his lord's grave. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to wear new clothes? Her words weren't false. Empress Zhongsun also knew the situation and felt that Li Jia Xiaolang wasn't easy. Empress Zhongsun said, "That child has suffered. Why don't I help him pay off the debt?" Su Chongqing hurriedly said, "No, Your Highness, Wang Yu is stubborn and definitely won't accept charity." That day, Yu Shernan's secret supervisor also wanted to pay off the debt for him, but he refused. Empress Zhongsun sighed. "Ai, then what should we do?" Su Chongqing suddenly smiled and asked, "Your Highness, I have an idea. It can benefit the imperial family and also help my Li family get out of trouble. I don't know if Your Highness is interested?" "There's such a good thing? Let's hear it." Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang were very curious. Su Chongqing told them all about the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company and analyzed the profits in detail for Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang, as well as the current financial problems the carriage company was facing. Due to the lack of sufficient funds, the four-wheeled carriage company's development was very slow, and the market demand was abnormally large. In fact, this wasn't a whim of the beautiful superior. Originally, she had discussed with Li Wangyu whether or not to pull Cheng Chumo and the other dandy families into the company. The four-wheeled carriage company was really too big a cake. It was so big that the Li family and Dingzhou village couldn't eat it all. If they weren't careful, they might even choke to death. This wasn't an alarmist talk, but the seemingly inconspicuous four-wheeled carriage transportation business actually had too much profit in it. Li Wangyu only relied on Feng Xianling and the Imperial Edict of Chang'an City's special franchise. It was difficult to resist the greedy eyes of the aristocratic families. According to Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu's analysis, to meet the needs of many merchants in Chang'an City, at least 1,000 four-wheeled carriages were needed. Even if the average daily profit of a carriage was the same copper coins, the Shunfeng Express might make a profit of 1,000 strings of coins a day in the future. Millions of coins, but only a day's profit. It could be imagined how big this cake would be. Before she and Li Wangyu discussed how to invite the dandy families to invest in the carriage company, she unexpectedly met Empress Zhang's son today. If they wanted to choose a partner, was there anyone more suitable than the imperial family in the world? No matter how greedy the aristocratic families were, they didn't dare to extend their claws to the imperial property. And once the imperial family invested in the Shunfeng Express, not only could they solve the initial capital needs of the development of the carriage company, but they could also find a group of managers from the imperial family who could write and calculate. Why not? Su Chongqing believed that Empress Zhang's son would not refuse her proposal, which was a win-win choice. Sure enough, after she explained the key points, Empress Zhang's son didn't hesitate to decide to cooperate. Empress Zhang's son was not only the master of the harem, but also all the imperial property was under her jurisdiction. She could decide the cooperation with the Li family in one word. This empress will offer 800 horses and 5,000 strings of copper coins. Niece, how much can you give this empress? Empress Zhang's son looked at Su Chongqing with interest, wanting to see how she would answer. Su Chongqing didn't hesitate at all and directly replied, Your Highness, the imperial family will take 50% of the carriage company, the Li family will take 30%, and the villagers will take 20%. What do you think? Empress Zhang's son nodded with satisfaction and was very satisfied with Su Chongqing's proposal. But I have two conditions, and I hope your highness can agree. Before Empress Zhang's son spoke, Su Chongqing quickly said her conditions. I hope that the Shunfeng Express will still be managed by me, and the imperial family will send accountants and managers to supervise. Is that okay? Okay. Empress Zhang's son nodded again. She didn't want to take this property away from the Li family, which was not her original intention. Su Chongqing couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that he would get such a big backer for his family when he accompanied the little girl to stroll in the street today. Chapter 165. After settling the matter of the imperial family investing in SF Express, Su Chongqing only felt that a large stone had been lifted from his heart. The Li family had a backer, and the carriage company also had the capital to develop. She believed that with her management ability, she could complete the monopoly of Chang'an's transportation business within a year. After making an appointment with Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang to teach yoga in the palace the next day, Su Chongqing led the trembling little girl Perrin out of the Tang dynasty's palace. Seeing that it was getting late, she prepared to return to SF Express to meet Niu Yong, and then return to Dingzhou village to share today's unexpected harvest with Li Wangyu. Empress Zhang's son considerately asked the palace maid to prepare 2 horses for them to ride. Su Chongqing disliked that kind of hat that was connected to a circle of long black muslin. After wearing it, it would cover the face and body. The conical hat was stuffy, so she never wore this kind of thing called a hedgerow when riding a horse. But she didn't expect that today she would get into trouble because she didn't bring this hedgerow. The Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 families and 7 kings of the Tang dynasty. The ancestors of the Zheng family of Xingyang could be traced back to the Zheng state that was infected by King Xianwang of Zhou. After the fall of the state, the royal family still used Zheng as their surname and Xingyang as their capital. At the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the Zheng family gradually developed into a noble family. When the Tang dynasty was established, the Zheng family of Xingyang was the most prominent Zheng family in the world. There was a saying that the Zheng family of the world came from Xingyang. The Zheng family of Xingyang had many officials in the imperial court. The head of the family, Zhang Yuanshou, was an official in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Zhang Yuanshou's cousin, Zhang Shangua, was the Minister of War, Civil Affairs, and Works in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The other members of the Zheng family of Xingyang held the positions of General, Minister of War, Commander of the Army, and so on. Not only did the family have such great power in the imperial court, but the Zheng family of Xingyang had been doing business for generations. The wealth of the Zheng family was piled up like a mountain. The number of horses, fields, grains, silk, and jewelry was comparable to the Pai Lupi's imperial treasury. Just the interest from the loans alone was no less than 100,000 strings of cash every year. It could be said to be the richest in the world. The luxurious lifestyle of the Zhang family in Xinjiang was well known in Chang'an. Just in Chang'an city alone, there were 600 to 700 servants in the Zhang mansion. Every day, there would be banquets, singing and dancing, bathing, sightseeing, luxurious clothes, and delicious food. Zhang Kongbua, the eldest son of Zhang Yuanshou, the head of the Zhang family in Xinjiang, was 20 years old, but he was a famous playboy in Chang'an. Unlike Cheng Chumo and the other top playboys, Zhang Kongbua could be said to be the top scum of the Tang dynasty. Although Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai and the others loved to play around, they knew when to stop and did not use their family's power to do evil. But Zhang Kongbua, on the other hand, kicked a widow's door, dug up a family's grave, drank the mother's milk during confinement, and scolded a big blind man as a mute. It could be said that the top of his head was oozing pus, and the soles of his feet were covered in ulcers. Furthermore, Zhang Kongbua also had a huge hobby, which was that he loved beauties the most, especially the women of good families. He would often bring his men to snatch women from the common people and make merry every night. Because of this, the people in Chang'an City who sued the Zhang family almost broke the drum of grievance of the Chang'an County and Wanyan County. However, the Zhang family in Xinjiang had power and money. These people who complained were often coerced by the Zhang family, or used both the carrot and the stick. They paid a small sum of money and sent them away. Now in Chang'an City, when Zhang Kongbua brought his men to the streets, they could almost achieve the effect of clearing the streets, and people could not wait to avoid them. On this day, Zhang Kongbua was idle and bored, so he led a group of servants and was ready to go to Ping Kong Square to have fun. The Zhang mansion was located in Daning Square, which was not far from the imperial city. When they came out of the square, a group of people shouted and shouted as they went to Ping Kong Square in the south. When they arrived at Wangxianmen Street, Zhang Kongbua's eyes suddenly lit up. What a beautiful girl! There were 2 rouge horses in front of them, and one of them had a young lady sitting on its back. Although her figure appeared thin and frail, she had the countenance of a flower and the face of the moon, and was indescribably beautiful. Beside her on the horse, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl, who also looked lovely. When Zhang Kongbua saw her, he felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen. This woman was delicious, and she was his type. He did not care about the people coming and going on the street, and they were near the imperial palace. He waved his hand and was ready to let the troops surround them. He had done this kind of thing many times, so he did not have any scruples. In Chang'an City, no one dared to interfere with the Zhang family's business, including those martial marquises who were patrolling the streets. When he thought that he could drag this young lady back to the mansion, press her on the bed and wantonly ravage her, he felt hot blood rushing to his body. He did not even intend to let go of the pretty girl. Although she was young, she also had a unique flavor. Today's luck was really good, to be able to meet such a pair of beauties as soon as he went out. He, Zhang Kongbua, was going to have a second chance today. Just as Zhang Kongbua felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat and was impatiently preparing to have his troops surround them and capture them, a servant beside him said softly, "Young master, those 2 horses seem to be horses from the palace. Look at the horses' buttocks. There's a brand from the palace." Horses from the imperial palace? Zhang Kongbua was slightly stunned and reached out to stop the troops. He looked up carefully and found that the buttocks of the 2 rouge horses indeed had a mark of the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty. Damn it! Are these 2 bitches from the imperial palace? Zhang Kongbua was full of anger. He thought that he could capture the 2 beauties back to the mansion and enjoy himself, but he did not expect to meet people from the imperial palace. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid enough to rob Pai Lupi's women. That would cost him his head. Even the Zhang family of Xinjiang could not protect him. Zhang Kongbua knew his own limits at least. Seeing the 2 beauties go farther and farther, Zhang Kongbua looked at the graceful back and felt very unwilling. He waved the horsewhip and said, "Let's go and see if they are from the imperial palace." A group of people followed the 2 beauties in front of them and went to the East Market. Zhang Kongbua, the eldest son of the Zhang family of Xinjiang, took a fancy to Su Chongqing and the little girl Perrin. After they came out of the Taiji Palace, they talked and laughed all the way to the East Market. No one noticed that a pair of wretched and greedy eyes had been staring at them. If Empress Zhang's son had not arranged 2 horses for them, they would have been taken into the mansion by Zhang Kongbua at this time. It was lucky. Zhang Kongbua and his people followed the beautiful boss and Perrin all the way to the yard of the Shunfeng Express carriage in the East Market. Seeing the two beauties, he took a fancy to today. Riding into the yard of the carriage, Zhang Kongbua immediately asked the servants to inquire about the two women's background. At the door of the carriage, several villagers of Dingzhou who did not carry goods were squatting on the ground and chatting. The servants of the Zhang family used the pretense of looking for people to get information from these simple men easily. When he came back, his face became quite strange. "Did you get the information? Are the two beauties from the imperial palace?" Zhang Kongbua asked impatiently. The servant shook his head and said, "Yes, they are not from the imperial palace. They are from the Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County." Zhang Kongbua was stunned. "Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County? Is there a noble surnamed Li in my dynasty who lives in that Dingzhou village?" The servants and troops shook their heads again and again, which made Zhang Kongbua slap his thigh regretfully. "Damn it, I made a mistake. They are clearly the young ladies of Tian Shilang's family. Go, rush in and grab the two beauties for me." The troops of the Zhang family responded loudly and jumped off their horses. They grinned and rubbed their fists and rushed to the carriage, ready to take them by force. Chapter 166. At present, the drivers of the Shunfeng Express were all farmers in Dingzhou village. Because there were not many carriages in the carriage company, there were not many farmers in the carriage company. Suddenly, they saw more than a dozen big men rushing to the carriage company. The farmers who were squatting at the door were all shocked. Seeing that these people were not friendly, the farmers immediately stood up and blocked the door of the carriage company. Some smart ones immediately turned around and ran to the carriage company to inform others. They were not ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. With the guidance of more than a dozen experienced soldiers in the village, the farmers in Dingzhou village all knew how to fight. "Stop, who are you? What do you want to do?" a farmer shouted loudly. The leader of the Zhang family shouted, "Go away! Who dares to stop the Zhang family of Xingyang?" "Zhang family of Xingyang? Have you all made a mistake? We are a carriage company." "Go away, Zhang family's work. Do we need to explain it to you farmers?" The leader of the troops ignored him and shouted to his men, "Rush in and catch them. Young master will reward you handsomely." While speaking, the troops of the Zhang family had rushed to the door of the carriage company and waved their fists at the farmers. Zhang Kongwa's troops did not put these farmers in their eyes at all. They rushed over one by one with a grim smile, intending to beat the farmers blocking the door half to death and then rush into the carriage company to kidnap the people. After the name of the Zhang family of Xingyang was revealed, the few villagers who were blocking the door hesitated for a moment. The name of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes of the Tang dynasty was too well known. Even these farmers knew that this was the top aristocratic family of the Tang dynasty and could not be easily offended. But seeing that the troops did not say anything and directly attacked, some farmers were caught off guard and took a few punches. They were beaten fiercely and waved their fists back regardless of anything. For a moment, the door of the carriage company was in a mess. There were only a few farmers at the door of the carriage company. They were surrounded by more than a dozen troops of the Zhang family and were about to suffer. But then he heard Su Chongqing's clear voice from inside the carriage. "Stop it!" Having received the manners report, Su Chongqing led Niu Yong and the others out of the carriage, wanting to see what exactly had happened. After Su Chongqing appeared, the Zhang family troops stopped for the time being. The villagers quickly retreated and blocked Su Chongqing's former bodyguard, afraid that they would be injured by this group of people from the Zhang family. "Everyone, did you make a mistake? We are Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. I wonder what business you have with us?" Su Chongqing asked in a clear voice. She wanted to clarify things first to see if there was any misunderstanding. Their carriage company did not receive any transportation orders from the Zhang family in Xingyang, so they did not have any dealings with the Zhang family. Why did the Zhang family's troops come to their doorstep with such ferocious expressions? It would have been better if the beautiful boss did not appear. When her beautiful figure appeared at the door of the carriage company, Zhang Kongwa's evil thoughts were aroused. Zhang Kongbua pushed away the troops in front of him from the back and came forward with a lewd smile. He smiled at Su Chongqing and said, "Young lady, haha, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Zhang family wants to find your carriage company to transport goods. Young lady, please come with me to the Zhang mansion to discuss." "Young master, if you need to transport goods, we will arrange people to negotiate with your mansion. Please don't block the door of our carriage company." Su Chongqing saw this man's pair of peach blossom eyes staring at her lustfully. She felt disgusted and immediately said perfunctorily. Zhang Konghua smiled and said, "How can other people come to discuss? My goods are very important. I need to talk to young lady personally. Young lady, you won't not give face to the Zheng family in Xinjiang, right?" Su Chongqing did not want to be entangled with this person and coldly refused. "I'm sorry, we can't do business with your mansion. Please find another place." "Young lady, you don't want to give face to the Zheng family?" Zhang Konghua suddenly put on a straight face and shouted at the troops of the Zheng family. "Go! Capture that young lady and bring her back to the mansion. Lowly servant, you don't want face." As soon as he said this, the villagers of Dingzhou village were suddenly awakened. It turned out that the reason the Zheng family came knocking on their door was not for anything else but to snatch Madame Su. Because they were afraid of the Zheng family's power, the villagers who did not dare to act freely all clenched their fists and angrily glared at the troops of the Zheng family. As long as they dared to rush forward, the villagers of Dingzhou village would dare to risk their lives. They dared to touch the goddess of wealth of Dingzhou village, the lifeblood of the entire village. Su Chongqing was also angered by Zhang Konghua's words to the point that his face turned frosty. He said coldly, "In broad daylight under the clear sky, your Xinjiang Zheng family dares to be so lawless?" As if he heard a funny joke, Zhang Konghua raised his head and laughed loudly. "Haha, to you farmers, our Zheng family is the law. Young lady, why bother to be a farmer's slave? Isn't it good to pleasure under this young master's crotch? This young master promises to make you wish you were dead. Haha." The beautiful superior was so angry by Zhang Konghua's filthy words that her body trembled and she was speechless for a long time. Zhang Konghua continued to tease. "Lowly servant, as long as you serve this young master well in bed, this young master promises you endless glory, splendor, wealth and rank in the future. That's right. Bring that young lady along too. Today, this young master wants to eat both young and old." His words angered Niu Yong to the point that he could not restrain his anger. Niu Yong did not wait for Su Chongqing to speak and rushed out of the main door. He waved his iron fist and rushed towards the Zhang family troops. When the villagers who were blocking the entrance saw Niu Yong rushing forward, they all rushed forward and fought with the Zhang family troops. At this time, in the carriage, there were no more than 10 villagers of Dingzhou village while the Zhang family troops numbered no less than 20 to 30 people. However, although Zhang Konghua's troops had a lot of people, they had already been spoiled by the luxurious lifestyle of the Zhang family. Those who could be recruited into the Zhang family troops were originally fierce soldiers in the army. However, ever since they joined the Zhang family, especially the troops that followed Zhang Konghua, they had been indulging in debauchery and committing atrocities every day. They had long lost the courage they had in the past and could only bully some ordinary people. At this moment, the group of villagers led by Niu Yong rushed forward and barely resisted for a few rounds. They were somewhat unable to withstand it and retreated in a mess. Zhang Konghua was so angry at the clumsy performance of his own troops that he stomped his feet. "Trash, you bunch of trash! Go! Beat this bunch of farmers to death." The 20 to 30 troops gathered again after being yelled at by their own Lang Jun. Relying on their numbers, they turned back and fought with the villagers again. After all, they were in Chang'an City. Regardless of whether it was the Zhang family troops or the villagers of Dingzhou village, they did not use weapons. Therefore, Niu Yong's abilities could not be used. Instead, he suffered some losses because he was missing an arm. Seeing that the villagers of Dingzhou village were in trouble, Niu Yong suddenly lifted his leg and kicked a troop in front of him. He shouted, "Retreat to the carriage and defend." The villagers immediately clustered around Niu Yong and fought as they retreated. They all retreated to the main door to defend. The width of the main door of the carriage was only enough for 5 to 6 people to stand side by side at the same time. For a moment, the Zhang family troops' advantage in numbers was not effective and they were blocked at the entrance. When both sides were in a deadlock, a copper whistle was heard. It was the marquises of the East City who had heard the news and rushed over. Chapter 167. Seeing the marquises of the marquis shop arrive, Zhang Konghua coldly snorted and waved his hand to signal his troops to retreat. Although he was arrogant and did not put these marquises in his eyes, he was not arrogant enough to kidnap people in front of them. After all, the Zheng family of Xinjiang was only one of the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, not the royal family of the Tang dynasty. If this matter was reported to the government, it would be troublesome. When Su Chongqing opened the carriage business in Chang'an, He had already taken the initiative to visit the Cheng family. Although he did not say it explicitly, he meant that he wanted Lu Guogong to take care of them when it was convenient. Cheng Yaojin naturally did not refuse. After knowing that the carriage business was opened in the East Market, he ordered the housekeeper to pass a message to the colonel of the East Market marquee shop to take care of the Li family's business. The colonel of the East Market marquee shop was called Qin Xian, a collateral relative of Qin Qiong. The Qin family had a good relationship with the Cheng family, Yuqi family, and other military leaders. This could be seen from the fact that these playboys could gather together to eat, drink, and play. Of course, the reason why Qin Huaidao, Qin Qiong's son, was not invited to play with the playboys was because Qin Huaidao was only 3 years old this year. He was too young. Therefore, with Lu Guogong's words, Qin Xian naturally obeyed. He also often sent marquises to patrol the streets of the East Market to prevent Chong and ruffians from causing trouble. Today, the Zheng family suddenly made trouble. 20 to 30 Zheng troops surrounded the carriage business. This gave Qin Xian a headache when he received the report. He was a small 8th-grade general and a collateral relative of the Qin family. How could he dare to go against the Zheng family of Xingyang? But if he allowed the Zheng family to cause trouble and Lu Guogong found out, he would not be able to get away with it. In a dilemma, Qin Xian ordered all the marquises of the marquee shop and rushed to the carriage business. He planned to see what happened first and think about whether he could mediate. It would be best if he could resolve this conflict. When Qin Xian saw that Zhang Kongbua was there, he felt a headache. Why was it this playboy? He didn't need to think to know that today's incident must have been caused by Zhang Kongbua, the eldest son of the Zheng family, who was used to being domineering. As the colonel of the East City marquee shop, Qin Xian often interacted with the Zheng family's eldest son. If it wasn't for the fact that the Zheng family of Xingyang was powerful, he felt that even death wouldn't be enough to wipe out this guy's crimes. No matter how disgusted he was, Qin Xian could only smile and salute Zhang Kongbua. "Young Master Zheng, may I ask what brings you here today?" "It's fine." Zhang Kongbua replied coldly. "There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now." He wasn't an idiot. He knew that he couldn't openly announce the fact that he had taken a fancy to a beauty and wanted to snatch her back to his residence. Although Zhang Kongbua knew that in Chang'an City, none of these marquises dared to meddle in the affairs of the Zheng family. But no matter what, this was not a glorious matter. Therefore, he only wanted to send these martial marquis away, and then let the troops rush into the carriage to kidnap them. "Young Master Zheng, look, there are so many people coming and going in the East City. If this matter gets out of hand, it won't look good for everyone. Why don't you give me face and let this matter go?" Qin Xian didn't dare to offend Zhang Kongbua, so he could only plead softly. Zhang Kongbua glared at him. "Get out. When is it your turn to meddle in my affairs? If I give you face, who do you think you are?" Qin Xian's face stiffened after being scolded, but he didn't know what to say. But in his heart, he was cursing this bastard. "Who do you think you are? Relying on your family background? Bastard! No matter what, I'm still an 8th-grade general of the Tang dynasty. You're just a foppish man who doesn't even have an official title. What right do you have to shout at me? You're a dog dressed like a fly. Why didn't God send down lightning to strike him to death?" But although he cursed in his heart, Qin Xian still had to keep a smile on his face and continue to persuade. "Young Master Zhang, it's not that I want to meddle in your business. It's just that Lu Guogong said that I should take care of this Shun Feng carriage company. You see, I have no other choice." Zhang Kongbua was stunned. "This carriage company is the property of Duke Lu's mansion?" Qin Xian shook his head. "No, it's just that the owner of the carriage company has some relationship with Duke Lu's mansion." His words made Zhang Kongbua hesitate. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, compared to Duke Lu, who had military power, it was still not enough. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were noble, but they didn't have much influence in the military of the Tang dynasty. The founding dukes under the sage, whether it was Li Shaogong, Yuqi Jingda, Li Jing, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, Zhang Liang, Chai Shao, Qin Qiong, Ho Junji, and other dukes, they were not the same kind of people as the traditional aristocratic families. Zhang Kongbua wanted to give up, but he felt that it would be too shameful to leave like this. Plus, he was still thinking about the 2 beauties, so he was even more reluctant to leave. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Xian continued to persuade him. "Young Master Zheng,
If this matter reaches the ears of Duke Lu or those imperial censors who have nothing better to do, it will be bad for you.
Zhang Kongbua suddenly smiled sinisterly. Who the hell said I did it? My troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. What's wrong? Can't I? Qin Xian was stunned. What the hell? Enjoy the scenery?
Zhang Kongbua stretched out his hand to summon the head of his troops and whispered a few words in his ear. The head of the troops immediately nodded with a sinister smile. Under the command of the head of the troops, the 20 to 30 troops of the Zhang family immediately scattered. Except for nearly 10 people who continued to block the entrance of the carriage company, the others all scattered around the carriage company and directly surrounded it. Moreover, not only did they surround the carriage company, but they also pulled out the weapons they carried with them. It looked like they would attack if there was any disagreement. When the villagers in the carriage company saw that the other party had used weapons, and they could only use wooden sticks as weapons at most, they did not dare to rush out and could only guard the entrance. If Li Wangyu were here, he might have adapted the modern poem, Broken Chapter, to exclaim at Zhang Kongbua's shamelessness. You stand outside the door to enjoy the scenery, and the people who enjoy the scenery are looking at you from inside the door. Humph, Surname Qin, as you can see, my troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. However, if someone offends them and something unpleasant happens, it has nothing to do with my Zheng family. Zhang Kongbua snorted coldly and glanced at Qin Xian from the corner of his eyes. This put Qin Xian in a difficult position. Zhang Kongbua asked the troops to surround the carriage company, obviously wanting to trap them. However, he could not force the people of the Zhang family to leave. He could only watch the troops of the Zhang family unscrupulously besiege the carriage company. Su Chongqing saw that the troops of the Zhang family showed their weapons and worried that the villagers of Dingzhou village would be at a disadvantage. He quickly ordered Niu Yong to close the door of the carriage company. Zhang Kongbua sent people back to the residence to mobilize a group of troops. In addition to the 20 to 30 troops from before, there were more than 100 people surrounding the Shun Feng carriage company. He had made up his mind to trap this group of farmers and make them obediently hand over the two beauties. Qin Xian was at his wit's end. He could only take the marquis of the East City marquis shop to watch from afar. He was somewhat undecided. He did not know if he should report this matter to the Duke Lu's residence. However, he did not want to completely offend the Zhang family of Xingyang. He pondered for a while before making a decision. Blocked in the carriage company, Su Chongqing and Niu Yong also understood the plan of the Zhang family. They wanted to trap them to death. It was indeed a wild ambition. Chapter 168. With the Wu Ho from the eastern city's Wu Ho shop present and the Dingzhou village's guards, there was no need to worry for the time being that the Zhang family's troops would charge into the carriage and kidnap them. However, there was no food stored in the carriage, and they did not consider the possibility of being besieged. 1 or 2 days was not a problem, but if it was too long, they might not be able to hold on. But what the Zhang family displayed was an attitude of being unwilling to leave the matter at that, making Su Chongqing's head ache. She was an elite in the business world and had never faced such a situation, so she was at a loss. But Niu Yong was very calm. After comforting the villagers and Su Chongqing, he decided to return to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. After arranging for the villagers to guard the door, Niu Yong rushed out of the encirclement of the Zhang family troops and rushed to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. When the evening drum of Chang'an City sounded and the gate of the Eastern Market was about to close, a dozen riders rushed into the Eastern Market before the gate was closed. After the drum sounded, the shops in the Eastern Market closed and the customers went home. In such a big Eastern Market, nighttime entertainment was not allowed. The sun was about to set, and the bustling Eastern Market during the day had become empty and quiet. More than a dozen horses' hooves stepped on the bluestone road, making a light sound of hooves. Lang Jun, are we going to kill them directly or what? Niu Yong suffered a big loss during the day, but now his eyes were burning with anger. Although the Zhang family of Xingyang had mobilized more than 100 troops, Niu Yong did not put them in his eyes. Li Wangyu rushed all the way to Chang'an, and he had been thinking about how to deal with this matter. He naturally knew about the Zhang family of Xingyang, the top family of the Tang dynasty. If possible, he did not want to have a conflict with them. But since the Zhang family wanted to target his beautiful boss and parent, then no matter how powerful the Zhang family of Xingyang was, Li Wangyu would have to fight them to the death. Although Li Wangyu was only a white-collar worker in his previous life, he still had the fierceness of a village boy. Since you dare to touch my woman, I will fight you to the death. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang was a giant to him in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was not necessarily afraid of them. If he was really forced into a corner, he would dare to take out the black powder and let the Zheng family of Xingyang see the power of modern weapons. In the future, even elementary school students knew about the 4 great inventions of China: gunpowder, papermaking, compass, and printing. Li Wangyu believed that he was still capable of producing gunpowder that changed the history of human wars. When he was young, Li Wangyu's village had a small firecracker workshop. Later it was shut down because it was unsafe. Although he had never personally made gunpowder before, he was still very clear about the basic process. If there was a need, he could succeed after a few experiments. Li Wangyu wasn't as impulsive as Niu Yong. The journey had allowed him to calm down. Don't worry, let's observe the situation and then make a plan. Li Wangyu wanted to find a way to contact Su Chongqing and ask about the situation before thinking about how to solve the situation. Purely using force to fight with the Zhang family of Xingyang was not the best choice. He and Su Chongqing did not care, but he did not want to implicate the 127 families of Dingzhou village. If he really angered the Zhang family of Xingyang, then he could only turn the world upside down and then take the 500 villagers of Dingzhou village and retreat to the Qinling mountains to be savages. The threat of the Zhang family of Xingyang, for the first time, made Li Wangyu feel that it was not easy to be a small landlord in the prosperous Tang dynasty. He vaguely had a desire for power in his heart. In order not to disturb the Zhang family's troops, the rider slowed down and slowly moved towards the carriage. When they turned a corner and saw the carriage, Li Wangyu signaled everyone to dismount. He planned to observe from the dark before making a plan. Just when they passed by a closed shop at the corner, the shop's door was suddenly opened from the inside. A figure flashed out and grabbed Li Wangyu, wanting to drag him into the shop. This sudden turn of events gave Li Wangyu a fright. Behind him, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others also drew their weapons. "Xiaolang, it's me," the person quickly whispered. Li Wangyu looked up and could not help but laugh. The person who grabbed him was not someone else, but the fatty Cho Kuan. "Brother Cho, why are you here? Why are you here?" Li Wangyu quickly asked everyone to put away their weapons and turned to ask Cho Kuan. The fatty first pulled everyone into the shop. Even the horses were led to the backyard of the shop. He then ordered the shop assistant to reclose the shop's door. Only then did he pull Li Wangyu to sit down and talk. "Nonsense, this is my family's grain shop. Did you forget that your Miss Su rented my courtyard?" Cho Kuan said snappily. Li Wangyu suddenly realized that the courtyard Su Chongqing rented from the Cho family was actually next to the Cho family's grain shop in the East Market. Between the Cho family's grain shop and the carriage shop, there was only a 10-meter wide alley. Today, Zhang Kongbua brought people to surround the carriage shop, which caused an uproar in the East Market. However, the merchants in the East Market did not dare to provoke the Zhang family of Xingyang. They just silently shook their heads and whispered to each other that the carriage shop was in big trouble. Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kuan naturally also received the news and were very anxious. For Li Wangyu, the Cho father and son both wanted to be on good terms with him. However, today's matter involved the Zhang family of Xingyang. The Cho family was a merchant family. Even if they had a small family property, they could do nothing. The Cho family sent someone to Dingzhou village to deliver the message, but they missed Li Wangyu and the others. Cho Kuan simply ran to his family's grain shop to see if he could help. The carriage shop was surrounded by more than 100 troops of the Zhang family. Cho Kuan could only watch helplessly. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. "Xiaolang, now the situation is like this. What do you plan to do?" Cho Kuan told Li Wangyu what he knew about the situation. Knowing that the one who caused today's absurd matter was the eldest son of the Zhang family of Xingyang, Li Wangyu also felt a little toothache. What if *King be *starred? He actually dared to bully him. Li Wangyu suddenly had the urge to go and make explosives. Suppressing his anger, Li Wangyu asked, "I want to get in touch with Chongqing first. Brother Cho, do you have a way?" The fat man shook his head. "The Zheng family's troops have surrounded the carriage shop. Even the alley between my family's grain shop and the carriage shop is guarded. Unless we force our way in, there is no way. Damn, this is really a little troublesome." Li Wangyu silently weighed in his heart. Should he directly use force to break in and save his beautiful boss? Is there any way to get in touch with Su Chongqing? Damn, the modern era is more convenient.
A phone call can solve the problem. When he was depressed, a thought flashed through Li Wangyu's mind. This method seems to be reliable. Chapter 169. Li Wangyu suddenly smiled, which made Cho Kuan, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu puzzled. Xiaolang, why are you smiling? Fatty asked curiously. Li Wangyu said, Hee, I just suddenly thought of a way to contact Chongqing. What way? You'll know in a while. Brother Cho, help me prepare a few things. Li Wangyu told Fatty the items he needed, but Fatty was stunned by what he heard. What the hell is this? Can he use these things to contact Miss Su who is trapped in the carriage? Fatty shook his head. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem reliable. However, Fatty immediately asked the shop assistant to help Li Wangyu prepare. Fortunately, the things he wanted were not complicated, so they were easily found. 2 hollow bamboo tubes, thick mulberry paper, and thin copper wire. The other things were simple, but the copper wire was rare. In the end, the shop assistant of Cho family knocked on the door of a jewelry shop in the east side of the city and found a copper wire about 10 meters long for Li Wangyu. Obviously, Li Wangyu thought of the telephones he played with when he was young. He wanted to make one to contact Su Chongqing who was in the carriage. Actually, cotton thread could also be used, but the copper wire had a better effect. Anyone who studied physics in junior high school would know that sound was transmitted through vibration. The copper wire's metal structure was tightly rehearsed, so the loss of sound transmission was small, and the self-made phone had a better effect. He used thick mulberry paper to seal one end of the bamboo tube, making it like a drum's resonant cavity, and then he put the copper wire through the mulberry paper and fixed it. Without much effort, the 2 ends of the bamboo tube were connected to the telephone. Xiaolang, what is this thing used for? Fatty couldn't understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do. Li Wangyu pretended to smile mysteriously. Hee, you'll know in a while. Let's go, we'll find a place to send the telephones over. Compared to the other areas of Chang'an City, the land in the east side of the city was worth an inch of gold. Therefore, the shops here were usually 2 stories tall, or even 3 stories tall. The Cho family's grain shop and carriage shop were 2-story-high shops on both sides, and in the middle was a 10-meter-wide alley. Everyone went up to the 2nd floor of the shop and quietly opened the window to look outside. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there were still Zheng family troops holding torches in the alley below, guarding the alley to prevent anyone from jumping over the wall to escape. Li Wangyu saw that the carriage shop's windows were tightly shut, so he had Niu Wu pick up some small pebbles. Across the alley, he continuously threw the pebbles at the window on the 2nd floor opposite. The slight sound of pebbles hitting the window frame traveled far in the night, attracting the Zheng family troops who were guarding the alley to come over and take a look. Li Wangyu and the others quickly shrank back to avoid being discovered by the Zheng family troops below. That troop held a torch and looked around. After confirming that no one had escaped, he cursed and left. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu to continue throwing pebbles. After a few more pebbles, the window on the 2nd floor of the carriage shop opposite was silently opened. Because there were no lights on the opposite side, it was dark and they couldn't see clearly. Li Wangyu and the others didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that they would attract the Zheng family troops. Niu Wu, think of a way to throw this bamboo tube into the opposite window. Li Wangyu picked up the bamboo telephone he made and ordered in a low voice. Niu Wu nodded. Although he didn't understand what his Lang Jun wanted to do, he still picked up the bamboo tube. He shook it slightly in his hand and aimed it at the open window across from him. He then reached out and threw the bamboo tube over. The bamboo tube with thin copper wires drew an arc in the night sky and accurately flew into the window on the 2nd floor of the opposite carriage shop. Lang Jun, it's done. I threw it over. What do we do next? Don't tell me you want to pull a rope over? Niu Wu asked. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. No need. Just wait. When Chongqing sees it, we will be able to contact them. That's it? Fatty had a face of confusion. He couldn't figure out how throwing the bamboo tube would allow them to contact Madame Su in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wangyu didn't explain and just waited quietly by the window. He believed that when the villagers in the carriage shop saw the bamboo tube and didn't understand what it meant, they would definitely ask their beautiful superior. In the future, this was a toy for children to play with. Their beautiful superior would understand at a glance. As expected, not long after, the copper wire was slowly pulled tight by the people in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and picked up the bamboo tube. After the copper wire was pulled tight, he whispered into the bamboo tube, "Chongqing, did you hear that?" Fatty, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu all looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at an idiot. Did Li Xiaolang lose his mind? Could it be that he expected Madame Su's voice to come out of the bamboo tube when he was talking? However, before they could persuade Li Wangyu, they suddenly heard a clear female voice come out from the bamboo tube in Li Wangyu's hand.
"Hey, is that Wangyu? I heard it.
Immeasurable deity. Buddha above. This bamboo tube really came out with a voice? In the exceptionally quiet night, the soft voice that came out of the bamboo tube was unusually clear. The voice wasn't loud, but it made Fatty and the others feel as if they were struck by lightning. They froze on the spot. Everyone dared to use their heads to guarantee that this voice was definitely Madame Su's voice. Is Li Xiaolang really an immortal? This ordinary bamboo tube was refined into an immortal item by him? If not, how could Madame Su's voice come out from the bamboo tube? At this moment, the waiter of the Cho family's grain store directly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. He wanted to receive Li Xiaolang's blessings. He was directly worshipping Li Wangyu as if he was a bodhisattva. At this moment, Li Wangyu didn't have the time to pay attention to the reaction of this group of Tang Dynasty's country bumpkins. He hurriedly asked into the bamboo tube, "Chongqing, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Perrin and I are both safe. It's just that the Zheng family's people are blocking the door, so we can't leave."
"That's good.
Don't worry. First, tell me, why did the Zheng family suddenly come knocking on our door?" Li Wangyu asked. Su Chongqing's voice came. "I'm not sure. This afternoon, Perrin and I just came back from the palace, and the Zheng family came knocking on our door." "Wait, what palace?" Li Wangyu thought he heard wrong. What did Su Chongqing mean when she said she just came back from the palace? "Hee, do you know who I met today?" Su Chongqing told Li Wangyu from the beginning to the end of today's encounter with Empress Zhong's son, then going to the Taiji Palace, and Empress Zhong's son becoming a shareholder of the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. Her words made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He didn't expect that when he was dragged to drink wine by Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, his beautiful boss would do so many things. She even met Empress Zhong's son of the Tang Dynasty, and invited her to teach yoga in the Taiji Palace. What made Li Wangyu even more amazed was that Su Chongqing actually persuaded Empress Zhong's son to become a shareholder of the carriage company. Haha, this is really a blessing from the heavens. After learning this information, Li Wangyu raised his eyes and looked down at the Zheng family's troops who were holding torches and besieging the carriage company. Zheng family of Xingyang, you deserve this bad luck. Chapter 170. Li Wangyu was originally anxious and worried, but after hearing the beautiful boss's words, he immediately relaxed. Xingyang's Zheng family was really looking for trouble. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company that Empress Zhong's son wanted to invest in was actually besieged by the Zheng family's eldest son. Did they want to rebel? Not to mention that the beautiful boss was now Empress Zhong's son and concubine Yang's yoga instructor. How dare they want to snatch it back? It was simply provoking the lion. After listening to Su Chongqing's words in the bamboo tube, Fatty Cho Kuan didn't have time to study why there was a sound from the bamboo tube, but began to feel lucky. Lucky that their Cho family had a close relationship with Li Xiaolang. Otherwise, where could they find such a thigh to cling to in the future? He was sure that the Li family's prosperity was in front of them. If they could have a relationship with Empress Zhong's son, why would they be afraid of Xingyang's Zheng family? However, Li Wangyu was thinking about how to use Empress Zhong's son to dig a huge hole for Xingyang's Zheng family and let them jump into it. Knowing that Su Chongqing had a jade pendant given by Empress Zhong's son, Li Wangyu was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked the beautiful boss to find a pocket, put the jade pendant in it, and slide it along the copper wire in the middle of the intercom. Not long after, a brocade bag was hung on the copper wire in the middle of the intercom and slid into the window along the copper wire. Li Wangyu stepped forward and carefully took the brocade bag and took out the jade pendant. Fatty Cho Kuan quickly moved the candlelight in the room and looked at it closely. After seeing the jade pendant clearly, the fatty couldn't help but gasp from the root of his teeth. This was indeed the jade pendant that represented Empress Zhongxuan's identity. The carved phoenix and the 8 seal characters, Ding has fire virtue. She is a phoenix, behind the jade pendant clearly showed the meaning of the jade pendant. He looked at Li Wangyu with a bit of respect in his eyes. The Li family of Hu County was really extraordinary.
Cho Kuan admired his father's unique vision even more when his father asked him to have a good relationship with Li Jia Xiaolang. Xiaolang, what are you going to do now? Hee, the Zheng family has kicked an iron plate this time. Li Wangyu played with the jade pendant in his hand and pondered for a moment. Then, he lowered his voice and whispered to everyone. Fatty, Niu Yong, and the others nodded repeatedly. He then communicated his thoughts to Su Chongqing through the microphone. His beautiful boss immediately understood his thoughts and naturally did not object. The matter of digging a hole for Madame Zhang of Xingyang was thus settled. Don't worry, Lang Jun. When the door opens tomorrow, I will go and do it. Niu Wu patted his chest and promised. Li Wangyu then looked at Cho Kuan. Brother Cho, when this matter is settled, I will definitely compensate your family for your loss. Fatty Cho Kuan chuckled. There's no need for compensation. However, I wonder if my Cho family can join Xiao Lang's Shun Feng Express Carriage Company? Well, Li Wangyu hesitated. Now that Empress Zhang's son had joined the carriage company and occupied 50% of the shares, it was not up to him to let the Cho family invest. Xiao Lang, my Cho family doesn't ask for much. Her Highness the Empress and Xiao Lang's shares, my Cho family naturally does not dare to think about it. I only ask that my family be allowed to buy some shares from Dingzhou village. My family will not treat the villagers of Dingzhou village unfairly. Fatty Cho knew what Li Wangyu was worried about and quickly expressed his thoughts. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and felt that it was feasible. He nodded. Brother Cho, you can discuss this matter with the old village chief. As long as he agrees to transfer some shares, I have no objections. Fatty Cho was overjoyed to get Li Wangyu's approval. This matter was proposed by him on his own initiative, but Cho Kuan believed that even if his father, Cho Yuanliang, knew about it, he would only praise him for doing a good job. If the Cho family could invest in the carriage company, even if it was only a small share, it would allow the Cho family and the Li family to have a closer relationship, not to mention that they would have some connection with the royal family. For a merchant family with no status to speak of, this was much more important than earning more copper coins. After discussing tomorrow's matter, Li Wangyu drove Fatty Cho and the Niu brothers out of the room. After the light bulbs left, Li Wangyu whispered into the microphone with Su Chongqing for a long time. But Li Wangyu did not dare to say anything about Aphrodite until he hung up the phone. Delay for as long as possible. The night was silent. The next morning, when Chang'an City's morning drum sounded, Niu Wu rode out. The carriage company next to the Cho family's grain store was still closed. The Zheng family's troops also refused to retreat. They surrounded the carriage company so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Qin Xian's subordinates, Wu Ho, also watched from afar. The three parties were in a deadlock for the whole night. Zhang Konghua naturally did not stay here last night. After he let the troops surround the carriage company, he led his people to Ping Kong Fong. He spent the whole night drinking and playing with women. Until it was almost noon, Zhang Konghua kept yawning. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, he looked like he was still hungover. He swayed from side to side on horseback. Under the protection of the troops, he came down to the East Market. This group of farmers still won't fucking open the door? Zhang Konghua looked at the closed carriage company door and cursed. The leader of the troops nodded. Lang Jun, are we going to waste time with them like this? Or should we just break the door and rush in? Zhang Konghua glanced at Wu Ho, who was not far away. No need, let's first surround them and play with them. Haha, it's been a long time since something so interesting happened. Anyway, there shouldn't be any food in the carriage company. Let's starve them for 2 days. Send someone to the restaurant and bring me a table of food. Today I will drink and have fun in front of the carriage company. Yes, Lang Jun, you go rest in the shade of the tree. I will do it right away. The leader of the troops asked someone to lay out a mat for Zhang Konghua under the shade of the tree opposite the carriage company. He also ordered someone to send a table of food to the restaurant. Not long after, the doctor of the restaurant, led by the troops of the Zhang family, brought a table full of food and wine to Zhang Konghua. Under the deterrence of more than 100 troops of the Zhang family, the road in front of the carriage company was almost cleared. The people coming and going in the East Market would rather take a detour than come near here. On both sides of the street where the carriage company was located, there were many merchants and Chang'an residents who were watching the fun. They whispered to each other. Are these people from the Zhang family of Xingyang? Why did you surround this carriage shop all of a sudden? I heard that the eldest son of the Zhang family took a fancy to a young lady in the carriage company and threatened them to hand her over. Ah, then they are really unlucky. How can it be good to be targeted by the Zhang family's playboy? In the house where I live, there was a young lady who was kidnapped by the Zhang family. She was humiliated for several days before being released. After returning home, she hanged herself. How pitiful. That family carried the body and went to Wanyan County to beat the drum and complain. In the end, they paid the family 10 copper coins. Tisk, tisk, 10 copper coins to buy a life. The Zheng family is really overbearing. Isn't that right? God is blind. Why didn't he strike this bastard with lightning? Shoo, lower your voice. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to get into trouble. The carriage company is definitely finished. Look at the marquee shop. Even the marquis doesn't dare to interfere with the Zhang family's business. The onlookers discussed animatedly, but they could only shake their heads and sigh. They felt that the carriage company was doomed today. While Zhang Kongbo was happily eating and drinking, he did not notice that on the second floor of the Cho family's grain store not far away, through an open window, Li Wangyu was watching him with an expression of watching a play. Chapter 171. Cho Kuan, who was accompanying Li Wangyu, was slightly anxious. Xiaolang, why aren't your troops back yet? There won't be any changes, right? Don't worry. They should be back soon. Li Wangyu replied confidently. Just as he finished speaking, Niu Yong suddenly said, Lang Jun, I saw Niu Wu. He's back. Li Wangyu and Cho Kuan looked in the direction that Niu Yong was pointing. On the street not far away, Niu Wu was riding a horse slowly towards them. He immediately grabbed the bamboo mouthpiece and said, Chongqing, Niu Wu is back. We can start now. Got it. Su Chongqing's voice came from the mouthpiece. Be careful. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Zhang Kongbo was still eating and drinking when he inadvertently raised his head. Suddenly, he saw that the door of the carriage house opposite was open. There was no one at the door. He suddenly became excited. He thought that the carriage house was finally ready to compromise after being surrounded by them for a night. Zhang Kongbo threw down his chopsticks and suddenly stood up. These farmers are finally willing to open the door. Men, rush in and invite the two beauties out. Haha. The leader of the troops immediately waved his hand and led the troops into the carriage house. After the troops of the Zhang family rushed into the carriage house, they found that there were only a few four-wheeled carriages in Noda's courtyard. There were no signs of the farmers. Mother Fastris Kerr, this group of field workers actually dare to hide. Search, find them for me. Be careful not to hurt the two women that Lang Jun wants. The leader of the troops shouted at his men. Yes. The troops of the Zhang family responded and prepared to search around. But just as they dispersed, something unexpected happened. A few buildings in the carriage house suddenly emitted thick smoke. Before the troops of the Zhang family could react, the fire had already engulfed those buildings. The sudden fire in the carriage house not only shocked the troops of the Zhang family. Outside the door, Zhang Kongbua, who was waiting for his troops to bring the two beauties out, was also shocked. What's going on? Who set the fire? These idiots. Zhang Kongbua stomped his feet and cursed. In his opinion, this fire should have been set by his own troops. In fact, he had asked them to do this kind of thing many times. But did these bastards not have brains? Don't you know where you are? The Tang dynasty is the most prosperous place in Chang'an City. Are you afraid that others won't find out that you've set fire to it? Without waiting for Zhang Kongbua to let the servant beside him call out to his own troops, Qin Xian, who had been watching from afar, rushed over with the marquis of the marquis shop. Young Master Zhang Yu. Qin Xian's face was filled with indignation. He pointed at Zhang Kongbua for a long time before he could speak. He really did not think that the Zhang family's eldest son would be so daring. In broad daylight, he ordered his family to charge into the carriage and set fire to capture people. Qin Xian knew that he could not do anything to Zhang Kongbua, and could only hatefully stomp his feet, and turned to Wu Ho behind him and instructed, "Quickly go and gather water bags to extinguish the fire. Do not let the fire spread. Go." Since ancient times, fire prevention had been the most important thing in China. People were used to using all kinds of wood as building materials. Whether it was the people or the imperial palace, fire prevention was the most important thing. Even in the imperial palace, because of fire, It was not the first time that the palace was burned down. In the Tang dynasty, the responsibility of fire prevention was more important than public security. But fortunately, when Chang'an City was first established, there were sufficient preventive plans on how to prevent fire. The wide road was the best place to isolate the fire. Like the burning carriage, even the nearest building was separated by a 10-meter wide alley. It was very difficult for the fire to spread. Qin Xian led a group of Wu Hou into the carriage and began to use water bags to extinguish the fire. Zhang Kongbua was also in a difficult situation. He cursed those stupid troops in his heart. Looking at the burning houses in the carriage, his face twitched. He secretly thought that things were not good. Seeing his own troops retreat from the carriage, Zhang Kongbua decided to slip away first. Before he could order his men to flee, he saw a one-eyed man respectfully leading a large number of men and horses, escorting a carriage in front of him. Zhang Kongbua did not want to complicate matters at this time. He did not have time to see who this group of people was. He called his troops and was about to leave. But before he could move, he heard a cold and angry voice from the carriage. "Guards! Take down all the people of the Zheng family for me. Don't let any of them go." "Yes." A group of fierce soldiers guarding the carriage immediately rushed to the Zheng family's troops after receiving the order from the person in the carriage. The Zheng family's troops naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. They wanted to resist, but they were beaten up by this group of guards until they covered their heads and scurried away like rats. Many of the Zheng family's troops were beaten to the ground. Then their hands and feet were skillfully tied with cooked beef tendons. Zhang Kongbua was shocked and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" "I am Zhang Kongbua, the eldest son of the Zhang family of Xingyang. Who dares to touch me?" He never thought that there would be people in Chang'an City who dared to touch his Zheng family. Zheng family of Xingyang? How powerful they are. Today, I want to ask Madame Zhang who gave them the courage to set fire and kidnap people in broad daylight in Chang'an City. As the voice fell, the curtain of the carriage was opened. Empress Zhang's son, with an angry face, came down from the carriage with the help of a palace maid. She was followed by concubine Yang. Your Highness, I. Zheng Kongbua was angry at first. But when he saw Empress Zhang's son coming down from the carriage, he was so scared that he could not speak clearly. His body trembled like a sieve and he directly collapsed to the ground. As the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang, he was taken to the palace by his father to attend several banquets in the palace. Naturally, he knew Empress Zhang's son. Zhang Kongbua did not expect that he just wanted to grab two beauties. How could he attract Empress Zhang's son? Thinking of the marks on the backs of the two rouge horses yesterday, he thought, "Are these two beauties really from the harem?" Zhang Kongbua regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He wished he could slap himself several times. As for the Zheng family's troops who originally wanted to resist, when they heard their Longjuan's words, they were so scared that they all knelt down. Empress Zhang's son did not look at Zhang Kongbua who was paralyzed on the ground. She anxiously looked at the burning carriage and ordered the guards on her left and right, "You also go help put out the fire. Quickly go and rescue Lady Su." "Yes." The guards responded and rushed to the carriage without hesitation. With the help of Empress Zhangxuan's guards and the quick response of the East City's marquee shop, the fire in the carriage was quickly put out. Su Chongqing led the little girl Perrin and the villagers of Dingzhou village out of the carriage under the protection of the palace guards. "Chongqing thanks your highness and concubine Yang for saving me." Su Chongqing curtsied to Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang. "Lady Su, are you okay?" Empress Zhang's son asked with concern. Su Chongqing did not suffer any injuries. Except for the traces of smoke on his body and face, he was not injured. Su Chongqing shook his head. "I'm fine. When the fire started, I was protected by the villagers and hid in the cellar." Empress Zhang's son nodded. "That's good. Fortunately, your family's song came to the palace today to inform me of this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Su Chongqing's face was miserable. He curtsied to Empress Zhang's son again. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I did not protect the imperial family's property, and let the carriage be burned down by the evildoers." "Lady Su, what are you talking about? What crime did you commit? The carriage was burned down. How can you be blamed?" Empress Zhang's son did not care that she was pregnant. She hurriedly went forward to help Su Chongqing up. She turned her head and glared at Zhang Kongbua who was completely stunned. Xingyang's Zheng family is so powerful. They even dare to set fire to my property. Good. Very good. Today, I will ask Zheng for an explanation and see if the world is still the world of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhongxuan's words made Zhang Konghua feel dark. The carriage was the imperial family's property? How could this be? He had clearly asked the troops to find out that the carriage was the property of a family surnamed Li in Dingzhou village in Hu County. When did it become the imperial family's property? Zhang Konghua was naturally not an idiot. When he thought that his troops set fire to Empress Zhongxuan's property, he felt that the sky had collapsed. Zhang Konghua, who was originally sitting on the ground, had a blank mind at this time. He could only murmur, "This is impossible. This is not true." Not far away, by the window on the second floor of the Chou family's grain store, Li Wangyu and Fatty Chou Yu looked at this scene and laughed very happily. Li Wangyu dug a hole for Zhang Konghua, but he did not expect that Zhang Konghua would be so cooperative. He jumped without hesitation and his posture was beautiful. Full marks. Chapter 172. Last night, when Li Wangyu learned that his beautiful boss had the jade pendant given by Empress Zhong's son, he was relieved. No matter how arrogant Madame Zheng of Xingyang was, as long as Su Chongqing showed the jade pendant, the people of the Zheng family in front of the carriage would naturally withdraw. But Li Wangyu, the cynical man, did not intend to let Madame Zheng go so easily. If he only relied on the Empress jade pendant to scare away Zhang Konghua, he would be sorry for himself and his beautiful boss. If his thoughts were not smooth, he would not be in a good mood. In order to make himself happy, Li Wangyu did not hesitate to dig a huge hole for Zhang Konghua. Niu Wu went out early in the morning. According to Li Wangyu's order, he took the jade pendant and went to the Taiji Palace to see Empress Zhong's son. Li Wangyu asked him to ask for help from Empress Zhong's son, saying that Su Chongqing was trapped in the carriage and could not go out. Today, he could not go to the Taiji Palace to teach yoga, so he asked Empress Zhong's son to help. Since Empress Zhong's son was willing to give Su Chongqing the jade pendant, she would not turn a blind eye to her beautiful boss's predicament. At that time, as long as Her Highness sent the palace guards to help the carriage, the next step of the plan could be carried out. In fact, several buildings on fire in the carriage were set by the farmers themselves. After a discussion last night, the beautiful boss asked the farmers to lay a lot of straw around the buildings to ignite the fire. The reason why Li Wangyu said to Chou Kuan last night that he would compensate for the loss of these buildings after they were burned. When Li Wangyu saw that Niu Wu led the people in the palace, he would immediately inform Su Chongqing to open the gate of the carriage and attract the troops of the Zheng family into the carriage. Then he would immediately set the buildings on fire. He just wanted to frame the Zheng family and let their yellow mud fall on their crotch. Even if it was not shit, it was shit. Under the watchful eyes of the public, countless people saw the troops of the Zheng family rush into the carriage like wolves and tigers, and then the carriage was on fire. No one would believe that it was not the troops of the Zheng family who set the fire. Even Zhang Konghua thought that it was his troops who set the fire. Even those Zheng family troops who had rushed into the carriage thought that it was one of their own who had set the fire casually. At that time, dozens of Zheng family's troops had rushed into the carriage and the scene was chaotic. Even they themselves were not sure if the fire was set by their own people. Li Wangyu's plan was very successful, but he did not expect Empress Zhong's son to come in person. Fatty Chou Kuan was also a little nervous now. Xiao Lang, why did Her Highness the Empress come personally? Could something have happened? It's fine. Isn't it better for Her Highness to come in person? This time, the Zhang clan will find it even more difficult to escape this calamity. Li Wangyu comforted with a smile. That's good, that's good. The fatty was very respectful towards the royal family and aristocratic families. He was afraid that today's matter would bring about some trouble. Sure enough, as Li Wangyu expected, he stood by the window and looked from afar. He saw Empress Zhong's son say a few words to her beautiful boss and then take her boss to get on her carriage. Before Su Chongqing got on the carriage, he glanced at Li Wangyu's window and made an okay gesture to him from afar. Looking at the eldest son of the Zheng family who was dragged away by the palace guards like a dead dog, Li Wangyu punched his palm. It's done. Empress Zhong's son would not let go of the foppish young master of the Zheng family of Xingyang. The farce caused by the eldest son of the Zheng family had finally come to an end. When the Zheng family troops were dragged away by a group of palace guards like wolves and tigers, it scared the merchants who had been watching the fun. Everyone thought that the carriage company would meet with a calamity this time. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang would be dragged away in the end? This made the crowd in the distance immediately burst into an uproar and talk about it. Brother Qian, what's the background of this Shunfeng Express? They are not even afraid of the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang? I don't know, but I think that group of people just now seem to be palace guards. Palace guards? Are you sure? Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The Zheng family of Xingyang kicked an iron plate today. I didn't expect that the sage of the Tian family was behind this carriage company. Brother Chao, didn't you ask this carriage company to transport goods? What's so special about this carriage company? This carriage is amazing. A carriage can carry 30 stones of goods and travel 300 miles a day. Gentlemen, if you have any goods to transport in the future, you can find this Shunfeng Express. When the merchants who had tried the four-wheeled carriage said that, a group of familiar merchants around them exclaimed, "A carriage? Brother Chao, are you right? Tut, tut, this carriage is amazing. It seems that I have to rely on this Shunfeng Express to transport goods in the future." A timid merchant whispered, "We have dealings with the carriage company. Will we offend the Zheng family of Xingyang?" Brother, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. The eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang set fire to the carriage company and was dragged away. From now on, who dares to offend the Shunfeng carriage company? Isn't that courting death? Yes, that's right. It seems that my shop will have to be closer to this carriage company in the future. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing did not expect that Zhang Konghua's farce would make the Shunfeng carriage company quickly become famous among the merchants in the east and west of Chang'an City. This advertising effect was an unexpected gain. The villagers of Dingzhou village began to clean up the mess of the carriage company under the leadership of Niu Yong, Niu Wu and the retired soldiers. Fatty Cho Kuan also asked his assistant to help clean up the ruins of the carriage company. The fire of the carriage company did not have a big impact. Su Chongqing originally thought that the layout of the courtyard was not suitable for the carriage. This time, it was just right to rebuild it. Li Wangyu was worried that the old village chief would be anxious, so he sent someone back to Dingzhou village to inform them that the matter had been solved. The old village chief who received the news immediately led many villagers to Chang'an and began to work on the reconstruction of the carriage company. When the carriage company began to clean up and rebuild in an orderly manner, the Zheng family mansion of Xingyang was in an uproar. They knew that their son had caused such a big trouble and was arrested by Empress Zhang's son. Zhang Konghua's mother, Zhang Lushi, immediately cried and made a scene in the mansion. She asked her husband, the head of the Zheng family, Zhang Yuanshou, to quickly save her son. Zhang Lushi was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in Fanyang. She was also one of the 5 families and 7 nobles of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Konghua was her only son and she doted on him since he was young. Zhang Yuanshou also frowned in the face of his wife's crying. Zhang Yuanshou was not worried about the trouble caused by Zhang Konghua. Empress Zhang's son would not do anything to Zhang Konghua. Zhang Yuanshou still had this confidence. What he was worried about was that the things that were being planned in the imperial court would change because of this. Then he would lose more than he gained. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuanshou sent someone to invite his cousin, Zhang Shanghua. Zhang Yuanshou was an official of the Honglu Temple. Zhang Shanghua was an official of the Ministry of Works. Both of them were third-rank officials in the imperial court. In Zhang Yuanshou's study, the two of them dismissed the servants and discussed for a long time with the door closed. Only then did Zhang Shanghua leave. Looking at the towering walls of Taiji Palace outside the Zheng family mansion, Zhang Yuanshou's mouth showed a trace of a mocking sneer. Chapter 173. Su Chongqing was taken to the Taiji Palace by Empress Zhang's son. Both Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang promised her that they would tell the saint to punish the Zheng family's prodigal son. Empress Zhang's son and concubine Yang guessed that Su Chongqing was not in the mood to teach them yoga today, so they comforted her and asked someone to send her back. Before Su Chongqing returned to the carriage shop in the East Market, the Zheng family of Xingyang came to apologize first. The Zheng family's housekeeper apologized sincerely and offered 200 taels of gold as an apology. This made Li Wangyu rather surprised. Could it be that the name of Empress Zhang's son was so frightening? How could she make the Zheng family of Xingyang compromise and let the matter go? In his impression and memory, the 5 families and 7 Wangs of the Tang dynasty were not so easy to deal with. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, may not be able to subdue them. With hundreds of years of history, there were many talents in the family. The aristocratic families had a high reputation and social status, whether in the imperial court or outside. The most fundamental power of the aristocratic families like the 5 families and 7 Wangs was not in the imperial court, but in the local area. They had great privileges and power, controlled the politics and economy of the state, and could even compete with the central government of the imperial court. If Pai Lupi did not appease these aristocratic families, the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty would be repeated in the Tang dynasty. The top aristocratic families like the 5 families and 7 Wangs directly intermarried with each other, forming an indestructible marriage relationship, and holding together to maintain their privileges. Their family's sense of superiority once regarded the royal family of Li Tang as a nouveau riche. Li Wangyu had read in the history books that Emperor Tang Wenzong wanted to marry his daughter to the 5 families, but the result was shameful rejection. There was even a prime minister of the Tang dynasty who sighed, "The only regret in this life is that he can't marry a daughter of the 5 families." This showed the influence of the 5 families and 7 Wangs. In Li Wangyu's plan, the Zheng family of Xingyang should not admit defeat so easily. He even planned to use the power of Zoroastrianism to attack the Zheng family's industry with the sweets. Now the housekeeper of the Zheng family came with the gold to apologize, which was full of sincerity and gave enough face to Empress Zhang's son. The several buildings of the carriage shop that were burned down were renovated, which was a matter of 100 copper coins. The housekeeper also promised Li Wangyu that the eldest son of the Zheng family would be sent back to his hometown of Xingyang to reflect. Zheng hoped that Li would be merciful and let this matter be dropped. "Li Jia Xiaolang, this is a gift. Please accept it. Please accept it. Today's matter is all a misunderstanding. Our Zheng family will go to Her Highness and ask for forgiveness." The Zheng family's housekeeper chuckled and ordered people to place the gold on the table. Although the housekeeper said the housekeeper of the Tang and family was still, that was still, who was who was who was who was and was who was. To the face, throw to the face it, face to the face and shouted twos two and shouted and then he, "You're sit. Get out as far as you can." But in this way, he could vent his anger, but his beautiful superior Perrin, the old housekeeper Li Hang, the Niu brothers, and the 127 families of Dingzhou village would be in a desperate situation. Li Wangyu clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Housekeeper Zheng, I'll accept the gold. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. I won't pursue it." Well, with Li Jia Xiaolong's words, I can go back and explain to my master. So, I'll take my leave. The housekeeper of the Zheng family stood up with a smile. In his view, the Zheng family of Xingyang had given enough face to this young man, so he naturally didn't dare to refuse. The fact was, Li Wangyu didn't dare to refuse the kindness of the Zheng family of Xingyang, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Li Wangyu looked at the back of the housekeeper of the Zheng family with his hands clasped behind his back. A desire for power surged in his heart again. If he, Li Wangyu, had power and influence, how could the Zheng family of Xingyang dare to do this? When the housekeeper of the Zheng family came to visit, Zhang Yuanshou's wife, Zhang Lushi, also came to the palace in person to apologize to Empress Zhang's son. Zhang Lushi confessed that her son lacked discipline and damaged Empress Zhangxuan's property. The Zheng family was willing to compensate. Zhang Lushi gave Empress Zhang's son 1,000 taels of gold as compensation and promised to send her son back to Xingyang to reflect on his mistakes. Xingyang Zhang Lushi bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Empress Zhang's son naturally couldn't continue to hold on to Zhang Kongbua. She knocked on Zhang Lushi's head and told her to discipline her son well in the future. Zhang Lushi thanked Empress Zhang's son and immediately left, leading Zhang Kongbua back to the Zheng family. On the same day, Zhang Yuanshou sent his troops to send Zhang Kongbua back to Xingyang. Empress Zhang's son didn't think much of the debauchee of the Zheng family. In her view, he was just another good-for-nothing from an aristocratic family who didn't live up to expectations. Empress Zhang's son was surprised that the Zheng family of Xingyang could bow their head and admit their mistake so quickly and compensate 1,000 taels of gold. However, she didn't think much of it. In the evening, Empress Zhang's son ordered the palace servants to send the imperial meal to the Lizhang Hall. She was going to accompany Pai Lupi to eat. The Lizhang Hall was where Pai Lupi's study was located. Usually, official business was handled in the Lizhang Hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the hall, Empress Zhang's son saw Pai Lupi angrily scolding a chamberlain, complaining that the tea he poured was too hot. Empress Zhang's son waved her hand, having the trembling eunuch kneeling on the ground withdraw. Only then did she turn her head to say to Li Erxiao, "Erlang, why are you so angry? Be careful not to hurt your body." Guanyin maid, "I'm fine." Pai Lupi saw Empress Zhang's son appear and slightly suppressed the anger in his heart. "It's just some imperial court matters." Empress Zhang's son saw that it was an imperial court matter and didn't ask any more. She was born in a famous family and was well educated. In fact, she was also very proficient in imperial court matters. However, Empress Zhang's son adhered to the principle of the imperial harem not interfering in politics. Every time Pai Lupi asked her opinion on government affairs, Empress Zhang's son never expressed her opinion and kept her mouth shut. The more Empress Zhang's son didn't express her opinion, the more Pai Lupi liked to ask her opinion. Once, Pai Lupi forced Empress Zhang's son into a corner. After being forced to say to Pai Lupi, she said, "A hen leads the morning. Our family is poor. Do you care?" The meaning of these words was, is it okay for a hen to crow? Thus, she dispelled Pai Lupi's idea of asking her about government affairs. However, because of this, Pai Lupi trusted Empress Zhang's son even more. Empress Zhang's son saw that Pai Lupi was in a bad mood, so she picked interesting things to talk about to ease her husband's mood. She saw that she caught the eldest son of the Zhang family of Xingyang today. "In the end," she said with a smile, "this Zhang family of Xingyang is tactful. They compensated me with 1,000 taels of gold. Hee, I invested in Li Jia Xiaolong's carriage company, so I don't have to pay a single copper coin." Empress Zhang's son said this as a joke, but Pai Lupi suddenly stood up. "What? There's such a thing? What about the eldest son of the Zhang family?" Zheng Lushi took him back. "Why? Is it inappropriate?" Empress Zhang's son asked. Pai Lupi slapped the table gloomily. "Zhang Yuanshou, that old man. I hate that I can't pull out my sword and cut him down." His words stunned Empress Zhang's son. She didn't care whether the imperial harem was interfering in politics or not. She quickly asked what happened. Chapter 174. Pai Lupi originally did not want Empress Zhang's son to know about this, but after thinking about it, he could not hide it any longer. He sighed and told her about what had happened in the imperial court today, which angered Empress Zhang's son. Before the locust plague appeared in the Guanyi circuit, the officials in the imperial court had already received reports from the various counties and prefectures. Pai Lupi had also gathered the important officials many times to discuss countermeasures. But before Pai Lupi could make up his mind to exterminate the locusts, the 100 Cavalry Department reported that there had been undercurrents in Chang'an recently, pointing to Pai Lupi as the cause of the locust plague. The change of Xuanwu Gate. The rumors on the streets attributed the locust plague to the change of Xuanwu Gate, accusing Pai Lupi of not cultivating personal morals, killing his brothers, imprisoning his father, and incurring punishment from the heavens. This was the wrath of the heavens. Pai Lupi was furious at the time and ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate the source of the rumors. This was originally just a rumor on the streets and would not cause a stir in the imperial court. Who would have thought that today, when Pai Lupi wanted the officials to discuss how to deal with the locust plague, a bomb was set off against him in the imperial court. The one who set off the undercurrents was an 8th-rank imperial censor. This young imperial censor bypassed the censor Wei Zhang and directly presented a memorial to Pai Lupi in the imperial court. In front of hundreds of officials, he accused the locust plague of being the wrath of the heavens because of the massacre in the 9th year of Wuda. The forbidden blood gate, together with the sword, has been ridiculed through the ages. It is the wrath of the heavens that caused the locusts to descend from the heavens. Your Majesty, please issue an edict of self-punishment to save the people of the world. The young imperial censor did not care about imperial censor Wei Zheng's attempts to stop him. Under the gazes of the officials and Li Er's towering rage, he said these words. He wanted Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-punishment and apologize to the world. The imperial court was shocked. Pai Lupi was unable to restrain his anger. He ordered Wei Zhang, the censor, to investigate and then left in a huff. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was quite magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have ordered people to drag the censor out of the hall and flog him to death. In fact, Pai Lupi didn't need the 100 Horsemen Department to investigate. He already knew who was behind this. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, the Wuxia imperial court had been controlled by the aristocratic families. The establishment of the Tang dynasty also relied on the support of the aristocratic families in Guangzhou. Moreover, the aristocratic families in Shandong still maintained the centuries-old tradition of reading and teaching the classics, so they still enjoyed a superior political and social status. Even though Pai Lupi was committed to weakening and destroying the aristocratic families, there was nothing he could do to them for the time being, unless he wanted the Tang dynasty to fall into war again. Since Pai Lupi wanted to deal with the aristocratic families naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for their doom. This time, they used the locust plague to turn it into a divine punishment to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation. This was a card played by the aristocratic families. Without this memorial, Pai Lupi could have issued an edict of self-condemnation because of the locust plague. He could have imitated King Wu of Zhou and said, "The people have sinned, so I punish them." Then he would have ordered to exterminate the locusts. Not only would he not lose face, but it would also increase his prestige as an emperor. However, if someone pushed the bucket of *T to his head and used the incident at the Xuanwu Gate as an excuse to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation, it would be impossible. If Li Er really did so, his dignity as an emperor would be thrown to the ground by the aristocratic families. He would even have to step on it a few times and it would never be picked up again. Using an 8th-rank censor to put Pai Lupi on the fire pit, the aristocratic families were really good at this. The Zheng family of Xingyang was the most active aristocratic family in the imperial court. Pai Lupi was almost certain that the Zheng family was behind today's matter. If he had known about Zhang Kongba's matter earlier, he might have been able to use this foppish son of the Zheng family to force the Zheng family of Xingyang to make concessions. However, he didn't expect the Zheng family of Xingyang to react so quickly and apologize to Empress Zhang's son without hesitation before sending Zhang Kongba back to his hometown in Xingyang. Pai Lupi could only let out a long sigh. He had to find another way out of this situation. After Empress Zhang's son learned about what happened in the imperial court today, it was too late for regrets and she was secretly angry. However, it was Pai Lupi who comforted her, fearing that the 6-month pregnant empress would have a miscarriage. Leaving aside how Pai Lupi comforted his wife in Chong and City's Taiji Palace, in the Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County, Li Wangyu was also feeling uneasy as he looked at his beautiful superior who was talking to Aphrodite. On the way back to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu saw that he couldn't hide anymore, so he gritted his teeth and told his superior about Aphrodite. His beautiful boss, who had a smile on her face, had a frosty look on her face. She did not say a word. Li Wangyu begged and pestered her, but he still couldn't get her to look at him. Even the Niu brothers didn't say anything as they felt the pressure from their beautiful boss. They looked at Li Wangyu with a look that said, "Lang Jun, you're on your own now." Li Wangyu was speechless. Why were all women like this? What was the point of having a cold war so often? His ex-girlfriend from university was the same. Whenever there was any friction between them, she would give him a cold war and often wouldn't speak to him for a week, as if he were a stranger. Li Wangyu didn't expect that his University of Pennsylvania graduate and goddess-like beautiful superior would be the same. Even the little girl Pei Lan didn't give him a good look. She looked at him with eyes that were about to roll up to the sky. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost wanted to grab this little girl and give her a good spanking. How rebellious. It was fine if his beautiful superior was like this, but even a little girl like you dared to be like this. After returning to the Li family of Dingzhou village, both the old butler Li Hang and Ma Zhou acutely sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right when they came out to welcome them, so they wisely kept their mouths shut. Su Chongqing jumped off the horse's back and didn't even look at Li Wangyu as he pulled Pei Lan towards the rear courtyard. Li Wangyu was afraid that she would get into a conflict with Afro and was ready to follow them with cold sweat on his forehead. If they really got into a fight, he would be able to mediate. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Niu Yong whisper to Niu Wu, "Erlang, watch carefully. In the future, you'd rather offend Lang Jun than Mrs. Su." Big brother is right. Mrs. Su's aura is really scary. Niu Wu nodded his head vigorously. Ma Zhou chimed in from the side. "Indeed, my teacher is no match for Mrs. Su at all. I could tell from the start. I wonder if Mrs. Su and Afro will get into a fight?" Niu Yong and Niu Wu nodded in unison, meaning that they would. "See my foot. See my foot." Li Wangyu really wanted to find a baseball bat and beat these 3 rascals out of the door. Who would want such a troop and disciple? He had forgotten that he had also thought that his beautiful boss and Afro would get into a fight and was even prepared to mediate the situation. On the other hand, The old butler Li Hang stood at the side with a chuckle and had no intention of going to the backyard to mediate at all. Li Wangyu dawdled in the front yard for a long time and stretched his ears out to see if there were any sounds of fighting in the backyard. However, he didn't hear anything even after waiting for a long time. After thinking about it, he straightened his clothes and prepared to go to the backyard to see what was going on. As he dawdled into the backyard, he didn't see the expected scene of the main wife scolding the mistress, and the mistress resisting unwillingly. Su Chongqing was actually chatting amiably with Afro in an unusually harmonious atmosphere, while Perrin was fuming at the side. What the hell was going on? Something didn't seem right. Chapter 175. How could Li Wangyu know what Su Chongqing was thinking? In fact, Su Chongqing was already mentally prepared that Li Wangyu would bring a woman home, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Although she hoped to live with Li Wangyu in the Tang dynasty for the rest of their lives, she didn't believe that Li Wangyu, as a man, would still insist on monogamy in the Tang dynasty, where 3 wives and 4 concubines were the norm. Not to mention in the Tang dynasty, even in the future, Su Chongqing was pessimistic about whether a husband and wife could live together for the rest of their lives. Because her father was like that. Su Chongqing went to the United States to study in high school, and then studied at the University of Pennsylvania. Her family's economic conditions were naturally quite good. Her father had a successful career and was famous for his success. However, Su Chongqing's father, who was elegant and graceful in her eyes, also had more than one mistress outside. When she first learned the news from her mother, her whole person collapsed. She didn't believe that her father would do such a thing. Originally, in the eyes of Su Chongqing and all the other people who didn't know the truth, her parents were a loving couple, a model couple. However, Su Chongqing's father still couldn't resist all kinds of temptations. Although he didn't abandon the family and abandon his wife, his behavior made Su Chongqing no longer believe in the constraints of marriage and a man's self-control. After Su Chongqing's mother knew that her husband had an outside mistress, not only did she not cry and make a scene and ask for a divorce, but she also made 3 rules with her father. First, he had to go home every day. Second, he couldn't bring an outside woman home. Third, she had to manage the family's finances. In this regard, the beautiful superior couldn't understand her mother's practice at all. Wasn't she condoning her husband to cheat? It wasn't until a long talk with her mother that she understood her mother's idea. In her mother's words, if she quarreled with her husband and even divorced, those foxes would benefit. As long as he stood on the side of righteousness, those mistresses would not be able to cause any trouble. However, because of the guilt in his heart, her father treated her mother even better. He happily handed over all the financial power of the family to her mother. In this regard, although Su Chongqing did not completely agree with his mother's approach, he had to admit that she was a smart woman. Even her father was like this, not to mention Li Wangyu. After transmigrating to the Great Tang 1,300 years in the future, without the constraints of law and morality, Su Chongqing did not believe that Li Wangyu would be loyal to one woman. Therefore, Su Chongqing had a premonition that there would be another woman around Li Wangyu. However, no matter how rational Su Chongqing was, no matter how clear her thoughts were, she was still an ordinary woman. She could be considered to have good self-restraint by merely giving Li Wangyu a cold shoulder. What made her even angrier was that Li Wangyu dared to bring a woman home after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for only a month. If she did not suppress him, what would happen? Did he want to learn from Wei Xiaobao? If that was the case, Su Chongqing would definitely not tolerate it. Even if she did not leave the Li family at that time, she would draw a clear line between herself and Li Wangyu. They would just be friends from then on. In Su Chongqing's heart, she would only allow Li Wangyu a chance to make a mistake at most. Otherwise, she would rather live alone in the Tang dynasty for the rest of her life. Therefore, her beautiful superior's cold shoulder was actually deliberately put on for Li Wangyu to see. She felt more heartache for the poor girl, Fu Luo. Li Wangyu had explained Fu Luo's background to her. She was captured at the age of 13 and then sold from Europe to the distant East. If not for Li Wangyu rescuing her, she would probably have been a prostitute for the rest of her life. The beautiful superior who had a frosty expression on Li Wangyu's face melted after entering the backyard. After seeing Fu Luo's appearance, the beautiful superior was also greatly surprised. This girl really resembled the Hollywood movie star, Angelina Jolie, too much. The beautiful superior couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger again, wishing she could pinch Li Wangyu's waist a few times to vent her anger. This bastard pervert. He said that he pitied Fu Luo, but he was clearly lusting after her beauty. Su Chongqing would not vent her anger on Fu Luo. After adjusting her mentality slightly, she began to talk to Fu Luo in a pleasant manner. Although Fu Luo was the daughter of a Byzantine noble, she was only 15 or 16 years old. How could she be a match for Su Chongqing, an elite who had cultivated for many years? After a few sentences, Fu Luo had begun to address Su Chongqing as sister, as if she were treating her beautiful superior as a caring sister. The girls' giggles echoed between them now and then, as if they were best friends who had known each other for years. Perrin, on the other hand, was rather jealous. She felt that her sister Chongqing was in danger of being snatched away by this ugly woman. When Li Wangyu sneaked into the backyard stealthily, he happened to see Perrin glaring at Fu Luo angrily. Her lips were so pouted that a bottle of oil could be hung from them. Li Wangyu was rather dumbfounded by what he saw. What was going on with the three women at home? Seeing that there was no sign of a fight, he tried to sneak away again, only to be glared at by his beautiful superior who had already discovered him.
Come here. Yes. What can I do for you, Your Majesty?
When Li Wangyu saw that his beautiful superior seemed to be smiling, he immediately began to act cute shamelessly. He imitated the eunuchs in TV dramas, flicked his sleeves, and bent over to ask. Su Chongqing couldn't help but laugh at his behavior, but his beautiful superior immediately wiped the smile off her face and coughed lightly.
Don't be so cheeky.
Don't think that this is the end of it. If it weren't for Sister Fu Luo's sake, don't even think about having dinner tonight. Let me ask you, will you still bring women home in the future?
Yes, you're right. I won't.
I promise the chairman that I won't bring any more, Li Wangyu said with a flattering smile. Fu Luo and Perrin were both stunned. Their Longjuan's behavior was simply too shocking for them to accept. How could the two young ladies of the Great Tang, who had never been baptized by feminism, accept the way Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing interacted with each other? Perrin couldn't help but cover her little mouth with her hand, afraid that she would cry out in alarm. She looked at Su Chongqing with a worried expression and thought to herself, is it really okay for Sister Chongqing to talk to Lang Jun like this? What did Lang Jun mean when he said he would make a promise to the chairman? Su Chongqing sneered and stared at Li Wangyu seriously.
Li Wangyu, this is the first and last time. Otherwise, I promise to leave this house.
I'm a man of my word. A drop of cold sweat slid down Li Wangyu's forehead as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't have any intention of having multiple wives and concubines. He had saved Fu Luo out of pity. But judging from Su Chongqing's words, why did it seem like he was allowing him to take Fu Luo into his room?
Is there such a good thing?
Li Wangyu really wanted to look up at the sky and see if the sun had risen from the west.